All right, welcome to the Sae Bae cast, number 151 with Travis42 for his second appearance on the cast. Travis, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Looks like it's been about 100 casts, which is like 100 weeks, 2 year. I think
Yep.
I was 46, so we just missed it
Yeah,
again.
yeah,
The
yeah, you
one,
were. Yeah,
the 42 and the 142. Come on, man. We
yeah, we
gotta.
were supposed to get you on for 42, and then I was like, fuck it, 46. I'm not waiting another 100 casts. We'll get you on at 46.
Yeah, still playing RuneScape. Just a little small
Still
update.
playing.
Little small update. If you watch my last cast where I was killing Corp and stuff, all that's done now. Basically, just need like a scythe and like a crossbow. Then I have like everything. So I'm kind of running out of things except for pets, which made me not really enjoy the game that much at the time. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen again. But yeah,
So
yeah.
really,
Well,
you're only missing scythe and crossbow. Do you have like nightmares? I can't.
yeah. I guess I need some orbs. I need Eldritch and
Yeah.
Volatile, but it's really just extremely niche items after that because the Crows and Scythe are actually useful. After
Yeah.
that, it's just little things. And I guess my long-term goal is basically the boss log and the raids log on the collection log, that being green. Like people go for the entire thing green. I
hmm
only care about those two sections. I don't care about the rest.
I mean, only care. That's a fucking massive grind. Anybody that's actually green logged the entire boss log, there's a few people. There's a handful of people that have fully greened it. I mean,
I mean,
obviously
it
the
is all
Jar of
pets.
Darkness helped with
Yeah,
like
true.
that rate changing, but like that's dude, I mean, Nightmare alone, like that grind is so absurd. Do you actually think night okay, so we're just jumping straight into it basically. Do you think Nightmare is gonna eventually get some drop rate changes?
Of course. That's why I haven't been doing
Yeah, no, that's
it.
what I'm thinking. I'm like, I,
Yeah.
I feel like this is a waste of time to do because even though I would not like lose sleep over them not changing, I just feel like it's inevitable, you know?
Yeah, I base all of my grinds at this point in my account of what I think they'll do next. Like the updates to the game.
hmm
Like I really like I'm grinding more than ever for a scythe right now because the buff is coming and
Yeah, you need that. What's
yeah.
your top KC right now? And you had
So
one before. When did you get your first one?
I got one on 420 exactly, which was like near release because I was grinding Tob like all day. That's all I did. But now I'm at like 1740, and I've
Oh,
strictly only done like trios at that point and just haven't been able to get it. So
how
it'll
many have
come.
you seen?
I've seen quite a few. I
Oh
know now.
God, I'm so
I'm
sorry.
not keeping count.
It
Which
just
is what's unfortunate is it's not in my collection log. So if I show you my collection log, you'd be like, "Damn, like almost 1,800 Tobs, no scythe." But there was one.
yeah.
It existed, but I
That's
never got to use it.
see that is the horrible thing. Like people are like, oh yeah, Tob's fun, like at least you're grinding something that's fun. It's not that fun without a scythe. It gets a lot more fun with a scythe grinding Tob.
Well, I would say when you're like more of a novice at Tob, that's the truth. But once you get like pretty damn good, you still like I'm running Tobs with 3 bladers right now, no sights, and we almost got GM time with
Really?
that. So, well, we have Soulreaper Axe, which helps, but it doesn't bridge the gap that much.
How is Soulreaper Axe at Tob? I feel like that's such an awkward weapon to use
Well,
for the
we're
most part.
totally gonna go into the rebalancing of that because since I'm only raiding with people from Valiance and the people are, they're going for their sites, so we have to use the Soul Reaper Axe. So we have a lot of like time using it. So we have some thoughts of where it would be, how it could be better,
Yeah.
essentially.
Well, let's just jump right into it because I just completed my Soul Reaper Axe several weeks back, and I've only really used it at Vard. I tried using it at Duke, but like you got good potential at Vard. I think that's the one place that's actually best in slot briefly during the fight, and everywhere else it just doesn't seem to be that good. Maybe if you were doing like melee Slayer tasks, there's like the occasional task where it's good. But like it's so awkward. And the thing is like you got to get really used to the Soul Reaper Axe, or else you're gonna be like me and just like switching weapons when you have 5 full charges on it, and then you just lose them, and it's like okay, that fucking sucked.
Yeah, it's a
So
weapon you need to master, but even if you master it, the potential of it is still nowhere near the sights. So it's kind of a middle ground that you need to jump through hoops to achieve. So it's just, I don't know, it's not good enough for the time that it takes.
what would you suggest for the buff?
Just right off the bat, get rid of the stacking. just fully, just right when you equipped it, it's at max damage. Because even if you run the numbers, it's still not even close to a scythe.
So would there even be a charge system? Because I mean, that sounds
Nope.
totally fine. Okay, so
Nope.
really just no
keep it
nothing.
basic. Just make it a middle ground from you graduate from a blade to a Soulreaper Axe, and then from a Soulreaper Axe to the scythe.
Would
It's
you
just a middle ground.
would you want to see it given a normal special attack?
I don't even care really about the special
Because it
attack.
doesn't really matter. We have Void Wakers.
Because right now it doesn't even make sense because it goes over your spec. So many times I spec with it, and then like I'll spec with it right before like yellows or right after yellows for Tob right now. And then when I switch, I go to equip claws, and then I'm like, wait, I'm only 35%. Now I got to find my Crystal Halley. It's not like
stupid.
Yeah, you're jumping through too many hoops, and you're really, if something is 0 defense, which at Tob it mostly is, it's only 7% better than a blade. So it's not, it's not a huge jump, and that's only when you're at max, like stacks.
See, this is kind of what I was thinking. Okay, and I'm going to entirely ignore PvP in this situation because obviously any change to this thing is going to have some effects in PvP, and I'm just going to ignore that. So if people want to talk about the effects on PvP, that's one thing, but I'm going to focus more on PvM. I personally think, okay, so there's actually like 2 routes I'm thinking. One route is for anybody that's used the Soulreaper Axe, there is a separate special attack, which we were just talking about, where you equip it and it charges up every hit you do, it charges up 1 and it goes up to a max of 5, then you unleash it. And every time you hit, you get damaged 8, but then you heal back a full 40 at 5. And I was thinking it would actually be kind of cool to go down this route where you have a separate special attack orb for certain weapons. I think that actually like opens a huge window, like an opportunity for the future of weapons. But I think it shouldn't like be in the same orb. You should almost have 2 permanent orbs. This is one route I'm thinking. This is the more complex route where the game just offers 2 different special attack orbs at this point, like permanently, like they're just on the screen at this point, always. If you don't
Not just when you equip the axe or a weapon
exactly,
that has it, it's just always there.
You always see them, but you can't use it unless you're using one of those special weapons or special tools, because this would also kind of navigate into skilling tools. I think skilling thing like the dragon pickaxe spec, I think that's the most boring fucking thing ever. Same with the dragon axe. It's just like it buffs your level a little bit, like what the fuck, and it doesn't even do anything at 99. I think that's actually really stupid, and I think a better way to go about it would be to use this new special orb that the more you chop, like every swing you chop, you're building up this charge, and then you can unleash it and do like a fucking super chop on a tree and like guarantee logs or guarantee ore or things like that, but that aren't related to you just going to like your spec pool and just being like, okay, we're full, let's guarantee ore, okay, let's go. Like that abuse system where this would be, you have to actually hit rocks and that charges up your thing. Same thing with the axe. So in my perfect world, we'd have 2 different orbs, and depending on the weapon, one is always charging up and the other one is a thing that stacks up, and that stack doesn't leave. Like when you switch weapons, that stack remains, at least for a long enough period. Maybe if like, I don't know, maybe if like the item is just no longer in your inventory, it leaves at that point. But like, and I think I agree with you on the point, like the Soulreaper Axe should have like permanent stats. I think the charge thing should just have a release thing where like if you charge it up to 5, then you get a super accurate powerful deck. I think the accuracy is the biggest thing. One of the most disappointing things ever is charging up a 5 stack and then it hits a fucking 0.
Yeah.
Like, God damn it.
At least you still get back the HP, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you do. But
imagine you didn't.
God, that would be just so stupid.
Even more disappointing when the 0 happens. Like just so much more punishing.
Yeah. The other route is a little bit more simple, and that is really just like make the Soulreaper Axe better. And that would just, I mean, I don't know. I think.
So you think we should have the stacks, no matter what?
No,
like
not exactly. It doesn't need to, but I think the stacks it's not good as it is right now because it's way too obnoxious and convoluted. But if we are going to go down that route, it, like I just said, it just opens a lot more opportunity for the future of weapons. So we can have some really cool things.
You just want them to explore that more.
Yeah.
I guess what's interesting about the orb thing for skilling is it makes certain monotonous like AFK skilling more engaging. It's like, all right, well the bar is about to fill up, maybe use it. Like I don't know,
Yeah,
just more
no,
engaging a little bit.
that's exactly it. Like there's something really nice. I mean, just imagine there was no such thing as special weapons in any sort of PVM encounter. So you're at Ulm and you just keep doing your 4-tick auto attack. Like that's it. Like that would get boring. It's fun to be able to use claws. It's fun to be able to use a Void Waker here and there. That literally can just correlate directly with skilling. It's fun to have this charge thing that goes up and then you click it and you go fucking shaboom, like just boom. I got like a massive hit, or I got a huge dopamine surge of supplies coming flooding into my inventory, like that's addicting. Like it's fun and it keeps you kind of more engaged. So this would be, a little bit of a, what do I say? Like an incentive to like be at your computer. So that like, we're not encouraging people like sitting for 15 minutes, at a star mine, which
seems like we're going that route right now.
Yeah. That's a different topic to be had. Like I'm okay having like AFK things like that. And that's totally fine. But this would be something, if you are going to be focused, you're getting that extra incentive to be there, like that extra perk. So
it kind of would be all around XP buffs. But what about the fact that there is no other weapons that are like this? So if you had a permanent orb there, it's like, do you go back and change some older weapons, or no? Do you just strictly, this is a new weapon type case?
Yeah, that's just a new weapon. I mean, you could, if there was reason to go back and see some weapons that have really, really shitty special attacks, you could just add something. It would have to be voted in, but for the most part, it would just be something new that we're trying out. That, for the future of weapons. I was also, this is another kind of avenue that they could take. It would be maybe for two-handed weapons exclusively, and the reason I'm saying two-handed is because I don't think it would work with one-handed weapons, because what I'd want is there to also that secondary orb would also be used for shields. So I would love to see the game kind of evolve into more like useful shields. I think like we have all these shields in the game that all suck ass. We're literally playing Defenderscape. Like there's literally no use for ever using shields. And I think what would be cool is if that secondary orb was a shield orb primarily. So we could go back and look at shields from the past and see like, okay, what would be really cool is to use this shield, and every time you deflect something, that charge is building up. So it's kind of like almost like a DFS in a sense, where you're charging up this shield sort of, and it gets more and more and more defensive as you wear it. So it would, I don't know, like I'm not going to like go into like certain specifics, but it really is just about having shields be a little bit more powerful, having them have maybe little special abilities potentially, or maybe just straight up damage negation. The more you have it on, the more you're deflecting stuff. And the reason then that it would only work with two-handed weapons is because if you had a single-handed weapon using that secondary orb, you also couldn't have the shield. So it'd almost be like primarily for shields.
So that's where that comes in, because I was wondering like, well, why not the one? Because if you use the one, you need the shield. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, when you talk about all these shield abilities and stuff, I'm not going to lie. What comes to mind immediately is RS3. Now, the reason why is because I'm pretty sure that's how they made shields relevant. They had they had to add specific abilities that you can only use if you have a shield equipped. I'm pretty sure. I'm not a big RS3 guy, but I'm pretty sure that's the route they went to make them relevant.
Yeah, and again, like it's not like the biggest thing to make them relevant. Like I've definitely heard people's like opposing views, which is the more, and I agree with this fully. Like the more you try to buff defensive items, the less skill is required for pieces of content, because you're just
absolutely
you're just getting free fucking defense. Like you don't need to do anything. I mean, that's what we've seen with God Wars at this point. At one point, our weapons weren't good enough. We had to flick. Nowadays, you got like, we're just crazy powerful and we have crazy armor that like you can just fucking sit there and just actually just unironically left click it and just kill it and you're fine. It's almost worth to just not flick, because the flicking is just so much more energy and you barely take any damage anyway. But I think, I don't know, there is some potential to add a skill element to that shield orb, which would be like, maybe if you click the orb right when something's about to attack you, it would give like a deflect kind of effect where you're not just gaining more and more defense over time. Maybe that has like a little bit of a passive effect, maybe it doesn't. But when you unleash the shield attack, you're trying to unleash it with like a big incoming hit. So like it kind of deflects it. And so there is that skill element to it kind of, but like, I don't know. I just feel like, I don't know. I'm just bored of Defenderscape for the most part. I think it would be kind of cool to bring back shields. But again, this is like a really sensitive topic and I don't think it's fully necessary.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing Corp right now, and you get to use your DFS for it, so that's kind of interesting, I guess.
It is.
You actually have a use for it.
I mean, yeah.
You probably never used it before this, ever.
It's funny because, like, I was thinking, like, speaking of Corp, so for those that don't know, back in the day, Corp, well, it's changed over the years, but there was a big portion of time where when you left Corp Cave, like when there was nobody in the Corp Cave, Corp would fully regen to full every time, just immediately. And now it does this rapid heal where if there's nobody in the cave, it's rapidly healing around like 15 HP every tick. So you just got to get back in there immediately, which I thought was really arbitrary and kind of like stupid. And I feel like that was kind of like a Band-Aid solution. But at the same time, it's actually offered your shields having use because that your shields now are added DPS. Like the more you telly out, the more DPS you're losing. So like you want to be as defensive as possible, which I just think is fucking awesome. Like it's like the one place where using a shield is more DPS. It's really nice. I like it.
Yeah, then you have those irons that are, rioting that, hey, we should make Corp how we have necks and everything, and I'm just not a fan.
Yeah, let's talk about
where you can
that.
You can group kill it. Yeah,
so there's group Corp. There's also people talking about Phosani's Corp, and there's also people talking about Phosani's necks. And for those listening, Phosani's is just a troll way of saying like a solo variant that's like easier. I understand that people want, especially Ironman, want a group Corp experience, but that. Like it's just hard because like I don't have like a full on argument against it because it really just comes down to like, oh no, Corp's always been this way, it needs to stay, and we are playing in Ironman mode. But I'm still willing to listen to people's opinions on that. I just think Corp as isn't in a bad spot. It's actually like a really, really unique fight and grind, and it remains really old school, which I don't want to see taken away because I don't think it's AIDS to grind Corp. If it was like extremely annoying to do and like and we're still back in like the MMORPG era where we have to go to fucking Nightmare Zone to redo our stats and use a 65% spec BGS and go back and suicide a bunch of food. No, like we've gotten to a point where it's like really, really streamlined and it still is kind of old school and I kind of want to keep that. That's my own opinion though.
I think it's funny how like Corp sigils are extremely rare. Like what is it, 1 in 565 to get a sigil?
585,
something like that.
Yeah.
So 585, you would think I would know with all the Corp.
Yeah, come on.
Anyway,
man. Don't even. Anyway,
so but the fight is similar, at least with the current gear now, is probably similar time to like what Phosani's is. Meanwhile, Phosani's technically you get a drop like. In the same KC, you'd get like 3 drops on rate compared, but Phosani's is a problem compared to Corp.
Dude, Phosani's...
What do you think about that?
Okay, so last night I was streaming Corp, and I had a guy come in talking about Phosani's, and I was like, you know what, let's go grind a few Phosani's kills. So I actually went there last night, and I haven't really grinded Phosani's in a long time. I've only had like 200 something KC. And I went there and like it's a fun fight. Like it really is. It's like really engaging. It's just pathetic that the drops are so fucking rare. And I'm only missing an Eldritch. And I realized me going for an Eldritch and Nightmare is literally the same amount of hours, if not more, than going for an Ellie. Like me going specifically for one orb is like the same amount of time as going for a fucking Ellie. Like that is nuts, dude. That's like actually.
Is it only nuts because we put the Elysian on this pedestal of like item tier for an account to have? Why isn't Eldritch on the same? Or on the same kind of tier.
It could be the. I mean, it is a good question. It's a good question because, I think it really is just about how we think about it. Like we've always seen Corp as the kind of lottery monster. where it comes out, and that was
sure.
originally what Nightmare was supposed to be. So I'm not trying to take away from that. I think part of it is this idea that Nightmare is like, it almost feels like a sub raid. Like it feels like just a step lower than a raid, where like these are kind of like essential items in a sense. They're not essential, but it kind of feels like if you're in that end game era, that feels like essential, like an essential grind. So with Corp, it never felt essential.
Yeah, and there you go. That's your difference right there. You want the Inquisitor so bad. Like, yeah, if you got a Spectral and Ellie, that would be cool. But no, you want that Inquisitor.
Yeah.
So you're annoyed that it takes similar time.
Yeah. And okay, here's the other thing. I'm not that like, okay, I'm in a really privileged position to have basically completed Nightmare. I am just missing an Eldritch. So I'm not like in the position of like, I want my Nightmare items easier. Like, I mean, low key, I think it would be for the best interest of the game, because there are some people that just refuse to do Nightmare, even though they find it a fun fight, because it's just a fucking waste of time. Like, you just I don't even know how many hours it is to complete, but it's like near 1,000 hours to fully green log that shit. I think it is 1,000 hours, isn't it?
It's definitely out there.
Isn't it 7,000 kills to like complete?
Listen, I've never killed one Phosanis. Like I've never been back there since I got that mace. Literally never killed one.
Oh wow. Yep. Oh yeah,
I don't even know the fight. I don't even know.
It's a fun fight.
I've seen streamers do it. It looks a little bit more fast-paced and everything. I mean, again, I do my grinds based on what I think will change. I think Nightmare will change in terms of, I don't know, Inquisitor gets stronger, so I'll kill it faster, or the drop rates change. So I'm not touching that until, like, whatever they do.
Yeah. I think ultimately the best route to go down would be to increase the drop rate slightly. I would even say, and this is like really like being realistic about it. Like I've kind of said like, oh, a 1 in 50 would be fucking amazing, and it would be, but right now it's a 1 in 160 to get a drop. I think if they were to double that and make it 1 in 1 or 1 in 80, just so you're getting drops twice as often. I literally think that would be for the best interest of the game, like for the health of the game, because even if they do buff the items, because we have to look at like the long term of the game. Like we're going to continually get more and more and more and more content, and Nightmare items are going to get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse in relation to all the new stuff that's going to come out. So I think right now is a really good time to just address it and realize, okay, this 1,000-hour grind can be cut in half, please, to like just 500 hours. 500 hours is still fucking absurd. It's it's more time than you spend in a raid, and it's just one boss. It's not like a variety. It's just like, no, you're just sitting there. So that is what I would want. This is my own, opinion. And I would also like to see the items buffed. Right now, the harm orb will get buffed because they're adding elemental stuff, elemental weaknesses to monsters, which will in turn make the harmonized staff good at some places. Probably won't change any like super high level PVM metas, but a lot of early stuff and a lot of kind of mid stuff might have like some really cool effects with that. Volatile is kind of dog shit. Eldritch has a lot of use, actually, because it has that prayer saving effect. Inquisitors needs to fucking guarantee a Dragon Warhammer spec. I'm sorry. Like, I've been saying that for years, but it's fucking time. Please. Like,
literally years.
Fucking, literally, please. We need this. Like, full ink, and I'm talking all three pieces, guarantees Dragon Warhammer specs. That alone would be a massive buff to the armor. And listen to this. I know I'm going on some fucking rambles right now, so my audience is like, let Travis speak. Fuck you. No, I'm kidding. I'm going on my rambles already.
I'm gonna get you.
So it's full ink, guarantees a Warhammer, and I was talking about this with my stream. I was like, please, somebody tell me where this would be broken, because I need to know where it would be broken so we can reevaluate. There was literally I don't think there's any place that's like actually broken to have this effect. So I want to see that, and so we see Osmumten's Fang, you know how it has a double accuracy roll, like literally 100% more accurate. Yeah. That is crazy, first off. And then you see Inquisitor's armor. Guess how much it is, like, increase with the full set? 2.5%. 2.5. Like, it's literally like a factor of 40
No, isn't
smaller.
it 5? Because it doubles it, no?
No. It's it's 0.5 per piece.
Oh, yeah. And then 1% extra for the full? Is that
Exactly.
What it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's 2.5. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what are these? Like, okay, I was saying for a while, like, you could just double that to like 5%. And that was like me being like, oh my God, he's getting really greedy, you know, fucking 5%. Like, bro, you can make this shit better. It's Addy armor, and the fucking Great Helm's only +4 strength. The Torva helm is double that. Like, we have this armor that's super giga powerful, and we have Inquisitors that is supposed to have like some negatives for some positives in other areas, and it's just like this dog water armor for the most part. So give it a significant buff. The full set, just make it 5%. That's not even asking that much. I mean, you could even go a little bit higher than that if you wanted, at least in the accuracy department. Maybe make it like 10% more accurate, 5% damage with the full set again. And then per piece is just 1% and maybe 2% for accuracy. People would have to plug these into the calculators, but for the most part, that actually would be reasonable. And then the Dragon Warhammer guarantee specs with the full set. And that we would be in such a great position with Nightmare. Nightmare is a more enjoyable grind. They're more powerful. It's more powerful. It feels more worthwhile, and you're getting drops twice as often. Oh my God, that would be insane. That would be so great. What do you think?
That's a crazy change. Like, that's so much to change.
Yeah.
So if you had a choice, if I told you your choice is, one, we buff the stats, or we leave the stats, leave the negative / all of that, and gave it guaranteed Warhammer, which one would you choose?
Guaranteed Warhammer.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I would too, just for consistency, but like maybe too much consistency could be bad because it does get rid of RNG.
The thing is,
do you want everything, like every speed run to be exactly the same?
I don't want this. It's true that this will make things more consistent, but it's one avenue where we have, and this is just a problem with the route we've gone with this game, is that you feel the obligation to lower things defense because monsters' defenses are really, really high. And when you don't hit that hammer, it's basically a reset. It's just like, fuck, like we're doomed. And you got to keep in mind, like, well, one, we already have the Void Waker, which guarantees specs. This is obviously has an additional effect, which is negating
But
defense.
it sounds like they want to go away from that.
They do, but I don't think they are. Actually, the more I've kind of thought about this, I don't actually think they're going to touch the Void Waker. I'll be honest. I don't think they are. I think they brought it up for discussion to be had, and I don't think anybody's really for it.
They were kind of wanting to see like who's gonna like, you know, pipe up and be like, yeah, this is what I wanted. But like everyone's kind of like, yo, what the? And me as well as you. I just got my Void Waker when League started. That's what I did of it, and then I ended up playing Leagues. But I have not spec'd once with that thing. I swear to God, like it's gonna change it right when I got it. Like,
it's fun. It's really fun to use. And to be fair, like No Monkey, he made a video talking about it, and he brings up a good point. Like Void Waker is very, very powerful. But
talking about the video he made this morning.
It was like yesterday morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was just talking about the Fang and the like scythe and all this.
Yeah, I watched it. So I was
yeah. But he just mentioned like the Void Waker. He feels like is in a good spot. Other people have said it's in a pretty good spot. Like it's very, very powerful, but it's still, you know, a grind that you have to do, and it's an expensive item that comes from the wilderness. And yeah, and I think for the most part, like, yeah, maybe like something could be slightly changed. Maybe it doesn't have to have 100% accuracy, but something really close to it where you still could potentially miss. But at that point, it's like, whatever, just let it fucking guarantee it. Shit, what was I? Oh yeah, so the Dragon Warhammer guaranteeing. One, it makes Inquisitors very sought after. So that play, like Nightmare, becomes really, really desirable. So it makes the content
value of the items, like the price.
Oh yeah, the value. I mean, the price.
Now, do you care about that?
No.
Don't use the GE.
No, I don't care. I mean, I don't care about just like I don't care whatever the prices are. I'm just saying the value of the actual item in PVM scenarios.
Gotcha.
Just like, dude, I mean, I still miss 12 fucking hammers in a row with max, I mean, absolute max at Corp, I will still miss 12 hammers before I hit my first one. That's happened, like, it almost happens every stream, basically. Like, I'll grind Corp for 5 hours. It'll happen at least once, like a stream, where I just fucking miss 12 hammers. That's just like, yeah, somebody could say, oh, that's just RuneScape, you know, you miss a bunch. But like we're at the point where like the game that we're playing like requires you to drop its defense. Like it's okay, it's not a full requirement, but it really like speeds things up to a significant degree. And so you kind of need it. And there is nothing bad or wrong about like going down this route where that is just entirely removed, because it doesn't affect things in a negative way. I don't feel like I feel like, I don't know, it's like there's something about like guaranteeing that defense reduction that's actually just way better feeling than I'm really struggling to like try to get my points across, but like
articulate.
Yeah, to articulate what I'm trying to say. But I don't think there's any real cons to this. Now, there is a slippery slope argument saying, well, if you want this, then you're going to want everything to be guaranteed. No, I don't really want that. I think the biggest thing is this defense reduction avenue where like you feel obligated to reset a lot, and resetting feels really shitty. And a couple examples, Tecton, first of all, I don't like the Band-Aid fix. I already talked about that with Purple Thorax, I think. The way of just arbitrarily saying the first hit on Tecton guarantees a Warhammer. Like, can we just make it so it's Inquisitors?
Odd. So you don't like the fact that now people are running like Torva because like they are getting the spec off. You think that they should have to be wearing the Inquisitor to get that effect?
I think so I'm not butthurt that people get to use Torva. I think using Torva is great and all, but I think the way to have gone about guaranteeing a Warhammer spec would not to have just been this place in this one scenario on this first spec guarantees this. Like, it's just so odd. Why not just give it the Inquisitor's effect? So now the Inquisitor, because right now, like them having done that, them having made Tecton guarantee a Dragon Warhammer spec has actually devalued Inquisitors. Because now people don't bring Inquisitors.
It has the opposite effect.
Yeah, it has the complete opposite. So now it's actually worth less.
Yeah, I don't even know where you use it other than Nightmare now. Except for a spec and Corp, I guess.
Yeah, and if it could just fucking guarantee a spec and Corp, like, dude, that change, like, for an Ironman, like, now, before you grind Corp, you need to go get full ink. Like, that's a huge upgrade.
Yeah, you might as well do Nightmare first.
Yeah, it would feel like that. And so then when you get the full set, it's like, oh, baby, I'm fucking... Like, this is a huge time save now. Like, this is
a lot of things you need to do before you do Corp, because you want the Fang, you want Masori for the defense.
Voidwaker.
Yeah, Voidwaker. Which that is actually a reason why I like that Corp doesn't get changed to be like a group activity, because all these small little gear upgrades that we've gotten throughout the years has been changing Corp. And I like that, like, when a new weapon or item comes out, you could look back at all the bosses and be like, you know what, this actually changes this boss, you know, like this improves it quite a lot.
Totally. I'm totally with you. We would lose a lot with like trying to just make Corp easier. It's even
we're biased because we've done a lot of kills, but still, like,
it's biased, but
I think it's the right way.
Yeah, no, I think it is for the health of. And again, this is going back to Corp is in a good place. It's a fun fight. It's nostalgic. It's different than any other fight, and I just feel like we should keep that.
What I push for the game nowadays is quality of life over making things easier. Like, yeah, if this makes it way more quality of life, I like that. But if it just strictly makes it easier, it's like, I don't know.
You're right. I'm with you there too.
Because I think with the Corp thing, that's not quality of life. That's just making it easier.
Yeah, it is. Just another thing on that Corp topic is like them making it so Corp rapidly regens is actually a really good thing. I thought it was really arbitrary. I thought it was kind of like stupid. But when you think of if it didn't have that rapid healing effect, then you could literally kill Corp at any stage on an Ironman. You could go in there, just fucking enter, hit it a few times, go back to your pool. It doesn't heal anything at all. But the fact that it is rapidly healing encourages you. It's like a huge incentive to get as much
DPS check.
Yeah, it is. It's a huge DPS check. And that's like a really I think it's necessary for that grind.
That's a good point, because I guess you could just go in ZCB it, teleport out, ZCB it,
Exactly.
teleport out, like
Exactly.
110, 110, 110. Even though that probably wouldn't be the best. But now, before we continue talking about like weapon balancing and all that, because I'm sure we got to still go over the axe more and stuff like that. What about like how you're talking about making items like, Inquisitor easier to get and everything? What about the fact that like, when you go for like when you get in that grind mindset for an item like that and then you
Hmm.
get it, it's just the best feeling ever. Like losing that like feeling because it's no longer as rare. Like it's not as like trophy to
Hmm.
have and stuff like that. Is there any, merit to that, losing that effect? Because I know you're going to go down the route of, well, what about chambers rates
Yeah.
and stuff
Yeah.
like that? And it just starts to be where it's like, oh, I got a twisted bow. Right now you go crazy over it, but like, not that they'll make it that common that you lose the twisted
Hmm.
bow, but like all the rest of it as well, I feel like will be a domino effect.
That's a good question, and I think again, all of this is subjective. I have to like clarify that. These are my opinions. I'm willing to reevaluate my positions on these, but really, I don't think there should be any items that are of use, like things that are like an upgrade, like a T-bow or just like kind of like raids items and other kind of like boss items. I don't feel like anything should be more rare than like 250 hours. I
Oh, so
that
strictly hours wise, but hours can
Yeah, they
be
vary. They vary.
yeah, extremely depending on gear and stuff.
I think like being efficient about it, items should not be more rare. Like useful upgrades, like
And
items.
Jagex should do the math, or like who like dictates that, you
I
know?
mean, I don't. It doesn't need to be like strict. Like it must be 250 on the dot. Like it could be even up to like 300. I just feel like as soon as you're approaching 400, 500, 600, like these kind of just absurd amount of hours grinds, it's just this is too much.
So
And
essentially,
yeah.
Jagex comes out with the boss, comes out with the fight, right? We, grind it. We, through the wiki sourcing and all that, we
Hmm.
figure out drop rates, hours and all that. It turns out that it's 400 or 500 hours to complete or get an item or something like
Yeah.
that. That's where we should band together and be like, hey, look, this should be reevaluated, or not essentially that route.
It's just my own opinion. So I don't think there should be any banding together. I just think it I think as soon as you go beyond the 250, 300-ish hour mark for a specific item, it gets to be just like unfun in a sense. Like it's too many hours. And if people disagree with that, I would ask you, at what point would it be unfun? 1,000 hours, 1,500 hours, 2,000 hours? Like there has to be a cutoff point where items just become like, okay, this is just stupid. Like this is just way too long. Because there
It's
is
the
a
biggest
cutoff point for everybody.
seems like the biggest problem is there's no like definitive, okay, once you've hit this much KC or hours or
Yeah.
time that you get the item, because it could be 250 hours to get it on average, but like,
Yeah. No,
not
that's the
everybody
important
is the
thing is
average.
it's assuming that it is average. So, and this is also kind of saying like, as soon as you pump up to 500 hours, if you go 8x rate, you're looking at fucking 4,000 hours. And if it's only a 250-hour grind, if you go hella dry, you're only looking at you're only looking at 2,000-hour grind. But again, and just to kind of go back to like making things more common. Chambers, I do think items need to be made more common. It doesn't need to be as drastic as Phosani's. I think even like a 10% increase of purples on average would be a very healthy change to the game. And I know it would devalue my items. I already have all Chambers items completed. I'm still advocating for this. It's simply because I'm looking at the long-term health of the game, where we're going to have raids 4, we're going to have raids 5, we're going to have raid 6, we're going to have all these other bosses. Chambers items are eventually going to get devalued. So are we still going to keep the fucking 500-hour T-bow grind like that? Like there will eventually come a day where like those items are not as prestigious as they currently are. And I feel like we need to address the fact that these items are extremely rare, like way more rare than their raids counterparts right now. Like Tob has really good drop rates, I think. I think that was really optimal. Isn't a scythe only like 230 hours efficiently?
I
Like
don't
not
know.
even.
Apparently, it's like a million for
Yeah,
me.
for
No, I'm
you
just
it
kidding.
is, but yeah.
No, no, yeah, it sits at a pretty like it's. It's
it's
rarer than a
reasonable.
shadow, I believe.
Yeah. And
I think shadow's the
Toa
easiest.
Toa did great with drop rates. I think, and people would disagree with me. What?
Wait, I was gonna say, are you sure about that? Like
No,
Fang
no,
and Lightmare?
yeah,
Like,
but the reason those don't feel well, there's an overarching, in my opinion, problem with TOA, and that's that it's too easy. It's just like if Toa had come out without an invocation system, and it's literally just here's the raid, like similar to Theater. If Theater of Blood had an invocation system on release, we'd be thinking these items are too fucking easy. Like, oh my god, like just you're. So in my opinion, raids should be end game content where there are DPS checks. There are like you need coordination. You need the best of the best items to really do this. Toa had some great stuff. It got people into PVM. There's a lot of positives it did. But I'm just saying, like, when you make content too accessible, item prices are gonna fucking just plummet. Like, they're just not gonna be worth much. And so I don't think it's rates wise. I think it's just the fact that everyone can do Toa at combat fucking 50 and higher. Like, you can just do it.
you know, it'd be an interesting discussion is because I have a lot of things going through my brain right now, but like just staying with Toa for a second. If you said you removed invocations, right?
Yeah.
What would be the appropriate, like, as if like we could design the raid to be like, all right, this is how the raid should have been. What raid level do you think it would have sat at? Now I know you could go to each room and be like, oh, you shouldn't have this mechanic in every raid, but you should have this one. But like, what around? Like, do you think 400 or is that too high as like a standard?
Yeah, it's
like,
good to.
This is the raid.
It's interesting. So let me just also like restate. I'm not like necessarily saying like Toa. It would be better if Toa never had an invocation system. I think it has offered a lot of positives, and it's a really cool system that they tried out. The main thing, and then I'll answer your question, is like I just want raids to be very difficult all the way through. Like I want it to feel like you can't just run in there. You can't just do like some little easy versions of it and kind of build your way up. I just think that should be made for. I think they're coming out with like a mid-level gauntlet kind of raid like thing coming out. Like that would be a great place to introduce invocations because you're learning the steps, you get to improve on it, you get to put these building blocks on it and you get to improve. And then raids should be one difficulty and then the challenge mode potentially, if that's how we want to go down. Like it should be a very high like entry level basically to get in. Like the entry to get in and start raiding should be a very high level. Like that's at least my opinion. I just think raids, end game raids that are offering the very best of the best and best in slot items, like they needs to be hard. But you're right. Honestly, at this point, so kind of to answer your question, if they kept the invocation system, I would love it. This is all in hindsight, of course, and they've already made some changes to invocation systems, but they've remained pretty stable currently. So I was thinking 200 should be the normal cutoff, and 400 should be expert. And if it didn't have invocation system, at least what we have right now with invocations, maybe it would be like a 400 is like the raid, and then 550 or something would be like the challenge mode or whatever. But yeah,
so
that's
three
kind of
tiers: normal, expert, and challenge. Or when you're saying?
Oh well,
normally they have normal and hard mode.
Yeah. So I mean, well, it's just hard. It's like an unanswerable question because the way you set up invocations, it just drastically changes the raid. But
I was just curious what you would define as like this would have been like a good like middle ground of if
it'd probably be 400.
Like this, it would have been
400.
Because I think 300 would have been too easy still.
You're right. 400
with the current gear.
400 would have been good. I mean, look at TOB release. People weren't being able to complete it for the first couple days.
You know what's an unfortunate reality is what we want with what you're saying, that we want it harder and everything. They did the complete opposite of what they did for Top because it wasn't accessible because it was harder.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to admit it was a more successful release, TOA. Like more players are engaged with it.
Yeah.
So what we want is what Jagex for sure doesn't want.
Yeah,
they don't want less people interacting with content that they spend absolute crazy amount of hours creating.
Yeah. No, I actually think in the grand scheme of things, TOA was a huge success. In fact, it offered so many more positives than negatives. My feelings on this is that in the future, like, it was cool because it got people raid experience. So there was a massive portion of players that hadn't ever raided before, and TOA was that entry point to get people that experience. Now they want to do chambers, now they want to do top, and it's getting like the overall player base to a higher skill ceiling. Like, or just like the ceiling's rising, and we're the base is rising as well.
It's almost like it's good to have one of the raids that do that, but going forward now, stay away from that.
And they're offering different like different pieces of content in the future. Like I said, they're offering this new like mid-game kind of raid that's going to teach people the basics, and that would be a great opportunity for invocations. That'd be a great opportunity to teach people like really valuable skills, and that's where the kind of invocation / like kind of adjusting how you want to do the fight. Like, that would be a great time to do that. But for the future, I want to actually have end game raids that feel like you must be good at the game to participate in this. And yes, it's unfortunate because you look at Jagex's numbers and you're like, oh, this wasn't successful because not that many people did it. But you got to have that. Like, I mean, Inferno, nobody was doing Inferno unreleased. Only the fucking Giga gamers. That was one of the greatest pieces of content that's ever hit this game because it's something to strive for. TOA was never something to strive for.
Like, when you kill Zuck for the first time, you get your cape. There's literally no better feeling. Oh my
god!
Just the relief. Like,
when did you get your cape? Was it
1 month after it came out?
You're a fucking gamer for that. Jesus Christ!
It's all I did. So I mean, like, I literally could not play the game unless I like had the cape. And that's what happens to people. So they either immediately burn out from like, oh, I just won't do this, or they will only do it. And like, it is a mental game at that point. And that's what Inferno really is. It's the mental game. Can you go right back in?
Totally.
Can you learn from your mistake? Like, that's what it really is. If you could just sit down and be like, okay, why did I die? And just like, you go back in, you fix that mistake, you learn a new corner safe spot. Each time, if you learn a new thing, you will get it. The gear is good enough in the game now that like, you don't need to be the best player in the game to be able to do it.
Yep.
Jad hands will always be a thing though. Yeah. Like shaky mouse shit.
Yeah.
Like, but that's what makes the game. That's what
I know.
Like, makes it, like, we need more of that. I don't know how you create more of that though. Hopefully the Coliseum has that, because you get to your new PB wave, and like, I don't know if it's going to be random or every wave's going to be set, so like, okay, wave 15, this is exactly what's going to happen. I don't know, but I hope it brings that back.
What do you want? Do you want the staticness or the randomness from the Fortis Coliseum?
Randomness, because static encounters create like just a routine of like, okay, this wave you do exactly this. There will be a mid-max, like, you blow pipe here and shoot a T-bow here, this tick, like kind of how Nilo is. And like, it's funny because people love Nilo so much, and so do I, but I don't like how everything is completely like, you need to know this exact thing or else, like, my memory is not that good.
Yeah.
So like, if I try to learn a new role at Nilo, like, I've done it so much now at this point that I've kind of got it, most roles, but like, there's all those little nuances of the flashers and all that. But I don't know, consistency is good, but I like to think on your feet. I think that's what really sets apart like a lot of players.
You're right. There's actually like a pro and a con to the static nature. Like, in one aspect, static nature feels really good because you master waves. Like, you know what's going to come, and you've done it enough where it's just like, okay, this feels good. I fucking mastered this shit. The problem is we live in plugin-scape, so you see like fight caves. It just shows you where everything's about to go. Maybe in the Fortis Coliseum, you'd even have advanced plugins that are showing step on this tile, be on this tile. It's like every wave is just updating where you need to be. But this is where I think it wouldn't be a problem. The further you get, well, one of the problems with randomized is that you could get RNG'd, which I think could be quite annoying. I think with randomness, you could make it so randomness is fair. It would be very hard to kind of like program that, because I feel like to make it really fair, you'd almost have to know where you're supposed to start so you don't get like fucked over. The beauty of staticness is, especially with Fortis Coliseum, that it's endless, is that you can add so much complexity to stuff that the staticness isn't even going to help you. It's just, you have to play perfectly. And it feels good getting better and better and better at something that you have fully mastered. You know what's about to happen. You're right, though. Like, the randomness does add a huge element of challenge to it. But I actually think in RuneScape particularly, staticness is actually more fun. This is my own opinion. I think it's actually more enjoyable going into something that you feel like you've mastered. And you don't have to, like, I don't know. I feel like you want to get to the point where you feel very, very comfortable, and getting to that point feels really good. When it's continuously randomized, I don't know. I feel like it can just be like annoying to a point. I don't know. Do you see what I mean?
Inferno just is the perfect example because it's not static, but like your argument of you could get RNG'd. So early on in your Inferno, and like this is still me because I haven't really done much Inferno. I would like to do it, but it's kind of like, I don't want to say a waste of time right now. When I go for my GM stuff, I will. But like, let's just say like wave 63, right? That's that pinnacle wave that has the blobs that spawn everything. And if you get a RNG, quote unquote, bad spawn, you could get like really fucked up, and you're like, oh, and you have to think on your feet, and you could get theoretically RNG'd. But is it RNG if like, you see Scotty and all them, they're standing out like in the middle of the room and they're consistently like killing everything, no problem. So it really is, it's still consistent, but like you have to get it to be consistent. That's that skill separation.
You're right.
It's different, but it actually still is the same.
You're right. I think my fear is that Fortis Coliseum is different than Inferno because it's endless. Like, it keeps getting harder. So
yeah.
I'm looking more at like,
I have no idea how they're gonna do that.
Exactly.
It's just that sky's the limit for that. Good luck to them.
If you were to make it static with Fortis Coliseum, don't get me wrong, there would be some cons. One would be potentially it's boring, having to go through the early shit, and just knowing exactly what's about to happen.
Here's the biggest potential: a guide.
Oh yeah, I mean totally. A guide would fucking solve every wave for you. It's
but like tick by tick guide, you know what I mean? Like players are that like advanced nowadays that if someone made a tick by tick guide, which we basically had that with Awakened bosses.
I'm just gonna
say
tough,
right now,
though.
if Red Eye Jedi didn't come out with those Awakened videos, I don't know if I would have gotten mine like as easily as I did as an Iron, where you don't have unlimited orbs. Like the Duke fight, like he had that mapped out for us. Like if I didn't have that, I would have been like, what the hell is going on?
I even watched his video on Duke, and I just was like, I'll be fine. I'll just brute force this. That I actually died like 13 fucking times. I should have just
you're probably like,
tiles.
wait, hold on. Exactly.
It gets out of control. But you got to think. Fortis Coliseum, you could add so much complexity. I mean, you could have it where like, you stand on this tile, but guess what? If you're not DPSing enough, there's now falling boulders that are coming. So, you have this kind of idea that, okay, this is where you stand, you shoot this, but you have endless complexity. I mean, you could even have a monster in the Coliseum that shoves an acid trail on you. So now it becomes really fucking difficult where you've just been randomly chucked an acid thing, and now you can't be just on that tile because you're getting damaged. So you have to constantly move. And like, there's just so much complexity that you could add that it would still be static, but the waves still are dynamic in a sense because monsters do have, some weird attacks that force you to move or force you to pray a different thing or force you to fucking kill this monster first or this monster next. It's like, I just feel like the staticness of it is just for like the starts of the waves. You know exactly what you're about to get into, but as soon as you're in the wave, it's like, oh God, like things are going crazy. This guide ain't helping me anymore. Like, I don't know.
It could definitely go pretty crazy, which I'm excited for. But I know the Coliseum will be a huge topic, so I'm gonna come back to one point real quick before we dive way too deep in, because I'm sure it'll happen at some point. So a good point with the invocations and all that at TOA and the accessibility is, how do you feel about skipping weapon tiers? Because like nowadays, like if you just complete Beneath Cursed Sands and you have a Karis, which is like a little stab weapon because everything's weak to stab, and let's just say you got a buddy that's pretty good at TOA and you go into TOA together and you end up getting a Fang and you basically just skipped Whip. You skip Rapier because it's just like better than all of that. Like, is that a problem or no? Like, is that okay that you could like do that?
I think it's fine for the most part. But again, like just going back to TOA needed to be more difficult. It feels like a mid-game thing. You can pump it up. You can make it really difficult if you want.
Well, even if it's really difficult, you could still get carried. Like,
you could, but that would be a way more appropriate. And also going back to just kind of standardizing drop rates in general, because you see Chambered. Like, I think Chambers needs to be dropped a little bit more. Well, I guess you're saying, getting your Fang really early, getting your Shadow.
Well, I'm just using the Fang as an example. I'm just saying, like, is it actually a problem that we skip like weapons? That will happen in the future, where it's like, all right, well, you will never ever use a Blade of Saldor. There's no point. Like, you should get this, or like, should that be addressed? Should all weapons have use? Like,
it's so tough. Like, I think weapons should have use. I think it's always appropriate to go back and balance things, but it's so hard because, like, you easily can get a Fang before you hit 85 Slayer and go for your first whip. That's dog shit in comparison.
Yeah, and it's just way better. So, like, it actually is worth your time to go get that.
It's really tough because I'm not in that position. I don't think about this often. I've just been camped at endgame for so long, like over 4 years now, and like maxed over 4 years. Like, do other people find it concerning? Because don't get me wrong, it is kind of unfortunate that weapons just become like the whip is just, I mean, still is that route to go down if you're not like really comfortable doing TOAs and stuff. But like, I don't know. What if I'm not advocating for this. I got to preface this, but like, what if the Fang had like a Slayer requirement or just some other like kind of higher requirement of something? Me saying that, me vocalizing that already, it's just like, I don't like that idea at all. It's just, but it is, but that would be
the arbitrary stuff like that. Totally. I hate all of that, which prime example is the raid buffs to the mega rares. Like, why is Shadow times? Why is Tebow better? Yo, Scythe, we're just not going to do anything with the Scythe for top. Dude, like, why is it like weird like that? I don't like this.
You're totally right. And like,
also Fang has that as well in TOA. I'm pretty sure
it's stupid because it literally has now devalued so extremely the rapier and any other stab weapon you get, because it's like, in comparison, the Fang is just fucking annihilating everything. Because you have a fucking whatever the buff is, like the original Fang stats. And you're totally right. I think it's so dumb that we've gone down that route where things are just arbitrarily better in this raid. Like, stop doing that.
Yeah, we have. I don't like when you go to a specific area in the game and you can't do something like I've recently been killing Rebs, right? And like, there's just such weird stuff with the Wildy that if you're already 99 HP and you're fighting something, you eat an Angler, you can't go to 121.
So dumb.
But you could brew to 115. It's like, why? Like, I don't get this stuff.
Know.
Like, why does it matter?
They make these Band-Aid fixes because somebody's butthurt about something, and then, okay, we got to fix this, so let's just do this. By the way, there's no actual like in-game like notification or any sort of thing that would tell you this. It's just, if you play this game 12 hours a day and you're constantly on Twitter and Reddit, then you'll know, and you might even still forget. But for the average player, like, what the fuck? Like, how are you supposed to memorize all this shit?
Yeah, you basically, once you go do that content, you have to like learn it again and be like, oh shit, okay, so it's like this for that. So, okay, you hate the raid specific buffs, but they're already a thing, right? So with the Scythe getting buffed, do you think it's interesting that they didn't go that route? That like, oh, in Tob only it gets this X buff.
No, I think I'm glad that they've held back. I just think they should revert the changes that make Tebow really fucking good at chamber. Like, it's like uncapped, right? Like, stop with that, because it makes every other weapon before that feel so shitty. Like,
yeah, it's an insane upgrade.
It's an insane upgrade, and it's like, yeah, it's fun to use, but you're like, there's a lot of negative effects to it, and it's the same, especially in TOA. Like, getting a Shadow compared to anything else is like a fucking 2x like thing. It's just like stupid.
I think it's actually more than 2x.
Yeah,
because you always hit. The accuracy is through the roof.
It's like, stupid. Like, stop. And like,
I'm pretty sure with the new ring you could hit 84. Like, it's just a basic attack, and you always hit. Like,
I know. It's like, okay, don't get me wrong, it's fun, but it's just like, stop. Like, we don't need to make stuff extremely unbelievably OP. And I think the only reason they ended up doing that is because like the Tebow was better at some places and they wanted the Shadow to be better. It's like, who cares? The Shadow has incredible use everywhere. Like, it's okay if a Tebow's good. It's still a Raids mega rare. Like, I don't know. I hate it. It's also, again, like, when you enter TOA and you don't have a Fang, you feel like you're trolling. Like, everything feels like like you're using a rapier, but it's a fucking end game weapon from TOB, and it feels like this little crappy little Pokeboy that sucks and it hits a bunch of zeros. You get a Fang, it just has this crazy buff to it inside the raid, and it's like
from the way harder raid, you get the rapier, and it's just dog shit.
Yeah.
I tell my friends when they're like doing TOA, they're like, "Oh, I'm doing solo," and they're using a rapier. I'm like, "Bro, you have to go do team raids until you get a Fang. Like, it's just, you don't even realize how much worse it is.
I feel like
have to use it.
I just feel like please stop with the stupid arbitrary buffs in certain pieces of content. Like, knock that off. I hate it. I actually hate it.
So, talking about the Shadow and how powerful it is. So, everybody wants to, or not everybody, but majority of people want the occult to be addressed, right?
Yeah.
So, it's an interesting part that I didn't realize about the Shadow, of how it like scales its damage and everything. If you were to remove 5 magic damage percentage from the occult, like the occult alone, like if you had max mage on, right?
Yep.
And you had no occult, it hits a 55. You put an occult on, you hit a 66. So you gain 11 max hits from the occult, right?
Oh my
if you
God.
were to, yeah, I know it's crazy. If you were to drop it to 5%, right? But you didn't redistribute it to the other gear, you actually lose 6 max hits. So you go from 60 to 66. Now, I saw even No Monkey bring up like, oh, just put it on augury. But actually, by doing that, it's still a significant nerf to the Shadow because you won't get that percentage tripled.
Yeah.
Because the people in leagues, when they use Vaporize, they didn't have that 4% like tripled or quad or whatever the heck the Shadow does nowadays. So like, you kind of get both, but you have players that are like, listen, we still want it to be as powerful. So do you think we just move the damage around instead of the augury bit, or like, I don't know.
I think
you still want both?
Well, first of all, I think the Shadow, I think the Shadow is like one of the stupidest fucking items that's come into this game. It's just like so fucking powerful. It's just like way too. It would be one thing if it was niche. Like, it's good at certain things, like a Tebow. A Tebow's very, very powerful, but you can't just fucking use it at everything. The Shadow is just good at everything. Anything you're gonna mage, you use a fucking Shadow, and it's just disgusting. It's literally disgusting. And I think that needs to be addressed. It sucks that we've already had it in the game for so long, and everyone's goddamn so scared of things becoming a little bit less OP. But
you've already felt the power,
I know. It's just embarrassing how much of an upgrade that is. So luckily, they're doing some things where they're adding elemental weaknesses. That is going to be such an amazing change because it will give variety to mage. Shadow will still be fucking OP. I don't even think they're going to touch the Shadow, to be honest, but adding elemental stuff will make the harmonized staff potentially good in some places. Some other weapons might have an effect where, okay, now you will actually use this at this boss because its weakness isn't to, shadow attacks. And
they'd have to make Shadow defense on things ridiculously high, because right now it doesn't even matter like if you made everything super accurate, because the Shadow already does that. So you literally would just have to make a monster. You just look at certain NPCs and be like, wait, why does it have like 900 Shadow defense? Like, just because that one item exists, they would have to do certain things like that, or else the Shadow still would you might as well just use that.
It's unpopular of me to say this, but I just feel like making extreme multipliers on things, like, oh, every single gear thing gets a triple thing. It's too much, because, and in the future, you're just asking for so many problems.
Like, yeah, I mean, the biggest problem was Virtus coming out, because people were like, oh, okay, so upgrade Ancestral, which would have been insane with the Shadow how it currently is. But like, you literally couldn't do that, because even if you put 1% on every piece, which is so minimum of an upgrade, it still would be only insane on a Shadow, and that's it.
No, Shadow is a really stupid, busted item that's just like Jagex always says like, oh, we're worried about power creep. Let's rebalance it. Why the fuck are you coming out with a thing called a shadow? This thing is so fucking busted. I'm sorry.
It's interesting that we have the 3 styles now, right? We have the T-bow, we have the scythe, we have the shadow. In Raids 4, what is gonna be like? You have to like do again one of the styles, like a mega rare item that like kicks ass. Like I wonder which one they will revisit. I think it'll be melee, but
I hope they come out with shields.
I don't know. That could be a route, or they do that Heka thing again with the 2-tick thing, which could have been interesting.
I want a 2-tick mage weapon so bad. You know what would actually be cool is if like Raids 4 had like a Heka. And like even like, did you ever watch my video from like a year ago of like those, what did I call them? Like fucking abyssal knuckles or whatever, like these fucking like brass knuckles that you're
like
wearing.
the 1-tick melee stuff.
Well, it's 2-tick.
I think it was 2-tick.
Yeah, it was 2-tick, but the special attack would be a 1-tick, like boom, 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 boom. But
imagine for like 10 ticks, you could attack for like every tick or whatever. Like that would be a cool spec.
Yeah, it would just, I don't know. I just think like a weapon like that, because we only have right now a 3-tick weapon. Melee weapon, which that's the fastest. We have a ham joint, we have a swift blade, and they're not really that good. And obviously, the more the crazy thing is like with OSRS, gear has strength bonus, which is very odd, but that's just kind of the road we've gone down. So any speed up is just an insane DPS upgrade every single tick that you save. Yeah, I think it would be really cool to have like that as a mega rare, like some fucking 2-tick melee weapon. It doesn't even need to have stats. Literally, a 2-tick melee weapon that has no stats would be extremely powerful still.
Yeah, just off the bat would just be better than Swiftblade. Like just obsolete.
Oh, completely obsolete, and like you would main these things. I mean, seriously, with full max like melee.
See, that's where it becomes interesting, where it's no longer a niche. It's like,
but it would be a niche.
Use it as a primary weapon.
You can use it as primary, but this is the thing. It goes along with the blowpipe. Like the faster a weapon is, the easier it is to lose ticks.
True. The harder it is to use.
Yeah, like the harder it is to use.
All these 5-tick weapons. I mean, you could even if you're not like a fast like gear switcher. Like if you attack with a scythe and then have to change into like Void T-bow, like you have 3 seconds to do that. Like that's enough time, you know. But like a 2-tick. Yeah.
Good luck. Yeah, good luck not losing ticks.
So that's where it can be some, you know, that could be interesting.
I just think it would be hella fun being able to fucking punch things over and over every 2 ticks. Just
because you never see that animation unless you're like rolling by accident. It's like, oh, I just kicked something by accident.
Yeah. I mean, also, I think what would be cool is, you know, give this mega rare, you know, and again, comes with balancing. I don't know if it has to be negative. I don't know if it has to be 0 stats. I don't know if it could be given a little bit. It would have to have some crazy balancing going on to make it appropriate. But it's easier to lose ticks, so it's harder to play with. And also, you could give the gloves a lot of negative defense because you're really vulnerable. You're just punching shit.
So you're going to go with negative offense instead of defense. Kind of like,
what do you mean negative offense? I mean,
like if it was too powerful, you know what I mean? Like if it's like,
you're right.
Even if it had no stats, but like if you're wearing Torva and all that,
you're right.
You could just do negative strength or something.
No, that's
negative defense though.
Yeah, negative defense would be cool. Like on the gloves, it's given like, you know, negative fucking like 40 to all your.
I guess you could put lore behind that, like you don't have a sword that you could like. I don't know.
You can't deflect shit. Like, you're breaking your wrists, punching shit. Like Jesus Christ, you don't have a shield. Like people can just chop your arms off. Yeah, I don't know. It's just something. But yeah,
it's definitely like
you're
if
right.
Jagex talks to the community more, it's not like we're out of ideas for weapons and stuff. There definitely is some cool things that still can be done. Not just like, oh, we have the 3 megas. Now what could they do? There's still gaps to fill. Like, you know, so they're coming out with 3 different range styles now too. Oh yeah, that's
heavy, standard.
I don't know how I feel about this stuff.
Really? I love it.
Because it's gonna change. So, like, I understand. Like, it'll once it's implemented, the amount of like, you know, testing and you know playing around with how much fun we'll have with that. Sure, but like them just creating metas that they want. Basically, it's like, all right, well, we don't like that people use Shadow at Kree. So we're going to make its Shadow defense really, really high. But we're going to make its crossbow defense really low. So use crossbow. Like them just creating metas that they think is better for the game, I think could be interesting. But also at the same time, like it will take so long to like get it right. Like people will complain like no matter what. Nobody will be happy with this.
You're right. It will be a big change. I think the thing that's exciting about it though is, so you know how the DT2 bosses have been shitting out ballista heads or javelin heads and javelins.
Should I be saving those instead of selling them like I am?
Yes, save them. Save them. Yeah. Let me see how many I have actually right now. I have.
No, it's actually worth like a good amount too. Like that's the funny thing. Like a dragon javelin head.
Yeah, no, they are. As soon as you make them into a javelin, the high alch value just plummets, which is so stupid. It's like the opposite in every other thing. Like the more you what I'm trying to say, like create the resource, the more alch value goes up. So I have 12,000 dragon javelin heads, and where's my actual javelins? 24,000 completed. So I basically have like 37,000.
This is why you've been advocating for this. You're like, I made all these javelins.
I've been saving up. But here's the thing: if they come out with this heavy ranged style, dude, raids 4, new fucking ballista, like new ballista. They
gotta make it 5 tick. Like any 6 tick weapon is just not good. Like,
dude, they should make this fucking thing 3 tick. Can you imagine a 3 tick ballista?
It's just freaking the animation your character
would make. That would be a mega rare. Holy shit.
Like, Jesus Christ, they got to fix that with the Soulreaper Axe. I don't know if you've ever used the Soulreaper Axe at top. I doubt you have. But you know how like you do the webs? So like I screw with my teammates every time where I click like 2 tiles away from it on the tile.
Oh yeah, and your guy like delays.
Dude, when I run around the entire thing, my character just freaking like flies around at one point to like catch up.
Dude, I actually love animation delays.
I've had some people that I didn't tell, and they like got stuck in a web because they were like, I didn't know what was going on, and I'm just like, oh shit. Yeah. Like,
now that's just newbie. That's newbie on their part. Just judge them for that. Like, you fucking noob. You didn't even know. Yeah.
A good way to tell actually if there's any attack delays, if you look at a mini map and you see that their like dot isn't near you, that's how you could tell, which was interesting. Oh, funny enough, another use for the Soulreaper Axe spec. Somebody on my team, since we're all using it right now, it was kind of interesting. On Zarpus, when it screeches, if you Soulreaper Axe spec when it's looking at you, it'll tick eat the hit. So you can't die if it splats at you when you do the spec.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah, so
I like that it insta heals. That's cool.
Yeah,
right?
So right now, like if I don't know for sure if I could get the hit off, I'm like, I'm just going for the spec.
Oh, that's legendary.
It seems to every time to spit at me too, and I'm like, all right. And like if I play with someone that hasn't seen it before, they're like, what just happened? Like they get so confused.
That's fucking cool. Now
especially because it's like a purple splat on you showing you that you healed, which is not something you typically like see.
Yeah,
you're just like, what the heck just happened?
It's a really cool weapon. I really hope it gets a reasonable buff or a change to it that makes it feel like you can use it in different places, because it's such a badass looking weapon too.
I do like it a lot. It's cool, but it seems to be balanced around wearing a Blood Fury, because it makes it that the Blood Fury is always, you don't feel bad ever using a Blood Fury with that thing, because you're always like possibly healing.
And
so that's the only thing I could see, like losing the stacking, like you lose the Blood Fury effect. But Blood Fury in general needs a nerf. Like, oh my, that is definitely at the top of my list. That is the most broken item in the game.
Blood Fury is the most broken thing, and I don't think it's going to get changed. That's the more we go down this route, like the more time that passes, like there's just no way. Like people would be so against getting the blood.
Here you go. Here's your nerf here. Get rid of the stats for it. Like your fury bonuses of attack, like your accuracy and your strength and all that, you lose that.
Yep.
You don't get any of that. Like you have to get like disadvantage for using
I know. It's
so a lot of the time you don't, because it's only like 2+ strength on the torture and stuff.
You're literally getting additional defense, additional prayer. Like it's just the whole thing, like, and this is compared to a torture.
Use it with a scythe. You just have unlimited health.
Dude, so here's the question I wanted to ask, because you brought it up, the Blood Fury. What do you think about a scythe only consuming 1 charge per swing on the Blood Fury?
That's crazy.
Do you think that's fine, or do you think that's bad?
Hell no. I hate how it is right now. Like I don't think how it should be. I'm mains will hate me because all the things that they use all the time that they love, I want nerfed. I want Blood Fury nerfed. I want Purple Sweets nerfed. I think those are the most stupid item in the game that they have unlimited run energy. Like, I just hate the things that I'm like disadvantaged by being an iron. And I know I could de-iron all that stuff, but like, goddamn, bro, like, friggin' screw these Purple Sweets, dude. It's so stupid. They're running around in the raid just like chomp, chomp, chomp.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't like them.
Purple Sweets I fucking love, honestly. I think
Sure you do.
I think the reason I like them is because they're so fucking expensive too. It's like 12K per. How much are they worth right now? I think they're like literally 12K each right now.
Yeah, I saw something on Twitter that they were like 13K, and it was like good. Like I'm that guy that like just strictly sees that, and I'm like, that's a good thing.
Bruh. Yeah, my stack of 100 or I have 12,000 sweets. I think I've had like over 20,000 total. But when I went for my 150 CMs, I literally ate like fucking 8,000 of them. I just chomp it on them. But yeah, that's worth 150 mil.
Like I just checked, I only have 1,000, but I'll never use them, you know. So it's just like, what's the point?
Yeah, I've had 22,000 on my log. Pre-log, I did a lot of clues too, so I don't know how many I've had total. I almost wish I had never eaten a single one, but it's actually fun to eat them. It's fun to use them when you need them.
Yeah, you might as well use them, right? Or else they just collect dust. Which
exactly.
You're running out of areas that you need them, and maybe, which this is a good like segue into this topic. Maybe the agility rework of run energy and stuff will like kind of get rid of it being necessary for certain content, like DM.
Well, I'm surprised. I'm surprised you're even saying like the run energy is the thing you're bothered by that people are getting for free. I feel like it's just like the unlimited healing. Like you just have unlimited tickets and one thing. But you're actually more bothered by just people having unlimited run.
They save inventory slots.
Yeah, that's true.
So they can bring additional gear or like additional time saves and stuff that I just literally just cannot do unless I slave at clues, which I know I chose this game mode, so I always go both ways here. I get it. I'm being selfish, but it is what it is, you know.
I think sweets are in a good position. Okay, well, there will be a huge change to agility and run energy. I can already tell. Like they've already added like a bajillion pools into chambers. You see that?
Yeah, I haven't done any of the.
Me neither.
Actually, I did some on leagues, which we'll talk about that. Sure. I want to wrap up something with the scythe though. Is there any merit behind like the scythe to use it? You have to be like in melee distance, which a lot of the bosses nowadays we kite or do these red X methods and all of that where like you don't take any damage. Like you don't think that like because you have to like tank with a scythe that like it should be like even a little bit better than what they're making it now?
What are you saying? I'm confused.
So like when you use like the Shadow or the T-Bow, a lot of the time like you don't have to like let's just say like bandos, right? Like when you could like freely like freeze it or use these red X methods to like not like take any damage, right? But with a scythe, there's never any of those methods where you basically can take no damage. So like I feel like because you have to like tank with a scythe, like I don't know. I'm not saying
are you saying because there is
a buff?
Okay. First of all, listen.
Kind of where I'm going.
This is mainly for the audience. I'm pretty sure you already know, especially if you watched the No Monkey video. But with the changes that they've made, one is without the scythe even being buffed, it's getting like a 4% DPS buff because zeros are now no longer a thing with successful hits. And you have 3 splats. So just already off the bat, if you successfully hit with a scythe, it's a guaranteed 1. And that's a huge upgrade with 3 splats. So it's like 4%. And on top of that, every single splat is getting, what is it, 15 more slash accuracy?
So are you saying that it's almost like it's triple that accuracy it's getting because every swing is its own?
Yeah. It's like a huge upgrade to that. And so I actually think first of all, I've almost been like anti scythe buff personally. I just think it's already super fucking powerful and it's going to get more and more and more powerful the more, gear upgrades you have because it does have 3 splats. But what they're doing, I think is the best way to go about it is just adding accuracy because they are right. The scythe can feel really shitty in places like CMs and any place where things are super, super high defense. So I personally think what they've done with this, what they're proposing with the scythe, 15 additional slash accuracy, and then just the change that's going all across, which is like a 4% buff of just making all zeros ones. Not all zeros ones, all successful hits that are zero become ones, is a good enough change already, and it's going to make the scythe feel really good already. I don't think it needs any further buff.
Just to clarify, this is coming from someone who has basically never used the weapon, but I've only heard that, like, hey, when you get it, you basically only use it at top and like 1 or 2 bosses here or there. Like, I don't know if this change is enough where people are gonna be like, oh, now you definitely want to use that. Like,
thing is
it's just a little bit better than at the places that you already do use it.
Well, we're blinded by the fucking shadow at this point, where the shadow is good at everything, and now we have this like delusion that's like all best slots need to be best at everything, and if it's not, buff it to fucking hell, basically. Like, just keep buffing it. Like, the shadow needs to be fucking toned down. I'm sorry, it should not be good everywhere. It shouldn't.
Everything I come up with, you just come back to, dude, the shadow.
The shadow is just stupid. It's blinding people. It's making people think that the mega rares need to be best everywhere until the end of time, and they need to have like a 40% fucking DPS upgrade over the second best slot. Like, stop
Travis,
it.
You're not seeing clearly.
Yeah, no, people are not seeing clearly. So the shadow needs to be toned down. It needs to be niche. Like, the shadow should have been niche from the get-go. But it's good everywhere. Anywhere you're maging, you use the shadow, which is stupid. T-Bow's not that way. Scythe was not that way either. Scythe was, if you're fighting something that's big, this is where it's going to really shine. And what they're proposing with it is going to make those and it's more than 3 places. People are, again, like the HLC people get really delusional, and because they only do 3 pieces of content, and if the scythe's not best there, then they're like, oh, it's all fucking useless. Like, bro, I use a scythe at Sarachnis. You didn't even consider Sarachnis. Well, guess what? Sarachnis is the content I do because it's fucking good for clue scrolls, and the scythe fucking annihilates. So that's another place.
That's a good point.
Like,
you use that on Crush, right?
No, Slash. I use it on Slash.
Really? Because I remember you remaining full in Quiz.
Well, I was just briefly because full ink with Scythe on Crush technically is on paper the best DPS you can get, but you just take so much damage. It's just not even
with the Ring of Stone thing, or did they fix that?
No, they didn't fix it. Thank God too. I love that. That's stoner tech is what I call it.
That's literally just in my head. Like, as I said, I only do my grinds a certain way. I'm like, well, I kind of want to do some clues. Like, not that I really do, but if I do want to, now is the time. You know. So dude, there's a small part of me, but I don't have the scythe, so like
I don't think they're going to change that either. I think it's actually good for the game. It makes
if there's any other times where that actually could be used as well.
Somebody was trolling and said that the Ring of Stone tech works at Whisperer and you could get out of the bind. And then somebody went and tried it and they got fucking meleeed out. So
oh boy,
yeah, that doesn't work. But that would have been a cool place for it to work too. You know, imagine bringing it to Whisperer fight, and whenever you're frozen, just use the Ring of Stone, get out of it.
But like as a mechanic or a bug?
Like I wouldn't mind if that was like, you know, not intended, but you could do it, because I actually kind of like things like that. It makes it.
Someone gets stuck in a web at Verzik and use it. Let me know what happens. It's a web, right?
Yeah,
Isn't that what Sarachnis is?
I don't think it ended up. Well, somebody was saying, "Oh my god, that would be broken." If it was like, who the fuck is bringing a Ring of Stone just in case you get webbed? Like, stop getting webbed.
Yeah, right.
Like,
well, I guess you could just stand still or something. Yeah. I don't know.
No, it is true, but somebody was also saying like at Vorkath you can use it. And Vorkath it does work, where you can get out of the freeze where the little zombie spawn comes to you. You can just Ring of Stone it. Yeah, you can. But the thing is, you lose so many ticks because you have to wait for the thing to like explode. Then you can.
Yeah, it's not like you could hit Vorkath during
exactly.
That. Like,
if they got rid of the invulnerability, that would be nice.
Which it's kind of funny because I don't know if you know, but like if your attack lines up with right after you use Cursed Undead and like when it dies, if you like try to attack Vorkath right away, a lot of the time, a lot of people are attacking when it's still vulnerable.
Yep.
Like if you are one tile away from it and then you attack by moving in or whatever, like it actually sometimes like it saves that one tick where your attack actually hits or whatever.
Yeah. No, that's definitely the way. If you're not counting ticks, it's always good to take a step or two back right when the thrall comes out, because then you can just spam Vorkath and you'll guarantee.
Right. No timing involved.
Yeah, but if you just have a fucking tick clock permanently in your brain like me, then you're usually fine.
You know what the scythe's max hit is? Like if you were to roll perfectly,
Yeah.
you hit all three. Like, do you know what that
On
number
task?
is? No.
Dude, okay, one thing they
I
need.
forget about on task.
Yeah.
I just think about original scythe. Like,
You know what?
forget
One thing
about-
they need. Not going to answer your question right now. I'm just gonna say. You know that dummy that you have in your POH? We need to.
Yeah.
We need to have a 3x3 dummy. I need to see what
why
the
don't
scythe
they
does.
have that?
I know. What the
There's
fuck?
just going to be like 50 different types of dummies with all these little like arbitrary things that we have in the game. We need demon one. We need this one. Actually, we have those too. Undead and all that.
Bro. Okay. Wait. Actually, I can't remember. Okay, so I might be lying on this, but I think. Fuck. I'm probably gonna butcher this. I almost want to flex this, but I think I'm gonna say the wrong number because it's actually been a couple months at this point. With full Torva, leaf bladed battle axe, and or not full Torva, but like on task using a leaf bladed battle axe with like Ultor and every like max strength, you can literally hit. I think it's 73s. I want to say it's
the gear's up there now that like even these like little weapons can still smack.
Yeah, no, but using like I was just doing like a Caress task the other. I think it was a 73. I'm like, bro, I'm literally just autoing 73s right now. Like, this feels so fucking good. Like,
so, well, all right. So that's a 5.
I don't know what the max hit of the scythe is though. Like right now.
So
plus, most people use Bellador now.
True. Which is
you're losing a cool max hit, I think. But yeah.
Question for you there is that axe. That's a 5-tick axe, right?
Yeah.
So that's like a low tier weapon and all that, and it can hit 73.
Well, it hits a 73 against Carrasks and the whatever the other monsters are.
Right. But like
bonus.
all I'm talking about is that a 5-tick weapon hitting like that number or whatever, like hitting in the 70s. Let's just say. So like the Soulreaper Axe, when it's fully, when you're fully stacked up and everything, you can hit like a 75. I guess that's off task, so that's one difference there. But like, I don't know. I just don't see because like for Tob, right? Because all these nuances of your stacks you lose and all that kind of stuff. You can't just run like when you use Scythe, you could just run Scythe. But you can't just run Soulreaper Axe because for like bloat you have to run away, you lose your stacks, like just so many like little things like that the Soulreaper Axe, like even though like if you just straight buffed it to be a middle ground, like if you don't do that, you have to jump through so many hoops. Like I think the stacking just never will make it.
You're right.
That good. It would need to be so much better than it is right now for it to do that.
Well, I mean, no, you're right. I would actually the most simple option is what you were saying. It's like just get rid of the fucking stacks. Just make it so it's already like invisibly at that 5 stack permanently, and there's nothing.
It's just frustrating when like boss transitions, like let's just say like P2 like reds are out and you're about to transition into spider. If you don't hit your Soulreaper Axe the last tick that it's alive, that transition from like the vampire stage to spider, you lose a stack. Like just stupid stuff like that. You're just like, oh, gotta take another 8 damage because I'm using this terrible weapon that's like theoretically a tiny bit better than the blade and all that.
See, assuming that we get a permanent second orb and where you can freely switch around your weapons. So like you just imagine the charging thing was still there and maybe even the axe gets a little bit of a buff as on top of that. But now you have this permanent orb where you can freely switch weapons. The charge never goes down and you can just switch back to it and you can unleash that 40 whenever you want. So you still get that kind of fun of like, you're charging it up initially, but then you can just freely switch it. It never drains down unless you actually like drop it from your inventory. I feel like that would be the way where the charges leave, is like if you bank it or you drop it or whatever. But as long as it's in your inventory or equipped, those charges remain. Unless you equip a different item that uses that second orb, like if we were to go down the shield route or some like specialized tool or something. But
are you okay with the idea that basically the Soulreaper Axe is the best against 1x1 and 2x2, but then Scythe is just king by 3x3? Like, are you okay with that if that was the change?
It's a good question because I love right now that okay, because like some people, even I, for a brief period before the Soulreaper Axe was really a thing, I was like, oh, it'd be cool if the scythe could, you know, have 3 splats against like just like even like the 2x2s, not 1x1s, but 2x2s. But nowadays, yeah, I think scythe really should excel at the 3x3s and higher. Soulreaper Axe, I love that it fills that niche of the 2x2s being really good. My only concern is that, well, actually, I mean, to be fair, I think I would be okay with that. I think I would be okay with Soulreaper Axe being that best in slot slash. I mean, it already technically is. It's better than the Blade of Saeldor. And the cool thing is that, at least in my head, I'm just thinking in the future, maybe if they do come out with better offhands in the future, Soulreaper Axe doesn't get that. The single-handed weapons like the Rapier and the Saeldor and the Mace get that extra benefit of maybe having a shield, maybe shields get better, maybe defenders get better over time. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, I think that would be a good thing. That was a really long-winded response, but yeah, I think that's appropriate.
Because that's the route I believe it should just go down. Because
Yeah.
it does take a long time to get. Like you have
It's
to
a rare
complete
item,
Desert
yeah.
Treasure 2. You have to get a piece from all these bosses, and
they're
they're not
untradeable.
like and they're not favorable drop rates. They're still like 1 in like 1,000 and
Yeah.
stuff. So, like I think it's fine. I think it's fair.
Yeah, I actually do think that. I would be okay with it. I would also be okay with it getting a buff.
It'll be
Yeah.
interesting which route they go.
Yeah, it's gonna
Not
be
many people have used it, so the feedback has to be like super like low about it. Like not many
Yeah.
people. Because if you're a main account, why would you ever use it? And if you're an iron, it's like, well, I guess I'll go get it before a scythe. Because if you already have the scythe, it's just like screw it. So the amount of players that have actually used it a fair amount is extremely low.
Yeah, it needs to be improved a little bit. Yeah, there's a lot of discussion around how they could do that. The Soulreaper Axe is it's such a badass looking weapon too. I have it equipped right now.
So I think it's interesting that you brought up the fact that it would be the best slash. Because what about the Elder Maul being the best brush 2x2 and 1x1?
So you know what I want for the Elder Maul? People are like, oh well, I mean, No Monkey especially. Well, first of all, I actually disagree with what No Monkey says, because he's like, why do we arbitrarily think, or why do we have this, like, why do we imagine that the Elder Maul needs to be good just because it's best in slot? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's literally what everyone demands from every best in slot. Like, every mega rare, people are like, it's a mega rare, it needs to be good. And then all of a sudden he's like saying the complete opposite, like, oh, it's a mega rare, but it doesn't need to be good. Like, what the fuck? I feel like maybe he's not the one that's ever said that, but I feel like the overwhelming community is always yelling about the best in slots need to be, or the mega rares need to be fucking amazing. So
It's never been good.
I do agree that the Elder Maul should be buffed. But I think the way to buff the Elder Maul is a niche thing to do, where what it does, and this is just going to have a really cool effect in my opinion, is like it checks how much percentage of health monsters have left. And the less it has, the higher accuracy the Elder Maul gets. Whoa. So like, you're killing a monster, and as soon as like you're in that 10% range, like Elder Maul
is this your last hit weapon that you wanted? Like something that KOs something?
The problem is I still want that. This would not actually be what it fills, because the problem with Elder Maul is you can still hit a 1. You can still hit a 2. It's not like there's like this multiplier that's like, okay, you have a higher percentage of hitting a really high hit. No, it's simply just a super accurate weapon. So it would be a nice weapon to use if, for example, like the boss has like fucking 2 HP left, and you're just like, die, like Jesus Christ, like I'm hitting 4 zeros. Like the Elder Maul would be that weapon. It's like, okay, you are most likely going to finish this right now, because the accuracy is insane right now, because the boss only has like 1% health left.
So
yeah.
Are you going down the route of just saying at a certain percentage of health, it would be advantageous to swap to the Elder Maul, and now it is the better weapon?
Yes, and I think that's a good niche to have, because you don't feel like it's a necessary weapon to bring. But if you have it and you get frustrated over bosses having little health left and you can't finish it, this is like a really cool thing to use. And I mean, I don't know, like the Elder Maul doesn't need a place in the game, but I think if it was to be buffed, it would be cool to have a weapon that has that niche, where the lower the percentage the bosses, the higher the accuracy of the Maul gets. So it just becomes this like guaranteed hitting thing, basically. Yeah.
Do you notice a huge difference in the idea of balancing weapons, where my ideas are typically simple stats or attack speed, and yours is always some like, some percentage of this and do that? And
no, you're right. You're right. I think simplicity definitely is key. But I don't think it's overly complex to just say the lower that a monster.
No, I'm not saying that one's super complex, but I'm just saying like it seems to be that you usually go down the like that type of route.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely
do something different.
Yes. I think I'm leaning on that more only because now I have this idea in my head that's like the second orb thing. I get really kind of excited about the potential of that.
Yeah, you're like, okay, what else can we do?
I get excited about the potential of it, because it makes like and I don't think every weapon should have it by any means. I just think like there is potential for this. And I want to just say, I actually kind of agree with you in a point. Like I say these things kind of just for food for thought, like getting ideas rolling, but I'm not going to be like super I don't want to be upset or obsessed with it. I want to remain simple. I think simplicity in old school is very, very, very important. And so when I give these, like the Elder Maul idea I just fucking gave, like that could never, I don't even care if that ever happened. This is like one spitball that I'm throwing out.
Oh yeah, I that was more of a general like just thought. Not
yeah, so it's me spitballing. I think me just saying, oh, this should be like overly simplistic. Kind of, it kills variety. I think like
yes. So are you a fan of bringing multiple weapons to like a boss fight? So like ZCB right now, like Leviathan, you use ZCB early because for the potential of rubies. But then at one point, if you were to swap to a blowpipe or swap to a Bofa, it ends up being better at a certain percentage of health. You like that type of thing?
No, not really. I mean, there's like one example. I mean, just because I went to Phosani's last night, I think it's actually kind of cool that I have like 5 different fucking weapons in my inventory. Which is like, I have a ham joint for killing the husks. I have a mace, and I have to do the full switch to guarantee the one shot with the parasite with the mace. I have a scythe going. I have the Void Waker. I have the blowpipe to kill the other things. I could bring a fucking Sea Halley if I wanted to kill that last thing. Like, there's a lot of different switching, but I don't think, I think I'm not too bothered if you're just kind of maining one thing. And like Leviathan, there is like that kind of weapon switching. I was that one guy that just camped ZCB the whole time. I like the simplicity here and there, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard. I think I go both ways. I think there's the potential of making things a little bit more complex if it's fun and it feels right. A lot of these things that are just ideas in my head, and like I've even brought up examples like the prayer book. Like I would love it. Well, the 2 simple ones I'm actually I'm a huge advocate for is the judgment prayer, which is accuracy focused and nothing else, and then guardian prayer. Guardian prayer is pure defensive. It's like a piety but hella defensive, but no accuracy, no extra strength. And I love those 2 prayers because it feels like you could pray those here and there. They're never necessary, but if you're taking damage, like if you're at next, instead of doing step unders, you could just do the prayers instead if you wanted to kind of chill out.
I heard you talking about like a parry prayer and stuff.
The parry prayer is really complex. And that is something
definitely.
that... No, 100%. It's something that I need to like say. I need to explain it. Like me explaining it to guests helps me to like almost get feedback. So if there's something I'm saying that's just clearly busted, somebody can just be like, dude, that's too busted, or that's too annoying. And also me saying my ideas out loud helps me conceptualize them more. So...
I definitely have an issue with it of living in your inventory. Like just always being like in your panel, like swap prayer, like that kind of thing I don't really like.
That's totally fair.
I like the reactive about it, that like there's a timing to it and everything, which because this game is a rhythm game at the end of the day, like it just truly is. So That would just be my one thing about that. It's
You're
just
right. And the parry almost feels like if it's a prayer, it feels like something you need to continuously do to get maximum DPS, which would be extremely unfun at some point.
yeah. That's why Gambit or whatever that prayer was that just gave you like a little bit of I don't know. There was some weird prayer with the ruinous powers that you just like it was an overhead offensive that you had to like flick on when you attack
Yeah.
and then back to protect magic or whatever and just it just gets to a point where you're like, God damn, like
See, okay, imagine this then, because you're totally right. And the more I talk about these things, like parry would be overly complex. Like it just would. The way it would be in the form of a prayer. Like I know that. But what if something like a Soul Reaper spec, like that spec thing, imagine that's the parry. So you charge it up, and then when you release it on the tick that a monster's about to attack you. So it's not
there you
something.
go.
It's not something you're continuously feeling obligated to do because it's a fucking prayer. But it's like, no, you've charged up this thing for a good while. Now I'm going to do this massive parry right on the critical strike. And it's going to just fucking,
See, that is a way better idea.
yeah.
Because
That would be
that's not
cool.
like every attack. It's like
And it's a
every like
spec. So
five
it
or
feels like
something,
it feels like it's a special attack almost like, let's parry
Yeah.
this bitch, you know?
Yeah, that is cool. I do like the parry thing because I don't know if you ever played like a game like Dark Souls or
Yeah,
something,
I
but
played Elden Ring for a little bit, and like I didn't get too far because like didn't know how to upgrade my goddamn weapon, so I was just doing piss poor damage
it's so
against
funny
monsters.
because as a kid playing any games, I never like if there was a mechanic of blocking or parrying, I
Yeah.
never did any of that. Like
Oh,
I just
really?
was full offense, like any game I've ever played. Like if I were to get hit by something, so be it. Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
like
No,
I'm just trying to
parrying is
get
just a
yourself.
really cool thing, and I think it would be an interesting addition to this game. But you're right. I now that kind of we're talking about that special attack orb being the parry, I think that would actually be kind of interesting to use, and it would just
Yeah,
be
it's a
from
lot better of an idea than a prayer.
yes, totally. I agree with that. Okay, so this is actually something I wanted to talk about with the first stuff in the Project Rebalance, which is kind of like the more skilling thing. One is, okay, so I already got your opinion on blood shards. You think they should be. I actually respect your opinion, first off, on blood shards. I just think I've gotten so used to Blood Fury being in the game that I'm just like accept it now and I don't question it. I'm just like, whatever, that's in the game. So in my opinion, I think blood shards, well, thieving across the board should be made less tedious. Do you thieve often on your
I
account?
mean, I'll thieve for the blood shards, but I basically don't use them anymore. So like when I got my Soul Reaper Axe,
Hmm.
because it seems to be like a Blood Fury weapon, I did go, grind out a little bit of shards, like one or two rolls from the Vires from thieving and all that, and it made it feel a lot more fun to use the weapon. But just failing with thieving and when you lose, you can't do anything for a couple of ticks and
It's
all that,
fucking
like.
annoying.
Yeah, you got to use a spell that helps you, but I mean, it honestly doesn't really feel like you have all these little items. You wear a dodgy necklace, you use this spell, and you still just like it's still just horrible. I
Yeah.
guess the problem is if they made it easier, like the XP rates would just fly. Because right now, even with that high fail rate, your XP an hour is still like up there.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
they need to do, in my opinion, an entire fucking rework of thieving. Like
when you
pickpocketing.
start opening up every single skill.
Like
Rework every single skill. I
not
feel
every
like it,
pickpocket so not reworking thieving entirely, reworking pickpocketing. Bruh. Like
what? So you say the chests and all that are good? Like no one ever does any of that
no, I mean
stuff.
they could definitely balance things. So like don't get me wrong, there's a lot more we could talk about with thieving, but
Yeah.
I'm purely going to focus on pickpocketing right now. One
All right.
is okay, there is clearly a problem with failing. Like, what the fuck, man? This is the most unfun bullshit that we're dealing with. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, most of the time when people, like, back in the day would thieve, it's just get to Arty Nights and it's guaranteed. You're just doing it. So you're just spam clicking, it's like whatever. That's one
But is
thing.
that better? Just having a skill where you just spam click an NPC and you never fail and it just like click 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 click. Like I
It's
don't
better
know.
than
Is
fucking
that
failing a billion times, in my
I
opinion, but they're
guess,
still
but
not
like
great. It's still not great. Okay, so there's the few different routes to go down, and I haven't.
What about clicking an NPC and it thieves 10 times and then you click again?
Okay. So let's start with that actually, because in leagues there was a thing called Trickster.
I used it.
And I played leagues for 1 hour, and that's mainly what I did for like 90% of the time was just clicked a man.
You weren't having fun? That's so much fun.
Yeah. just playing any like kind of private server just is really fun initially, and then it's like, oh shit. Okay, don't get me wrong though. There is something to be said about a certain extent of auto pickpocketing. And I'm actually, listen, like I am, generally speaking, I don't want things to be just made super easy, but that is not thieving is in such a shitty spot that I have to consider all options right now. And that option of get, some sort of, maybe item or just some sort of achievement diary you get or something like that makes it so you can auto for a tiny bit, not fucking, for like 20 minutes straight, but maybe for,
I was thinking
30
until you
seconds
fail, but then there's a huge problem with NPCs that you don't fail. So like that wouldn't really work.
So in my opinion, if there's a bunch of ways to rework this. If we're going to keep the failing, if like somehow we can't get rid of that, which I think there's a huge thing we could get rid of failing. It would have to require a lot of rebalancing and stuff like that. But if we're going to keep failing and we're going to keep the same rates of failing, then one of the best things you could do is, first of all, get rid of all the tick bullshit where you can't do anything. Just get rid of that. Like, that's engine work. Just fucking fix that. Make it so you can still do everything when you're failing. And maybe what this new thing is, like if we're considering Auto-Pickpocket, what if there was an Auto-Pickpocket that you need a certain diary for? So bots, well, the thing is bots fucking are botting it, so they're doing everything for free technically, but like this is something for players that have achieved this certain diary or whatever. Now what it is you auto until 5 fails or something like that. So you click, you pickpocket, you fail.
Oh, like even pass fail.
Yeah, pass fail. So you fail once, you keep pickpocketing. You're autoing it, and then you fail up to 5 times, then you stop. This is, again, I am spitballing right now. So anybody that's listening right now and you're like, what the fuck? Like, okay, calm down.
There definitely is people doing that.
I know. And so I am spitballing because I don't know. This might be broken. This might be inappropriate for the game. That's totally fine. That's something.
Exploring all options.
I'm exploring. Another route to go, this would require more like energy input. So thieving becomes interactive. And this is something I had kind of considered. Who knows what it would feel like in practice, but imagine you're pickpocketing and it has a very high fail rate. But whenever it's about to fail, the pickpocket pulls out one of 3 styles. It's about to punch you, it's about to chuck a dart at you, or it's about to cast a spell on you. And you have that 1 tick window to pray against it, and it completely negates the fail. So this requires high effort. It's constant paying attention.
That's kind of sick.
Yeah, so it's constant paying attention. You're praying it correctly. You completely negate the fail, and you keep going. And so you feel like
you're no longer just spam clicking while you're looking at a different monitor.
And you can keep spam clicking if you want. But you have that option now to get hella good rates, feel more flow, not fail a bunch, but you have to be super, super interactive with your gameplay. And you have to constantly be on the lookout, constantly praying the right ththing. And I think that would be a cool option to go down. Again, this is just
so. But if you fail it, you get the normal how it fails.
Exactly.
Right now.
Yeah. And get rid of the goddamn delays on everything. Make it so you can fucking equip a necklace or cast a spell, and you're not getting this weird 2-tick delay like you were talking about earlier. Get rid of that entirely. That's the step 1. First of all, step 0 basically.
That's a pretty cool idea, actually.
Yeah. So that's and.
I'm all about interactive and more fun. Not saying that that's so much fun for that, but I don't know. It makes it a lot more fun than what it is now.
Yep.
It's horrific now.
There's also like there's a lot of different options. I think that one could be really like enjoyable. And the thing is, it could like it could let like scale with difficulty. So for example, like you maybe on the higher end, like elves and Vyres, you have to pray all three potentially. Not all three, but like it randomizes. But then with earlier stuff, it only melees. So, you know, if you're not 99 thieving, you're still failing against them. Lesser variants, you can just pray melee
Well,
every
I
time.
was gonna say, couldn't you just like leave pray melee on the whole time then instead of like you have to flick to it?
Yep, you could, but then that would require prayer.
Interesting.
It's tough because again, these things would have to be balanced because right now, you know, we do have this kind of meta of like things being certain XP rates, and you know, as soon as you start including this prayer thing, all of a sudden thieving shoots up a shit ton. So maybe what would happen is like, you know, if people are obsessed with XP rates, most people that are thieving, which are ironmen, don't actually even care about the fucking XP. We just want the goddamn loot. So
Yeah. Like I'm almost 30 mil thieving, but I didn't even like realize.
exactly.
You know?
So what could happen is like you could even have something where, you know, in that time span where you would have failed, you're not gaining as much XP in those next few pickpockets or something. Or maybe just something happens where I don't know, like the XP is balanced out somehow.
Almost a way of adding skilling prayers without skilling prayers. You know what I'm saying? Like how they want to do skilling prayers.
Yeah, that's a
Like the
really
idea of
scary.
what? It's a really
It
scary topic.
no, it's scary because like you were saying, when there's when you get rid of simplicity, like you just start adding things on. Like if you feel now obligated to like do these
Oh,
weird
you
things.
definitely would feel obligated. You don't have to, but like, come on, you kind of. If it's drastically better, I mean, it would depend on how much better. But then if you only made it 10% better, it's like fuck it, I don't even care. You know, it's like it's got to be worth it. But then at the same time, how much worth it? Where it doesn't feel ridiculous to do the opposite.
I also think what would be cool is
You'd have to have the auto pickpocketing thing at the same time because if you were like click NPC and then you have to like flick back to your like prayer book to get ready, like I don't know, like the amount of like moving around your
yeah, it might get
screen with the
annoying.
mouse.
It might get
Yeah,
annoying.
it might be
So
annoying. Yeah.
the auto thing could be like a secondary thing on top of it. Yeah, the other thing I was thinking is imagine an item that you get from a high level skilling source or a high level PVM source that helps in pickpocketing. So we have dodgy necklaces right now, but what if there was this super dodgy necklace that is very expensive and you get it from a certain source or whatever, and that thing, it has 100% fail. So imagine just get rid of the whole prayer flicking, get rid of the whole auto thing. What if there was an item that you collect over time that is like this super, super dodgy necklace that's 100% fail protection, but it only has a certain amount of charges. It's really expensive to use. Maybe it's even something that like for example, you know, what if we were to come out with a new thieving chest where you spend the time thieving this alternate source and you stack up these new necklaces that guarantee it. So the next couple hours you're pickpocketing, you're not failing at all, but you spent the time getting no XP or very, very little XP grinding this other shit just so your experience pickpocketing is a lot nicer. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Kind of like that because it's not just a straight overall buff because probably when you break it down, it's like not worth going
exactly.
for it. But
Yeah.
if you have it, like the Blood Fury at the end of the day never is worth to go get. Doesn't save you time,
Exactly.
but like it makes it that the time that you do use doing the content, you're having more fun.
Yes. The other thing I would like to see, you know, people have, what are your thoughts on this? I don't know what my thoughts are exactly, but people have been wanting blood shards from like Theater of Blood.
Oh, more. Well, I mean, the way I don't like the item right now, I could see more sources for it, sure, because like I guess another reason I don't like it is it's just not that easy for me to like go and use and stuff like with less time like being able to play right now. Like what I have to
Mm-hmm.
spend a day when I get off from work thieving Vyres to one day do this, you know?
Yeah, Jesus
So like
Christ.
other sources for it would be cool. Like they were saying Vardorvis because it's the blood boss. Like other sources might be okay. I like other sources of stuff like we need for freaking stamina pots already. God damn it.
Mm-hmm. Dude,
Which they
imagine.
said they're gonna try to do, but
Yeah, I know. This is this is all under the assumption, because I already know you're against blood shards in a sense, just because of the balancing of just PVM and stuff. But like, if it already is in the game, we're already going down that route, which seems very much
Well,
the
hold
case.
on. You're saying now it's already in the game. Shadow's in the game. You're like, we got to change it. You know what I mean?
No,
It's
no,
not
no,
too late. We could change it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I kind of wish the fucking like Blood Fury had just never come out in the first place, but like,
Well,
it's just-
facts, but
yeah.
I remember at first the Blood Fury was going to be even more powerful. It was supposed to be for Zenyte equipment that you put Onyxes in. Imagine we had it for range, like magic, all that shit. Oh my god. You would
Thing
never
is,
need
like,
food.
I would actually
Careful.
have liked that better if it came from Zenytes. And the reason is, so when was that initially going to be, when was that initially proposed?
Like when Zenytes were being proposed.
Yeah, that was it. It was something like you're charging it with Onyxes and you're getting it was not on the level of Blood Fury right now. It was like
I don't remember what it was.
I think it wasn't even half of what the Blood Fury is offering. And you're charging it with Onyxes. So Onyxes are the things that always have needed that item sync. And we still don't have it. And
so it would have been better to use existing items rather than coming out with this brand new item that you need to use.
AIDS to get, yes.
Yeah.
No,
right.
like think about
When
this.
it's 1500 from a fire, like when you're meleeing.
Think about
I
this.
don't know.
Think about this world this alternate reality that we would have lived in if this had passed. I don't know if this was exactly how it was described, but imagine this: Zenyte jewelry, at least the necklaces, or even, maybe it was just. Actually, yeah, it would be.
It'd have to be a Maul, Torture, Anguish, and Bracelet, Tormented. You'd have to.
Yeah, I just worry. Well, the reason I'm saying the bracelet, like, okay, it would be bracelet if you're casting mage. So it's not just like okay, yeah, that works. Fine.
You have to use a style.
Yeah, but not suffering. Suffering wouldn't have it.
Right.
What if it was just a 3% heal? So right now, Blood Fury 6%. On average, every damage you do, 6% of it you get healed back on average. This would be only 3%, so it's only half, and it's charged with Onyxes. So you do get the privilege of using these best in slot jewelries. You can use them completely freely without charging them with Onyxes, but now you have this price that, like, if you want to charge these things and get an additional little heal, you charge it with Onyxes, and every 10,000 charges is one Onyx. Like, I feel like that would have been a better route to go down than what we currently have with one melee thing being a Blood Fury, and it's just this most AIDS thing to charge.
The selfish part of me says, well, I could actually buy Onyxes with Chaos Runes.
Yeah,
so
yeah, you could.
But like, I just think Blood Fury makes the game too easy. Like,
it does.
I don't,
it does, but again, this would only be half the heal, so it never feels that important.
What was Blood Fury initially when everybody was like,
1%.
It's garbage?
It was 1%. It got buffed by 600%.
Okay. I didn't know what it originally started.
Well, the
with
1% was fucking dog shit. It was so bad. It was just like pointless. It's just like, okay.
Yeah. It's that Inquisitor buff, like, percentage. Like, it does nothing.
It did nothing, dude. Like, like that occasional hit you get, it heals like a 3. You're like, oh, great. Okay, cool.
I don't know. I don't want to base my argument over the fact that, like, I just can't easily like access it. But
yeah,
I mean, it almost, who knows? It may if it would have passed, what would have happened?
Okay.
It kind of feels soul split, kind of, where all styles just have healing by dealing damage. Like,
okay, hear me out.
That's the vibe I get.
Hear me out. We don't do anything to current blood shards, but we now let Onyxes charge the Blood Fury 5,000 charges.
So just adding an additional way of charging.
Yes.
I mean, again, sure, but I hate the item.
I know, but you hate the item, but you said part of the reason you hate the item is because it's so fucking AIDS to get, and you don't have the time to bother. But this would entirely remove that, and now it's a GP sync.
I'm gonna go away from the idea that it's the time. It's just
okay. It's really just
powerful.
broken. Okay,
it's just too powerful. Like, it just makes content. Like, let's just say like Tob and stuff. Like, if I do like if I do Tob with someone, if I had a scythe and like all of my teammates died and I was
Yeah.
at like P3 Verzik and it had like I don't know, not 100%, but it had some health like gone. I'm very like I have never
No.
solo Tob and I think I could like easily do it.
No, I mean literally the Blood Fury made it so people could solo Tob really easily.
Yeah, like what about those people? It's like it's not even as much of an achievement now. It was
It isn't.
so much harder without it. So much. It's an insane increase. I don't know. I think it's just too powerful.
I know, but okay, now I fully understand that. But you also understand that this is not getting removed, right?
No, but it could be nerfed.
What would you suggest the nerf to be?
I don't know. Like
3%? So just like half? Or
I don't know
so
the
make it so
numbers, but
make it so the Fury just doesn't have any stats. Like make it so it's
yeah. I
make
would
it
go
so
that route.
make it so it's not even a Blood Fury. It's just a Blood Shard amulet.
Yes.
So the Blood Shard amulet has no stats.
You can
It
keep
just
the
heals.
healing, it's fine because once you go down, like when you're dealing with percentages that are that low, every single percentage will do a big nerf to it. I would rather that you just don't do close or as close as the same DPS.
Yeah, you're right. You're
You
right.
should not be that close to a torture. You should be at a disadvantage for getting the healing.
See,
Kind of like how when you use the Sang's utility of healing, like you basically never use that over the Shadow because it's just.
Yeah.
I know that's a whole different kind of realm, but
No,
same
you're
kind of
right.
concept.
You're right. And this is I would have heavily agreed with you on this like a year and a half ago because I was completely at this point. It's just like so much time has passed and like clearly nobody fucking cares that I've just like moved beyond it. I'm just like whatever.
Yeah,
Blood
I'm
Fury's
the
the
only
game.
guy out here like preaching this.
I know.
Really, like,
No. I was preaching it too. I was like, you go back another cast. I was saying the same
you have
thing.
this Project Rebalance coming out, and they don't even
Yeah.
mention the Blood Fury. I'm like, well, it's doomed. Like, it's just like it's too good. Like, it'll
Yeah,
stay that way.
it's
Whatever.
staying.
I'm not gonna sit here and complain about it the entire time. I'm just giving my opinion. Really.
No, I respect that you still hold that opinion. I just moved past it because I'm like, it's not happening. Like none of this.
Yeah, I might join that club. just make it easier for me to get. So
No, there's a lot of things there's a lot of things I haven't moved past. So I'm with you like in that category of like not moving past things when everybody else
we
does.
know all about that stuff.
yeah,
All
exactly.
your charge agendas.
Can we talk about that? I need to state this for you because
Sure.
because my opinion on charged weaponry, people get the wrong impression. I do not want this game to be overly complex, convoluted, annoying, tedious. Like I don't want any of that shit. The reason I want charged weapons is because it creates variety in your like weapon arsenal. Like you can you have different options because things have costs to it. So, and I want to bring up this example because so are you against charged weapons entirely?
No, but I think the best example that they've ever done with it, unironically, are the Zulrah drops because yes, you need to charge them, but it is not as much of a chore as it is other weapons to charge.
Yes,
it
and
is
I'm-
something you kill the boss a little bit, you can get a unique drop, you could break it down, like you know what I'm saying?
Yep,
Like
yep.
you could easily charge it back up. It's not that hard.
That is exactly the route I want to go down. I think the scythe, the way they've done the scythe is too convoluted. It's too weird. There's like a station you go to. You got to charge it with 2 ingredients.
know.
It only, you wouldn't know, but it only charges up to 20,000. First of all, I think all charge things should be up to 100,000.
You uncharge it wherever you want, or you have to be at the well to uncharge it even.
I think you have to be at the well done charge or else you lose everything.
Yeah, I don't know. Just curious.
I think you have to be at the well done
I
charge.
don't know anything about. Anyway, continue.
So I want everything to be as simple as possible. I even wanted them to entirely remove the vials. This would be a different thing. It's not like I don't appreciate that vials of blood charge the scythe. It's just I want it to be as simple as possible. I would have rather it been either just vials of blood or just blood runes, something where you have it in your inventory and you just charge it up whatever the fuck you want. It's as convenient as possible. It holds up to 100,000 scythe charges. You're good to go for the next few months. Same thing with Zulrah weapons. They could hold up to 100,000.
Well, if it was just vials of blood and they actually did like a lot just by doing like a little, then you kind of would have the same like Zulrah effect that you just do a little bit of Tob. You get a little bit of vials of blood.
That would have been I actually think that would be a better route to go down. Like exactly how much the vials of blood are charging it up now, which is a very generous amount. just making it so you can have noted vials of blood, and you just put them in there wherever the fuck you want.
I would love that, because from all the top, I have like
and then
12,000, which apparently is 250 mil or something like that, which is crazy.
Yeah, no, that would have been enough, and that would have appropriately raised the price of the vials of blood. And you know what it also would have done? It wouldn't have caused the fucking Scar Essence to be released and all this other garbage where people expect so that would have been just a super, super net positive for them to have just made it vials of blood. And it would have just been more simple. You don't need this stupid well you got to go to. It doesn't just hold up to 20,000. And, you know, I had been saying in the future, I want to see weapons with charges because it's appropriate. If the Scythe had come out and was completely free to use, that would have been extremely busted. It was just been too OP. And I even mentioned the Arclight. The Arclight back in the day. If the Arclight would have just been released without you having to charge with Ancient Shards, it would have been extremely busted because it's now just the weapon that you use against everything. It just outclasses all the best in slots. The same thing would have been good for the Dragon Hunter Lance. The Dragon Hunter Lance should have been charged with Hydra scales or something. That means that would have meant that the Hydra drop table doesn't just shit out fucking GP, ALX, and all this other garbage. No, the price is attached to the scales. And then you have the option, at least this is back in the day, you would have had the option to use a Rapier or a Dragon Hunter Lance. The Dragon Hunter Lance is better, but it demands charges. And it would be very generous. The Hydra scales would charge it a lot, you know, like it doesn't feel like this chore that needs to be upkept. Like if you've grinded 1,000 Hydra, you're pretty set for a while. But
I think the only problem with Hydra would be a bad example. The only reason is because you need a Slayer task to kill it.
That's
the fact that you could just go to Zora and just like get it whatever you want. Like you have to grind out a task. Like, you know, people don't like.
Okay, well, what if it was? Well, at this, if Hydra didn't just shit out GP like it currently does, it probably could have been a thing that you don't need to be on task for. Well, I guess that's actually untrue because I feel like a lot of Slayer bosses demand a task. So I don't think that's actually too crazy.
But then you could get the Dragon Hunter Lance at any point of your account instead of a Slayer level.
No, well, it would still require a Slayer level. It just wouldn't have required a task. But actually, now that I think about it, I think it is actually better that it does require a task.
Yeah, every Slayer boss requires a task.
Yeah. I think it's better if it requires a task, but that's not asking too much. Hydra tasks are very...
It would depend on how it's balanced, like how much scales you need and all that.
Yeah, like if you were to kill 1,000 Hydra, like that would have been the equivalent, let's just say, of... 1,000 top for yourself. Like that, you could have used your scythe for a fucking long ass time if you do 1,000 top with all the vials of blood you get. It'd been kind of like similar, maybe. It wouldn't be as extreme as Zora. Zora feels like you need to do thousands to upkeep it. Hydra would have been, let's just say, like maybe like it charges with like double or something than it does with Zora. So the amount of Zora you'd have to do is like maybe double the amount of Hydra. Something that's balanced, that feels good. But here's the thing about it. It's like you're not supposed to, like, the reason the charge system works so well is because now it doesn't entirely outclass the Rapier. You would still use a Rapier or another Stabby Boy against dragons without feeling like you deserve or you're entitled to using this best in slot thing. That's how the Arclight was released. The Arclight initially, you had to pick and choose where you're using the Arclight, and everybody chose it at Zami and any like high level demon because
that's true.
You realize this thing is rare. Like this thing, like these charges are not
only against bosses.
Yeah,
you didn't use it against trivial Necreos.
Exactly, and so that's why it was still cool to have like back then like still like an Abyssal Tentacle like or just a whip or something. You could still use that. And now you have the super powerful weapon, but you got to be kind of careful with where you're using it. That was the same with the scythe. The scythe comes out. I'm not going to use it everywhere because this is hella expensive to use. And especially if it was just vials of blood, that would have been really appropriate. Like, I got to do a bunch more Tob or something to, upkeep this.
Right.
And that would have been the same with the Hydra claw. I mean, the lance. And that is the route I want to see in the future. I just want to see things not come out that are completely free to use, best in slot everywhere, and it outclasses everything, and there's just no options.
So you don't care about it being like a chore? Because
I don't want it to be a chore.
But it will be.
Well,
to upkeep all these weapons. And
well, here's the thing: there's two routes to go down. Like, it would be okay to go down the Vials of Blood route, the Zulrah route, where have these things that are attached to that piece of content. But there's also another route to go down where, you could just have it be a generic resource. I was even thinking gold. Like, if you're...
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that idea. I think
No, that's fine. That's fine. This is just spitballing stuff. But the idea is cost associated. Cost association, so that you don't feel entitled to just always use this best in slot thing until the end of time. It creates diversity. It creates a little bit of, like, okay, I'm just doing this small thing. I'm not going to use my best in slot weapon because the best in slot's for this piece of content because it's really expensive to use. So, yeah, that is my only opinion on charged weapons. I just think things need to have costs, or else you just make the game stale by just, okay, this is the thing you use forever, and it's super fucking good.
So not to jump from this topic, but just thinking
Please
about
jump
these weapons.
from it. I'm getting a headache.
Yeah, but like I'm just thinking of like certain weapons that have these like ornament kits and stuff. Are we a fan of gaining additional benefits for unlocking these kits? Like Scythe with blood Scythe gets
I'm not a fan of that at all.
Not a fan.
Not a fan.
Really? Why?
Because it's an ornament kit.
Yeah, but like it's almost like, so a lot of people don't even think the Scythe should be buffed, right? But then like you have it where like to get the better Scythe, you have to complete hard mode Tob, and like that's harder, and so you're getting like so get away from the idea that it's a cosmetic, because it's no longer a cosmetic, it is a upgrade. Is that like not a good route to go down?
I mean, I'm okay with item upgrades.
So it's essentially attachments for your items that give it additional buffs.
No, I mean we've already seen that. We have a bunch of attachments to things that give items buffs.
But let's break down like Fang and Scythe like that. Like to get the double roll for Fang, you need the Fang kit. To get the buff on the Scythe, you need the Scythe kit. Like, should we have these extra?
I'm against that.
We're against it.
I'm against it because the items are already fucking powerful as shit, first off, because you're only bringing up those two examples. Don't get me wrong. I'm okay with things eventually getting upgrades. I mean, we just see that with, I don't know, Fortified Masori is a bad example, but it's still kind of an example. But I mean, like, things get buffs. I mean, the rings just got buffs. All the DK's rings got buffs. Like, so I know that's not the exact same thing you're thinking of, but ornament kits should never give stat bonuses. The ornaments themselves are the flex.
So there shouldn't be like an arbitrary, like, if you complete this challenge.
I mean, it's fine to do that, but it's not going to be it could change in cosmetics and stuff. Like, for example, if
that's why I said get rid of the idea that it's a cosmetic.
I mean, like, that would be fine.
An upgrade through skill.
Okay, so let's just get rid entirely of the idea that now the Sanguine Scythe kit is getting an upgrade. So let's call out another example. If Fortis Coliseum, for example, wasn't given a range cape, but it was given a better Infernal cape that looks different. I'm not advocating for this, but I'm just in this scenario, if that were to be the case, yeah, that's fine. If that's the idea that this new piece of content is going to give an upgrade to the Infernal cape, and it is a different look to it. It's like, it's not really considered an ornament kit, it's just a straight up upgrade, but it is going to change the look of it. It's going to give it a little bit of stats upgrades. Yeah, that's fine, but that would be something that would be pulled, and I
think it could be interesting if it's a skill thing. So like the Sanguine Scythe is a bad example because it's an RNG goal, but like the Fang, how you have to complete a 500 and then you unlock it. Like, I think little stuff like that might be kind of cool, but at the same time you can get carried, so there's a problem with that.
Yeah, I just think it's unnecessary for a lot of options. Like for the Fang, for example, it's just unnecessary. Like,
well, so the Fang is actually a great example because people say, "Oh, it's too common for this power level."
Yeah,
couldn't you just nerf it and then be like, "Hey, if you want how it is, you need to complete that 500." Now it's in the higher tier of accessibility.
Yeah, no, I mean that's definitely something we could like consider, but
I think that's a great way to do it with the Fang. With how it is currently.
I mean, it's just like at that point, like, why, like, just make it so
Because right now everybody wants drop rate change, right? Like this would make it that you don't need to change the drop rate at all. You don't have to mess with the numbers. You just have to mess with, do you have the skill to unlock the actual weapon?
That's true. No, that's like, yeah, no, I mean, that's a better example as well because it's not an RNG grind.
Yeah, so like what I was originally saying, kind of scrap that. This is more what I was trying to say.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's definitely like a conversation to be had.
That's my idea for the Fang, personally.
Yeah, no, that could be good. It's just I know a vast majority of people would disagree, but no, I mean it makes sense that like if that were to have been the case. But the thing is, we've already had the Fang out for a year and a half, so like changing shit like that would piss a lot of people off. But yeah, if that's how, like, imagine that was how it originally was, where the Fang, maybe it's not like you're not getting the double accuracy roll. Maybe it's something where like, you know, maybe it's just like a 10% more damage if you get that ornament. However, that would be stats wise, something where like the Fang's still really good when you get it, but you really want the Fang, like the good Fang. Yeah, you got to do this 500.
Yeah.
Then if that's how they originally decided to go down, that would have been pretty fine, I think. I mean,
my personal little idea.
Well, let me just ask you this, because I'm okay with that. Oh my god, I got 2 Quizmasters today. I mean, I already have a Steel Baguette, but this is my concern. I think I lean more towards no, don't do that, and only because Blood Torva. So would you have wanted the same thing with Blood Torva, where now all of a sudden if you get Blood Torva, now it's better?
Ooh,
because it is just a one and done.
So,
but it is a grind as well for Ironman because you have to get the orbs.
Wow, that's a good argument. But like people aren't like clamoring for like something to be done about Torva. The Fang has been discussed since release. Like I just think this is a good like band-aid fix, really.
Yeah.
Like you could go down the route of like, oh, should Blood Torva be better and all that. Yeah.
So this is mainly about this is mainly about the Fang, is what you're talking about. It's not necessarily about ornaments.
I was exploring the idea for more with items, but it's not kind of like what you're spitballing. I'm spitballing now.
Yeah, and I appreciate it.
So it didn't really work out with the site there. I see the problems, but like, yeah, I guess it's just a Fang thing.
Yeah, no, they're well. What do you think about what they're proposing with the Fang? Because the Fang is just they're getting rid of the double slash accuracy or on the slash style.
I mean, you just never like it. Still, just makes it that you will never ever use a rapier. So like, I don't know how we're gonna make it that you're gonna use these items. Like, what is the point of getting a rapier? What's the point of getting an Inquisitor mace? Like, they're losing their niches now. So like. I don't know what you do.
What would you suggest with those 3 items? Because I'm with you. Because a lot of people get pigeonholed into just Scythe and Fang, and they completely don't consider Mace.
I really don't have the answer. Like I don't know. Because if you make it that like things have less defense, then the Scythe is just always better, even if it's not weak to slash. So like they need to have like crazy accuracy or something. I don't know. But like then the Fang already. I really don't know. I don't have the answer.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. Like, is it just fine that they're a Slayer weapon?
But they're barely even a Slayer weapon because now you have the fucking axe.
Okay.
Soulreaper Axe.
Or is it fine that they're just like a training weapon that people go into Nightmare Zone and use a rapier to train with? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. It probably is fine. The rapier especially is in a really awkward position because of the Fang. Especially because it's literally just one raid apart. It's like raids 2 and then raids 2. Okay, well, fuck the rapier, basically. So this is kind of my thought. Imagine, well, one thing I want to see, this is what I was talking about with Purple Thorax, you probably heard this, is I really hope soon they come out with the Wildy ring upgrades. So the Bellator ring, that's the slash thing, is plus 20 slash, plus 6 strength. I want to see that with the Treasonous and the Tyrannical ring.
So would I.
That's very balanced and appropriate.
Does it push the needle? Does that do it? Like,
well, right now the Treasonous and the Tyrannical are dog shit.
No, absolutely. Like, I'm with you. Like,
Who
Like, I
the
actually
fuck uses a
recently-
treasonous ring, dude?
When I went for my Void Waker, I actually got a Tyrannical ring. I was like, shit, I forgot this shit existed. Like, I didn't even have it before. Like, you know what I mean?
Dude.
It's not in like my weapon progression. Like, oh, I need to go get that. You know? Like,
I actually love that we have that. Like, we could literally, Jagex could pump out some just random ass boss right now, or two random ass bosses that are pretty similar in a way, and just give it like a quick little grind to get those like ring upgrades or something. And just like, it's cool that we still have that. I want them quickly though. I want the treasonous, whatever that would be. So
yeah, you don't want to wait like a year from now to get that stuff.
Actually,
like
okay, this is what I want. I want 3 new bosses to land. They don't have to be super complex. I want a Ring of the Gods upgrade, and I want the treasonous and the tyrannical. So now all the rings are dealt with.
They need their own boss for each one.
Yeah, or no, it could just be one boss. It could be like this. It could even be a
no more of this
boss.
ingot stuff.
Yeah. Get rid of that shit. It could just be one boss that drops all 3 upgrades to the wilderness rings. That would actually be kind of cool. And that's all it drops. So
in the wildy,
it could be in the wildy. It could be outside of the wildy. I think it'd actually be more appropriate for it to be in the wildy, to be honest.
Yeah, this could be part of your like wilderness expansion stuff. And
yeah, no, it's true. And so what I'd want to see is 20 stab, 6 strength, and 20 crush and 6 strength, and then the
crush ring would be sick.
And then the Ring of the Gods, I want to see a direct upgrade from +8 to +20.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's just prayer. I mean, nobody fucking cares really. That would be a very useful ring for a lot of situations like that.
Yeah, like I like that. Like it's not just like a little like, oh, now it's +12 or something.
Yeah, no,
like,
give it
it's an upgrade.
+20 so it feels like, okay, this could carry me in certain. Because I've even seen people bring the Ring of the Gods to Inferno.
Yeah.
And if there's an upgrade that's +20, that'd be disgusting.
Which I mean, using Lightbearer for like Blue Pipe and all that is probably definitely better. So it's like, now you have an option.
Yeah. So I'm thinking add those, and once you've added those, first off, Rapier gets better without the Fang getting that much better, because the Fang is already extreme, but now the Rapier has that additional going for it. So that helps out the Rapier. Plus, keep in mind the Rapier's 4-tick, so it has an even higher thing because that accuracy is now poking every 4 instead of just every 5 like the Fang. So you upgrade that ring, the Rapier does become better. It gets it in a slightly nicer position. Same with the Mace, because again, these faster weapons, the Saildor, well, we already have the Bellator with Saildor, but like that's not that great.
So is the idea with the 4-tick weapons is just try to make them as close to accurate as what the Fang can do? Because that's like the only way you make them relevant.
Yeah, no, I think the only thing we can really do without completely reworking them is just adding minor upgrades, because they are the faster attacking weapons. And the more you upgrade your gear, the better those weapons become, without the other weapons becoming quite as good. But don't get me wrong, you would still use the Fang in like every position, every situation basically, but at least adding that new ring would make it so the Rapier is pretty damn accurate. But you're right. I mean, the Fang is still going to be used everywhere because in like stab situations, because it just feels so good to not hit zeros or low numbers. Like you're just never hitting low numbers really.
Yeah, Rapier would have to be to a certain point where they hit like very, very hard to be able to like justify the accuracy loss or the hit loss.
The cool thing is, just that overall upgrade of things not hitting zeros when they hit successfully.
Yeah.
There's no change to the Fang that's being because the Fang already did that. The Fang already had a minimum hit whenever you hit. So everything's getting this very, very slight upgrade, and not the Fang.
But they explore more minimum hit things.
I think so. It's just tough because like it's addicting. Using a Fang is addicting as hell, and it's just like you don't want to use anything else. Even using the Soulreaper Axe compared to because I switched to Soulreaper Axe at Vardorvis. I'm like, God damn it! I hit so many zeros. This is stupid.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I've never used it with the Bellator. Do you have that ring with it?
I don't. I mean, I have I have 5 vestiges, 7 ingots. I can't get the last 5 ingots, man.
Yeah, I'm only missing the Bellator ring, but
Yeah.
I just haven't been killing Whisperer. I've just been doing other things, which I'm gonna feel really shitty when I get the scythe. It's like, well, now I gotta go get a Bellator ring because apparently that's really good with it.
Yeah, I want to get that Bellator really quick. I've been grinding DT2 off stream.
Yeah, be curious, like if you would actually notice a difference, like if you use that axe again at Vardorvis, would you notice that much of a difference having that plus 20 slash? I mean, technically it is better, but I wonder.
Do feel it, yeah.
You do feel like you feel it.
Yeah. And the cool thing is the Bellator,
I guess that slash ring makes it a double whammy for the scythe, like where you're getting the plus 15 buff, but we just got this slash ring as well. That
the scythe's gonna be destructive.
So like maybe like I've just never really seen the power with Bellator in general already. So then like it's almost as if you got two of those on now. So like technically the buff is a lot more than I just never use a scythe, so I really just have horrible feedback for it.
How long did you use it for before you just quit for a while?
Maybe like 2,000 swings.
Oh,
like,
Jesus.
Not even like I went to revs. I did the wildy revs like you did, which actually funny story. Pretty sure that like when you tell your story about like when I first did revs, like we were a couple of Ironmen that band together. I'm pretty sure that when me and Puggin went to revs to like kind of check it out, we saw you at Dark Beast and we were like, what the hell is going on? We even attacked you. I'm not even kidding. We were like, what's going on here?
Yeah,
like,
I remember like that was when you and Puggin came. You, Puggin, and Nasty.
Yeah.
You all came at the same time, and I was like really excited because like I always love like seeing new Iron Men come out, and even around that time there was really no such thing as protection. Like
it was just
wasn't established. It was trying to be established. It was struggling.
Yeah. We were the second coming of like what's going on here. Like let's fortify this and let's hunker down together and create a clan and all that. It's just funny because I remember seeing your name and being like, what the hell is this guy doing? Like he's actually doing revs and getting away with it. But whenever we attacked you, like I'm pretty sure
I'd call out people. I'm like, kill him.
But this was before the clans and all that.
Yeah, we had our little like friends chat going.
Yeah, so like it was just some Iron Men that were like, all right, let's get them,
dude.
But meanwhile, it was Iron Man fighting Iron Man. It's like, what is going on?
Bro, you remember the fucking Spark Mac tribes? We'd have to camp in Spark Mac stream just to make sure.
There's a clip of us like. I don't know if we hop to them, like, you know how they'd be like, mass up, and we would all go in Discord. There's like a clip of like, we hop to them, and I was bringing out some like random items and stuff. I had dragon throwing axes, and right when we hopped, you just see me literally just chuck, like throwing it at him, and we like killed him. It's just, we would all be screaming in the Discord and everything. It was great.
So much fun. I still remember that Puggin clip. Like, I think he literally pulled his mace and like, you could see the Spark Mac tribe logging in as he picks it up. like you could literally see the tribal masks like pop up. Like luckily he fucking, because I think it went into his looting bag, and if he had been like TB'd right there, like oh my god, that would have been horrible. Got it right in time.
They have done a lot of quality of life with that looting bag. I don't know if you right clicked it recently, but you can make it that when it's open and you pick up like blighted items, it won't go in there.
Oh, really?
So, like, your supplies and all that? Dude, I swear to God, they put out a blog saying they were going to do this stuff, never said anything about it. And then I right-clicked it one day and was like, oh, wait, they did change it.
Oh, that's fucking dope. Yeah, that's really...
Because right now, like, when I'm doing revs, and you know how, like, you kill, like, you get, like, mana rays and restores and stuff, and, like, you'd have to close the bag, pick them up, then pick up your loot when you reopen the bag. You had to do a lot of opening and closing.
Yeah, I got really used to it.
You don't have to do any of that anymore. You just leave it open.
They devalued my autism. Fuck. Damn it.
Literally. I swear, like, I was saying that in Valiant, and people were like, no, that's been like that the whole time. I'm like, no, it has not been. I'm like, this is something new. And
that's really nice.
Went to check out what I was talking about, and they were like, oh, shit, he's onto something. Yeah, I didn't see it in any blogs, but yeah, it's really cool.
Just for those only listening on Spotify, if you right-click the looting bag, there's a thing called Settings, and then you click it, and there's two options. It says, ask how many items to store when using items on the bag, and then put supplies in the looting bag. So like you could change it. So there's two options. So you can have it so anytime you're trying to deposit something, it asks how many, and you can turn that off. So it's just all. And then one is just supplies itself. So like food and potions don't go in. That's really nice. So you
could just have it open the whole time. Now, if I go up to a pile and like I want the mana ray, it'll pick up the mana ray and then put the like loot in the bag. Like that is beautiful. Very nice. Very
You
nice.
could still be fucked over by getting the drop and accidentally having it dump in your looting bag, and then you get TB'd and died.
Right.
Or die.
So yeah, like there'd be that, but little quality of life. That's that
Totally.
quality of life shit that I love. Anyway, what were we talking about with the?
Just
That I just
nah,
went off
just
with the looting bag.
yeah. We'll move on from that. The last thing I kind of want to talk about, at least according to Project Rebalance, is well, let me just see this real quick. So on my end, it's just like they're talking about changing agility, trying to change run. I'm not going to really get into that because there's a lot. I just they're going to make it so run energy is like nicer.
What about just a quick little? Are you okay with XP rates going up?
Where?
Agility.
Yeah, no. So right now, so Sepulcher made too big of a leap, in my opinion, to XP rates. So like if you're good at Sepulcher, you're getting 100k XP an hour if you're not looting. Mm-hmm. And the second best option is like fucking Brimhaven.
What about like lower level, like when you're at like Canifis and you are just hating your life, like jumping those roofs, like just so slow. Like
I mean, they could make slight upgrades, but I think what really is important is like toward the end, make things a little bit more balanced. I think
so trying to creep up towards Sepulcher, or even like Sepulcher could be increased. Like I just hate agility. So like
Sepulcher is fine. I think it's like completely appropriate where it's at, and I think the other places could be. So they're planning on making upgrades to Brimhaven. That would be really good because right now Brimhaven doesn't give any loot. You get like some nice upgrades. You maybe get that pirate hook if you want, or you get the blue graceful. But other than that, it's a purely for XP, and there's no clue scrolls. There's no great loot from it. There's no, Ring of Endurance. There's no real like good stuff.
You're going the route of more variety instead of a blanket. Like let's just make this a little bit faster.
I mean, Brimhaven. I want to become faster. I want it to get maybe like 85k an hour if you're going hard on it. Maybe like 90k even. Because it's not offering any loot. And that would mean that they've pimped out the mini game, so it's not as it currently is. It would be a little bit more engaging. I don't know how they're going to do it. I'm not going to discuss that here. But like, same thing with rooftops. And rooftops could be improved slightly. The same thing with like the old courses like Dorgesh-Kaan course. Skullball could be fucking looked at. Wilderness course could be improved. And also, XP rates are not the only thing. Like, I think they do need to be rebalanced totally. And they need to be all the old courses that aren't used should be increased. But on top of that, you could come out with new uniques as well. Like, it doesn't need to be crazy, but for example, the Wilderness course could give some fucking Laren keys or something rarely, or I don't know, something going. Maybe not Laren's keys, but just something. Something.
I don't think that's actually a bad idea.
Yeah, like there's like options.
Yeah, I was just curious what your stance was, more XP or just like other things, because I don't know. I'm kind of a more XP guy.
Yeah, I think the only and most people lean that way. I think it's just because skilling is just so dog shit for so many people. Like, and that's the problem. Like, why not make skilling more rewarding, more engaging, more fun, more? I always think the way to do that is add rhythm to stuff, which you can't add to every skill, but you just want things to be engaging and feel rewarding. Feel like you're getting something done rather than just being like, oh my god, I got to do this shit. Like, this is awful. Yeah. I'll get it over with as fast as possible.
Just more rewarding. It has to be more rewarding. You get so much stuff from PVM stuff. Like,
I know.
So it's time to like reconsider like how many of this you get an hour or something. Like, I don't know. Because it will change XP rates by doing that, but I think it's a welcomed thing. Maybe not RS3 type of XP, but I don't know.
The last thing I'm seeing here is the last thing I'll kind of address is, one, they're going to improve the Dorgesh-Kaan light orb activity, which I'm fucking excited. I literally made a video of this a few years back talking about a new...
Do they say XP wise or do they say reward wise? Like, just
improving it. Because right now, it's not really even an activity. It's just like, okay, you have a light orb, you can put it on a broken lamp. That's like the extent of it.
But it's almost like a fun fact. Like,
just basically. And it gives it gives 1,000 fire making XP, so it's just like, okay. So
would you like to see different kinds of XP or awarded for doing this?
I made a video on this. It's like a 4-minute video. I actually edited it and everything. And it's just talking about, right now, cave goblin, like I would love it if like cave goblin wired, like if you wanted to get crafting in a more engaging way, this would be a crafting activity at this point. So you're not getting fire making XP, you're getting crafting XP. So a lot of ironmen get
So
giants.
you're scrapping that fire making.
Yeah, the fire making XP is just out of it. I think it's why the fuck are you getting fire making XP for putting a lamp on a broken lamp, like a light bulb on a broken, like what the?
You're fixing a light. You're fixing,
the light's already
fire.
made. The light's already. You're just putting the fucking thing on the lamp.
What about going kind of crazy with it and making it that like, because they explored this with Fossil Island about potentially getting 2 different skills XP at the same time.
Yeah,
like you get your fire making, but you also get crafting. And what if you also get agility because you got to climb up the pole?
That's what I was thinking.
And put it like
in the original video, it was just a crafting minigame, and you could. But the thing is, there would be rewards given. So I didn't really talk about it much in the video, but my idea is like this is a legitimate minigame. So most Ironmen get their giant seaweed, mine their sand, and have a bunch of molten glass in their bank. And then if they have the high enough crafting level, they make a bunch of light orbs that sit in their bank until the end of time. They're just untradeable. They just fucking sit there. This would be a minigame where you use those now. So getting your cave goblin wire creates the actual orb that you can attach to broken lamps. So cave goblin wire become a lot more streamlined. You can actually get, like in the video, it was like you get double cave goblin wire. You don't fail anymore. You're stacking up this shit. And then you make all the orbs, and then what you do is you go around the city, and they would fundamentally kind of rework how it goes around. So you're just constantly in this running around the city, fixing all these lamps, and it becomes pretty engaging. You have a bunch of lamps to do, and you're getting crafting XP every time. And the crafting XP rates become really nice. It feels like a crafting activity. And then the more lamps you fix, you're building up these points. And then you spend the Dorgesh-Kaan points at the fucking store. Maybe you get XP lamps. Maybe you're even getting agility XP through doing the minigame like you just said. That wasn't something I said, but like, yeah, that would be, you're running around. Like that could be agility XP. And the rewards would be, you know, you maybe get some XP lamps, maybe you get some cool like cosmetics. Maybe you get this new fucking item that's best in slot somewhere. I don't know. Just, I think there's a lot of potential for it. I like that. I also like that they're they're streamlining creation of Guthix rests. I've never got to enjoy using Guthix rests.
Yeah, me either.
And now they're going to be changing that, hopefully, so it's nice.
I wonder what the process would be. Hopefully it's not like you need like some really low level herb stuff, because you need like very low level herb lore to make it. You need weird. I don't even know where it is. Let me look I'm trying to find it.
Guthix balance.
No, I thought it was that.
Wait, what is it?
That.
The fuck is this? A garlic? What the fuck am I even looking at?
Guthix balance potion. It's just garlic as the picture. Like, what is it?
I don't even think it's a garlic. It's like a different shade of garlic. I feel like the garlic's a little bit more like white. I don't know.
So okay, I actually don't even see it.
I gotta look it up on the fucking wiki.
I
gotta pull it up on the wiki.
Yeah,
Guthix
like wait.
Rest OSRS.
Is it like a cooking?
Making Guthix rests. Oh my god, it's okay. Look at this. Look at this shit. It's empty cup, bowl of hot water, Guam Maritil Harlander.
Yeah, see, I don't have that Guam Maritil Harlander anymore.
Bowl of hot water, you fucking idiot. Okay, listen. The Guthix Rest is a potion which is commonly used in player killing and high-level combat account. Okay. The process of making Guthix Rest is tedious, and the profit rates vary depending on how quickly and accurately the player is able to combine the ingredients. The process is as follows. 1. Use a bowl of hot water on an empty cup to create a cup of hot water. You can't even fucking just make a cup of hot water. Gotta put the bowl of hot water into the empty cup. Use 2 Guam leaves, 1 Maritil, and a Harlander on the cup of water in any order to create a 3-dose Guthix Rest. Decant them at Bob Barter to 4 doses. You goddamn it! Of course it's 3 doses.
So what step are you getting rid of?
Oh wait! Listen. Note that adding more herbs than called for will result in a ruined herb tea. So make sure care must be taken.
Like fuck. And you only make like one at a time.
It's just a fucking black. It's just a black fluid in this cup. I actually just want to make one of these and just fucking put it in my bank. Just a ruined herb tea.
I don't even know what that. I wonder what that looks like.
I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you this shit. Oh my god, it's just fucking funny. Is that? It's black.
It's actually black.
Ruined herb tea.
Oh
Oh
my
my
God.
dude, you should be. You know what they should do is just fucking like make it so you ruin it really badly. It just turns into an overload. You just fucking have
Yeah,
overload.
there you go.
Oh my god. Or just
Oh,
make it so
man.
if you drink it, you just insta die. Like that would actually be.
I wonder what the chat dialogue is when you drink it, or if you even can.
Yeah, can you?
Yeah.
Options: empty and drop. No, you can't even drink it.
Yeah, your guy's like, this is fucked.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
We both just learned something, I guess.
Yeah, we did. Have you played all leagues? And did you play this one?
So I played them all, but the main reason I even play them, because yeah, I mean, it does look fun and everything, and people are having a great time. You know, you see those tasks pop up, yeah, yada yada, right? But the main reason is I just know that if I don't play, and since I'm an iron, I can't buy the stuff from the GE. If I feel a little forced, like I won't get the league points. And I really want to ask you, as someone who hasn't played the leagues, do you feel like, oh man, I can't buy that like blazing blowpipe now, or I can't buy the Din's Bulwark? Do you care about any of that stuff?
I mean, I do care, but I have to push it out of my mind entirely. I have to convince myself I don't care. That's basically it. It's just literally me convincing myself. It's a lot of copium I'm huffing. I'm just like, I don't care about the new cool bulwark shield. That thing looks stupid, even though deep down I really want it. But I'm like, I'm not willing to grind for it. And the other thing is like, they're going to continually have more and more really fancy ornament kits in the coming years, like with new leagues. And I'm like, I feel like even if I were to do leagues, I would feel bad ever spending my points in the first place. Because I feel like every new league, there's cooler shit and your points stack. So even if I did leagues let's just say I got Dragon Cup, I don't even think I'd buy anything. Like maybe I'd buy the pool. I think I'd buy the Ornate pool. I think that's dope. But other than that, I don't even think I literally think I would save just because I think the ornaments will get continually cooler and cooler. And I don't want to have to be a leagues Andy that has to sweat for God knows how many hours over like every year or two.
Yeah, their ideas are getting pretty cool. Like changing animations for like the Vengeance, like that looks really cool. Like a
Very
flaming
cool.
head. Yeah, like all that is pretty cool. So like I play every single one with the idea of, okay, if I play this one, maybe I won't have to play the next one because I'll just have points saved up and I'll just buy it anyway.
But then you
But
have
the
to.
point, but the problem is they're raising up like how much points you need
I
to buy this
know.
stuff. I had 30,000, which isn't a ton, but I had 30,000 before this league started, and I chose like all the things I wanted to buy, which coincidentally this league had really cool cosmetics, so I wanted everything. And I did the math, and I'm like, God damn it, I need like an additional 15k points to even buy everything that I want.
They're so expensive. Like I didn't even realize the prices until this league, but like isn't the Bulwark Shield like 10 or 12k or something?
It's like 10k, which yeah, that one is the most expensive, but I
Like,
guess it's like the
bruh.
biggest like change. But
Yeah, I don't know. And the other thing is the items always look really, really cool toward release. It's like as soon as they're released, they're like, oh my God, I want it so bad. And then you give it a few months or years and it's like, I don't care anymore. Like everyone not everyone, but a lot of people have it. So you kind of get used to the look of it. And then you're just like, whatever, like the regular looks fine, I guess. Again, copium.
maybe because it's like exclusive
huffing.
at the moment.
Yeah. And it's just new. Like it just looks really flashy and sick. But
Yeah. Because I always like kind of push the idea of like maybe we could do more with the mutagens and you could change the color of blowpipes and stuff. It's like I've always had the idea of like, oh, a red blowpipe, that would look cool. And it's like, oh, so now they actually have it. So
yeah.
that's cool. But what do you think about leagues influencing the main game at all? Like,
I want to ask you the same thing, to be honest, because I feel like the biggest influences are, I mean, obviously clue scroll stacking.
oh man, that's gonna be a big one.
It's a big one, which we can talk about. I have a very strong stance on this now. It's like, it's not strict. It's just like how I feel about clue scrolls now. But the other thing is, Actually, that I don't know. Like, what else is there really? It's like, I guess there's that feeling of power creep somewhat that people want. I don't actually know.
Well,
I
it's
feel
like when you like if you were to look over the relics and like all the little powers that they give, like a
yeah.
lot of people like would be like, you know what, this kind of would be nice, you know?
Yeah, no,
Like,
I mean we see Trickster. I mean that like
yeah,
auto
there you go.
pickpocketing seems to
Brought up that it
yeah.
brought that up.
The other thing is
Run energy.
ruinous powers.
That's
People were like unironically talking about. The problem is I think it's silly to think, oh, we tested it in leagues 4. Ruinous powers would fit great in the game. Like, bro, you're playing the private server of all private
yeah.
servers.
No. It's not a good beta test for anything
Yeah.
to do with weapons or DPS or anything like that. I'm mostly talking about like quality of life, like stuff that, you know, leagues gives you the benefit of. Like, let's just say like the I don't know if you saw the fairy teleport thing, like the little mushroom that lets you teleport. Like, what if they just did like they added to the fairy tale quest and they came like it's a grandmaster quest and at the end of it you get that thing and you can teleport it. It's like these little ideas of adding these items from leagues. Like,
I mean, even before, so just on that point, like even before leagues, like a couple years ago, I was wanting, and I think I mentioned it in a few rambles, maybe casts, is a fairy ring, like a ring that you can wear that instantly brings up like the fairy ring.
yeah,
thing.
so that's what that item literally is.
Yeah, but that
it
one
does
has
that in like
more
tool
that-
leprechauns.
yeah.
So you don't want tool leprechauns.
I'd be okay with. I mean, to be fair, I'd be okay with that too. But I don't think it should be the same item.
Right. It could be whatever, but it does the same thing theoretically.
Well, the only reason I'm okay with the tool leprechaun is because I think personally, well, this is another thing that like it's quality of life, it's busted, but this is something I would want. I would be okay with you being able to auto collect all herbs in one tick.
Oh, me too.
From patches.
Me too.
Or at least make it so it's one tick. Just boom, 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 boom. Just like, it already almost is, but like you just go there.
How about this? Just when you farm it, it's just instantly noted. So you don't have to like, because like nowadays, you're doing limp roots and all that, and like you only have X amount of inventory space. So you got to go to the leprechaun and you got to use it on him, and then go back to the patch, and it's all the way on the other side. And there's all these stupid little things that like.
Yeah, no, there's a lot. I want to make it like more streamlined. They've already streamlined birdhouses. Like, you remember when birdhouses used to fucking give you the rat meat and all this other like dog shit. Like they cleared out all that. It makes it easier. The same thing I want to see with herb runs. Like herb runs right now, it's like, yeah, it's cool when you've done it for the fucking like.
It's like limp roots. When you pick the limp root, you get all of them at once.
Yes. So I would like to see that. That's the main thing I'd want. I don't know if there could be some maybe achievement diary or something that makes them noted or whatever.
Yeah.
But the cool thing is that if you have this tool leprechaun teleport, you just fucking use the tool leprechaun teleport and you're right next to a tool leprechaun, just note them right there. Anyway, the other thing I'd like to see is just the herb sack in general holding more space and being able to hold normal herbs, like not just the grimy, but I don't know. So because I bring my herb sack for
I got that from you.
Yeah, it's annoying to use, but
space. I saw that and I was like, oh, that's kind of nice. It's a little better.
Yeah, it's like you kind of gotta pay attention to it though. It's kind of annoying, but yeah,
you have
right.
to take them out of the herb pouch when you're running to a tool leprechaun that's far away and clean them and note them so you could restart the process of filling it. It's too many steps. I think just you not pickpocket, you pull them out and they just all go in your inventory. Because like think about like snake grass. Like you could sit there and get like 60 from one and you're just sitting there forever.
I know.
A farm run could take 20 minutes. Like
longer than that, dude. If you're doing a full ass like herb, or if you're doing herbs, snape grass, and limpworts, like limpworts are the easiest thing. But like if you're doing all that shit, like dear God, that takes forever. Like
you could almost restart the run to like
you literally almost can. So
like with libs at least, because they're like only 15 minutes or something.
Yeah. So if there was like maybe something from, I don't know, like I would hate for it to come through Tithe Farm or something, but something that is maybe appropriate where you get this unlock that, okay, now when you harvest herbs, they all go instantly. When you harvest snape grass, it all goes instantly. Or just fills up your inventory So like Snape Grass wouldn't just give you
could,
everything at once. It would just fill your inventory. So you want to have as much space as possible, but
yeah, you could scrap the noted thing. I mean, why not just like a Grandmaster quest? Like just like people like additive
yeah.
onto quests, like a new addition.
No, that's really appropriate because like you want to do these herb runs. They take so fucking long. You want to get back to the thing you're doing, and
Especially
just
with TOA giving you like thousands of seeds, and you're like, I'm never gonna plant this all. Like, just be awful.
I'm totally okay with just one extraction going.
So what's interesting is this whole idea came like what we just talked about theoretically came from leagues, me saying about like the fairy teleports and stuff. So like really when you could go to a lot of these relics from leagues, you really can handpick some really quality of life stuff and be like, man, maybe it wouldn't be so bad if we could actually do that.
Yeah, no, I think that it's really
But
cool
are
that
you so you are cool with that leagues has influence on main game updates?
Yeah, I do because it's a free reign to experiment. It's just boom, you got this temporary shit and you experiment. I'm glad as well the team is very responsible. They don't just immediately be like, oh my god, people like this, let's just fucking destroy the main game with it. Like if it is something that would be destructive. I do think some things would be destructive. But a lot of it could be good. And yeah, I would love to see a maybe Fairy Tale Part 3 gives a ring that's just boom, you have now a fairy ring that you click it just wherever you want.
The magic secateurs or something, you know?
Yeah, they could do that too. And then we could have a tool leprechaun teleport. Maybe it's like something you get from some boss or grandmaster quest or something like that. I don't think it's absolutely essential. I think the fairy ring would be an amazing addition. It would also help with like clue scrolls and stuff, which would be really cool to have. I mean, you already have a fairy ring in your house. So it's basically the same. I was just about
to say, it's basically the same, but you get rid of like the loading screen.
Exactly. So if people are thinking like, oh my god, that's so broken, it's like barely. You literally have a fucking max cape, and you just go to your house and you have.
A lot of the time you'll do that anyway because you want the run energy back.
Exactly.
Like, it's not really just like this. Oh, that's super broken. It's like, well, we have the same thing, but you have to spend like 8 seconds or something to do it. So.
Yeah, so I would like to see a fairy ring. That would be cool. Dude, do you ever think, by the way, that the POH will ever get rid of that load? Like,
that would be so
is that a
nice.
possibility? I know. I was like, bro, that's like something I have just put out of my mind because I feel like it's just like the servers can't handle it or something like that. Like, or the game would crash if everyone's
just got to generate your specific house. Like, I guess that's the time it takes to load.
I just wonder, like, is that a because they've surprised me in the past with certain things, like teleporting and having a menu open. When you teleport to the destination, your menu doesn't close. That used to be a thing for years and years. I thought it was just.
Say that again.
So if like let's just say you have your max cape on and you teleport to the crafting guild. Like if I teleport, then immediately before I've teleported, right click on my max cape again. That menu stays open. Back in the day, if you had any right-click menu open while you're teleporting and you get to your destination, everything closes. Just like everything closes out, which it's not that big of a deal. It's just something where you feel like the game you've dealt with it for years. You just feel like the game couldn't handle possibly having your interfaces open still. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I do, and I'm not 100% sure if all items work that way now. Because I know what you're talking about. Like if you had it right clicked, like it would like delete the menu or whatever, and you have to right click it.
Yeah.
But is that a very, very recent change?
That happened like 2.5 years ago or something. And it happens with everything.
Interesting.
It was really nice. It just felt really clean. Like everything feels a little bit more smooth now. And I just wonder, will one day we be able to teleport to our POH
I guess
without any load?
They like to show that little interface of like, oh, you're like welcome home or no better place than home, whatever it says on your screen.
It's
or whatever.
nostalgic
like,
for sure, but
yeah, it's like get rid of it. It would be nice. I don't think it could handle it. I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's what I think too. But I've been surprised in the past, so we'll see.
The amount of quality of life that would bring, like I know it's only like I don't know what, like 2 seconds or something to load it, but like still that 2 seconds would add up.
Yeah.
Cool little idea.
Yeah, so little things like that. But yeah, I think Leagues does a great job. I also am not against, or I'm against stackable clues. I'll just briefly on this point. You probably already heard my stance, but like I'm against stackable clues where they're actually stacked and there's a number on it of the clue scroll. I'd rather it be you can hold as many clues as you want, but they're not stacked. So it adds a different element to solving clues.
So you could do 2 hard clues at once?
Yeah, you could even it would have an organic limit. It's like you don't want to be doing 28 at once. You don't have any fucking items in your inventory. So there would be just it's like decision making. It's like, okay, I could do this task, I could do this Hellhound task, collect 5 hard clues, and I could try to solve them all at once. And then, there is that element of like, okay, I have this pyramid step, which is really aids. Let me see if I can get another pyramid step on this other clue. So then I could solve both of them at the same time. And like,
so the only problem I could see with that is since it's not stackable, it takes up multiple bank slots. So
yeah,
like
no, that would also be the case. So
bank.
Exactly. And that's another like organic limit. Is there isn't this thing of like, oh, I'm a level 3 account, I'm just gonna stack up clues until the end of fucking time and just one day send 10,000 of them. Like, I want it to still be a distraction and diversion. I think that's important for clue scrolls. And like I don't
you were never, so kind of what it sounds like you weren't opposed to having multiple clues at once. It was more that just the idea of you completing multiple steps in one. Like you have the same step for this clue and the other clue same time.
Like that's cool, but there's also like other ways. It's like there's some steps that are just close to each other. So like you just kind of like you would look at all your clue steps. You'd try to figure out the best route. If you want to be efficient, this adds more potential to be efficient in your clue hunting. And on top of that, like, okay, so my main stance is I want clues to remain a distraction and diversion. I think it's important for not every single thing in the game to just be a grind that you do. So stacking up a bajillion clues and then just sending them all at once. I
think I would have a bad engine problem because currently how it works is if like you started a medium clue and then couldn't finish it, but then you had how does that work? How did Swamp Linux do it? He had like one medium clue if he did a step, but then got another clue. He's at like one step already completed on the other one.
Yeah, they just add up. So like if you've done a step of one, it just collects. So like it'll say like if
they would have to be their own individual like
so there would be some changes that are made. So people that there's hardcore Ironman. I know Ari Slash used to get 3 masters before he tried to solve one because there would be steps he didn't want to do, like in the wilderness.
Yeah,
and that was a way to kind of navigate going out in the wilderness. Is you do 3 at once, and then if one he couldn't complete, he would just drop it, and then the other one would already have that amount of steps completed. In this new system, which is every clue is a different ID entirely. They all have their own unique finishes at some point. So this would change metas in that region, and it would actually be way harder for limited accounts to complete clues because they'd actually have to do the entire clue and get lucky on it. Yeah.
The biggest difference I see is a lot of people were saying, okay, if we're going to go to the stackable clues, maybe we do 3, maybe we do 5, right? Mm-hmm. But with your idea, you're saying scratch that. You could have 10, you could have 15, you could have 20, but like they have to be individual.
Yeah, and the main reason I like it is because it's not arbitrary. There's no slippery slope attached to it where, okay, yeah, it's just 3 for now. Okay, guys, come on, let's be honest. This is fucking 8. Let's just make it fucking 50. Or let's just make it like 250. Or let's just make it like unlimited at this point. Like, fuck it. And the main reason, it's not like it's fundamentally just horrible to go down that route. I personally think it's important for clue scrolls to maintain that identity of a distraction and diversion. So It doesn't feel like you just do it all at once you have all the steps completed. You're like, okay, I'm just going to send this grind. And also it keeps uniques in check, sort of like it's like the values don't become like clue scrolls don't become extremely devalued because as soon as it becomes just a grind you do, like which it already has with the main game impling, like giving clue scrolls to tradable implings was like the worst update in my opinion, just for clues. Just horrible.
Viable clues.
So the other nice thing is if you're raiding with people and you get an elite clue, you don't feel this obligation to go immediately do it because you can actually have just more elites.
Yeah, it's team content that suffers the most with like how it is currently. Because I kind of feel bad being like, hey guys, let me go to let me go to Watson. Oh, like actually, I want to do this elite clue and get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Get rid of that because then they have to wait for you. You feel like an asshole. That kind of stuff.
Now, if like if I could see the future and everyone was wanting stackable clues up to a certain point of just like 10 or something or 5, like I'd be okay with that. I just feel like it's better to just have it so they aren't stacked and just make it so you can hold as many as you want. But they have different IDs, so they don't stack in your bank either. You'd have to
Actually have to shell out the dough for more bank space, huh?
Yeah.
Or make a Jagex
or just
account.
go do the clues.
Have you done that?
What?
That too. Have you made a Jagex account or no?
Yeah, I actually did. I'm really happy about it too. It was really nice. I bought the 888 mil worth of bank space like years back.
I've noticed.
So
That's crazy.
12, 20 bank slots.
Now, if they made Death Coffer to be able to pay for it, would you be salty?
Oh, I'd be so. I literally like tweeted at the J mods. Like I had like Husky and Arcane come in my chat when it first dropped. I was like, is this gonna be paid with Death's Coffer? Because you better fucking not if I'm gonna pay this raw GP right now.
Someone's like, you should be refunded. Like, you know,
literally. No, but they haven't done it yet, and they said, you know, still like they're leaving it up to the community. But they said they have no intention of making it Death's Coffer.
Gotcha. So did you do this survey? You did
the end of the year survey?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did it.
Yeah. That was a long survey. It went over like a lot of.
I know. Toward the end, I was
things.
just like, I wasn't paying attention as much. Toward the end, I was just like, get this over with. God damn it.
Yeah. I was trying to do it at work, and I had to put my
long.
phone down for a second, and it kicked me out of it. And at first, it wasn't putting me back where I had it, and I was like, no. Like, what are you saying right now? But then eventually, it did load back up, and I was good with it. But
it was definitely too many questions going on. They had to calm down.
It was a lot, but I don't know. I kind of was not a fan of anything they were putting out.
Really?
Like, I was dislike on like everything. All niche game modes, dislike. Like I was heavily like.
Let's hear about that
like,
because we disagree with that.
Yeah. So basically to me, I was on the last cast, if you remember, I was heavily against Group Ironman. Now, yeah, at the end of the day, it came out. They didn't like go too crazy with it. Like they've had some updates, some stuff has happened and everything. And overall, it is a successful update. But like, I just don't see us needing all these different game modes because they just create so much more work for them. Will it end up being worth it in the end?
Yeah.
I just want their time that they use to be, more worth, in my opinion.
You're right. That's like the biggest thing. Like the more things you add, you have to cater to them. Like just the fact that we have UIM Ironman mode and like Group Ironman, like there's just every update you have to remember that people are affected like majorly.
Basically what I'm saying is if they had no dev time in a perfect world, they just like, oh, we want this idea, poof, it's in the game. Like no time was needed for it and all that. Sure, why not? You can have your generate task account, you can have this account or whatever, but like that's just not reality. And I don't want them focusing on these niche little like YouTube ideas that were series, but now they're actual game modes and stuff. Like there's RuneLite plugins, there's ways of doing it already. Like, why do you like imagine the high scores with like all these different, like, not that people really care that much about high scores.
It's the thing. I feel like that's like an argument that's brought up. It's just like, who
can you
cares?
Be a generate task Ironman and then a generate task main? You know what I'm saying? Like this, it just gets too much. You know what I'm saying? Like it just gets too much.
It's true. But at the same time, I'm like, I think the pros slightly outweigh the cons, just in my own opinion, just because. And this is again just my personal opinion. If none of these come out, I'm not ever gonna lose sleep over it. It's whatever. I just think it would be exciting for not to drop them all at once, but just to pick one or two maybe, and spread them out over the years. But like maybe like by the end of next year or something, they say we're gonna come out with this hardcore Ironman, not hardcore Ironman, but this like more extreme Ironman where you can't. Something like that, or maybe the generate. I actually don't like the generate task personally because it just reminds you of leagues, but I do like the kind of bronze man mode where people can play like an Iron Man, but they don't have all the restrictions.
Just about to say that is the one that I would be like, okay, I'd be okay with.
Yeah, like if next year they just chose that one, like we have a new bronze man mode that's a permanent new game mode. here you go. That would be fucking exciting. Like, I guess that's how I see the update. I don't see it as like, here, let's shove in fucking 8 new game modes into this thing. Like, okay, that's what are we doing here?
Good question here then is, if you have it where you add this new game mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you there's a lot of Ironman out there that might be interested of swapping down to a bronze man.
Yeah, yeah.
Would you be able to? Like,
Yes.
what about, but doesn't that lose hype of the high scores? Because now they're moving over from the high scores.
So they would,
Or do we just not care about that?
That's a great question. That is a great question, because they didn't start at the same time. Yeah, because for Ironman and UIM it worked out because they launched the same day. And Ultimate Ironman was clearly just, yeah, it's the fact that they launched the same day.
Before you go fully into it, do
Mm-hmm.
you care about high scores at all?
I do. I actually do care about the high scores. I think it's something like that should be heavily considered, and that's why I hate the fucking botting problem, the rampant botting that's going on. It's like, it doesn't happen in Ironman mode, so I'm kind of grateful. But like, dude, when I look at the main high scores, I want to see gamers gaming that have crazy like records and shit, and like crazy XP
like
and
the
crazy
boss high scores.
Yeah.
Like, you literally just go to top page and you could handpick like half of the list,
I know,
if not more.
It's just stupid. So like, oh my god, I'm not even gonna talk on that. It gives me a headache. But like, there's so much botting going on.
Dude, you need to go into the revs for one day. It is horrific, the problem right now.
Dude, it's so
And you'll see multiple accounts hopping in on the same tick. Like, you'll see 2 accounts like spawn in like at the same tick
I mean,
and stuff. So like,
it's
just getting crazy.
I go and thieve Vires. I am going to go right now to Vires on this
Huge
fucking
problem
cast.
there too.
Watch
if you
this.
find another account there, they instantly log
Yep,
out.
they instantly
Huge
log.
problem going on.
And there'll be like 4 of them now, like in one world. And then you go there, boom, they all log instantly. Let me watch this.
How much would a Blood Fury be worth if all the bots didn't exist there? Like, it'd be crazy.
Vimy Space, level 78. Let's look up his stats. Just level 123 thieving, so fucking 148 mil. 1 hunter, 19 farming. Like, it's just like so blatant. I mean, he's not.
Did you run up to him?
He hasn't killed one. Okay, so he's right here. You have to hit a certain radius. I think it's a 5 like tile radius. As soon as I go right here, he's gonna hop. Well, he's stunned right now, so as soon as I get over, he's gonna hop. He's not. Yep, he hopped. It's like guaranteed. So now I'm gonna hop worlds, and I'm going to see like 2 or 3 bots, I'm just guessing. And they're going to insta-hop. Okay, maybe they already hopped. I actually, maybe this was just an empty world. That would have been impressive. Let's see this one. Actually, this is a level 1500 skill. What am I thinking? They're not going to be here.
Oh, probably. But yeah, it is getting a little bit out of control. Do you think there's any like merit to people saying, hey, Jagex is for sale right now, so maybe they're pumping the brakes on banning right now because they want high player numbers? I know that can be controversial.
Yeah, I saw that on Reddit. I actually agree with it. Watch this guy. Is this guy not going to hop? What the fuck? Hop.
You're like, watch this guy. Meanwhile, like,
this guy's name is HSKJELKX. Like, brother, you're 112 thieving with fucking 1 in like 5 of your stats.
Kind of crazy. They have to complete Sins of the Father to do this shit. Like, that's kind of high. Just to bot buyers. Like,
yeah, I don't. Anyway, but what you were saying about the, I think there is a little bit of merit potentially. I'm not gonna like put on the tinfoil hat, but like, there's a lot of valid reasons why. Like, oh, first of all, oh my god, these guys are group Ironman. What the fuck?
Are you nervous about potentially like it being sold? And like, I wonder how much like influence like a new entity owning it could have.
I just don't think it's that big of a thing. I just think like the amount of effort to really clear bots and to just spend a lot of resources on clearing out bots is just not worth it for them, because they realize everyone's still playing this game. It's not like we're losing players because of it. I just complain all the time. Like, people are fed up with it, but we're so goddamn addicted to RuneScape that nobody's like quitting over it. So they're like, eh.
True. I've never heard someone like, that's it. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
done.
Like, I would love it if that was the case, but so then there would actually be some incentive. But nah, people are still playing. People are still having a good time. Just it would be such a better experience if Jagex really showed they cared. They had people that were hired to check out the high scores and just examine it thoroughly and be like, okay, you're fucking banned permanently. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Just spending the time to really give this game more of like more integrity, like especially the high scores. But on top of that, just watching bots just farming shit over and over.
The anti-cheat team is just never something you can trust, unfortunately.
I know, my God.
So, like, I don't know how you even go about that. Like, you just see everybody, oh, I've been falsely banned. It's like, well, were they? Maybe. Like, who knows? Like, at this point. Like, maybe that's you, and you're sitting on Twitter being like, hey, yo, I got banned out of nowhere. Meanwhile, it's true, and, like, no one believes you. But, like, at the end of the day, maybe it's true. Like, I don't know. It's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I think overall they probably do the right thing, but you never know.
Yeah, they definitely do. I don't think there's anything like incredibly shady. I think it's just like there's a lot. These are very complex problems. There's so much on their plate. Like they have so much shit they're trying to work on. They have a ton of new updates that they want to work on. Like there's just so much, and like we hyper focus on certain things, especially like in the HLC, like. Or just people that are like high level, like PVMing and stuff. Like they're like, oh my God, like how the hell have CMs not been changed? Like how the hell have like this and this little update, this little glitch like not been changed? Like come on, like we've been yelling about it. Like dude, like this game is massive. Like there's like hundreds of thousands of players just nonstop.
They could do a year of quality of life, and I guarantee there'll still be stuff.
Yeah,
like
tons. I'm glad they still focus on it. Like I'm really happy that the Project Rebalance is going to be happening and.
I feel like there was a point in time where they said like February is typically their quality of life month.
Yeah, that's the quality of life month.
So I wonder what will be like brought up. Because like changes to like run energy and stuff, is that considered quality of life? Like what do you think certain like these updates of rebalancing will come out? Like Scythe and Fang I think will happen first, like without all the rest, but do you think we're going to be waiting a long time for this stuff, or is it going to be before the Coliseum, after it?
I don't know when Coliseum's coming out, but I think most of the Project Rebalance will be, at least the weapons. The weapon stuff will be definitely before May. I would even say like probably March is when they get the weapons all rebalanced.
That'd be pretty cool.
I can't see it being beyond May. But the other stuff, like everything else, I mean, I think in the blog they said the weapons would be the last thing they're kind of focusing on. They want to get these other things done, but I don't know. The run energy situation, all these other like agility changes and stuff, I feel like that might take a little bit longer, but who knows?
Like going around the game, adding more agility shortcuts, like stuff that actually matters. Like you have to use that Hydra shortcut. What the hell is that? You like go on the shortcut and it takes like 20 seconds.
Dude, I am going to fucking scream the next time I have to go through that shit. What? Dude, they did the same fucking shit with the Wyvern shortcut. They're like, hey guys, what do you think about this new Wyvern shortcut? Which isn't even a fucking shortcut. It's literally a long cut. It's like you have to run all the way around the goddamn place anyway, and then you go through this little thing that should just instantly teleport you to like the Wyvern area. But no, it goes black screen for like fucking 10 seconds. Like,
bro, I thought when that came out that you were gonna go down the ladder and there was instantly gonna be a hole right there.
That's how they should have done it, but they're like, nah.
You gotta run all the way close to already the entrance.
No, dude, they are high, and the Hydra one. Bro, this is like, I swear none of the fucking devs play this game. They're just like, okay, like this makes sense, right? Just make this like they added a shortcut because people were dying getting to their stuff, and they didn't want to have the chance of like DCing at the baby hiders potentially and then losing their shit because they had to go through like a vulnerable part. So fine. And then they added the shortcut, but it's like, okay, we can't make it any faster though, because we got to keep the traditional way. We got to make that respectable. Like, stop! Oh my god, dude,
you got to make it the same time.
Look at this. I'm gonna go there fucking right now. I'm gonna count how fucking long this takes. This is obnoxious. Like, bro, nobody in the game is still thinking, this is keeping the respectable, like, normal path. Like, it's keeping the normal path respectable. Stop. Watch this.
The only reason I brought this up is because I have a Hydra task right now, and I went through and I was like, damn, like, what's going on here?
Okay, I'm going to go. Okay, so my tick counter down here says at 590, I'm going to go in. I'm going to see how many ticks it takes.
more than like 3 is already too much, you know? Like,
Bro, there's these fucking like dialogues. A weird aroma. The sort of liquid bursts from the pie. It's like, shut the fuck up. Let me get to the place already. Okay, it literally took 20.
you're not there yet?
No,
Okay.
it took 27 ticks. 27 ticks to start moving again. Oh my god, dude.
Wait, so
Jesus.
what is that?
That's almost 10. So that's 3 tick or what am I thinking? 5 ticks is 3 seconds. So 3 times 5, so like 50. Like that's like over 16 seconds.
That's
Like
obnoxious.
16 seconds of just black screen. Just but just black screen. Just
I almost want to see you run through and see if it's the same. Like if they just like actually did that or something.
actually I'm gonna do it just for science at this point. I'm doing it for science now. Oh crap, tell where the wrong place.
What have you learned today? I learned the Hydra shortcut.
I'm gonna make this very accurate. So let's time the ticks right on it. Okay, let's run this thing. As soon as I hop the rocks.
Ugh.
Okay, so we're at 5:20. Actually, I'll start it at 5:30. So we'll say it's 5:30 or 7:30. Yeah, it's literally faster to run. It's faster to run. That is so dumb.
Nice shortcut. Oh man, yeah. See, this is what I mean by like agility stuff and all that. Like this, they gotta like, I don't know, make agility more worthwhile.
Yeah.
Do you do any merching?
I don't. I actually never log into main accounts.
So do you FFA everything or do you split?
I mean, I have an alt that like when I used to raid a lot and do team content, I would usually split. I got to the point like toward the end, like right now, if I'm doing like team content, if I get a duplicate, like I'll drop it over to those guys. Like they can split it themselves. I don't need any GP. Like I just genuinely
Really?
Yeah, I don't care about the GP. Like for example, if I go to Tob and I'm just missing a Sanguinesi. So if I pull a Sanguinesi, I'm not splitting with them, and I make that clear. But if if they get anything, they can have it. I don't need a split. And if I get anything that's a duplicate, I'll just drop it over to them. They can split it. But if I get a Sang, sorry, I'm keeping that. I'm not paying you guys.
Yeah, I used to be FFA all. Like if I get like if it's my purple, I don't even care if I own it. Like that shit's mine. Like you guys are duo splitting and I'm like solo, like, you know, whatever I get.
Yeah.
That's how I used to do it, but like it just kind of seems where everybody's like, hey, look, bro, like we'd much prefer if you just split. So I started doing that now. So I started accumulating a decent amount of like wealth on my other account. I mean, I have like 2 bill lent out right now, which seems to be the case, and I don't know if I'll ever see that money again.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I know, right? Most of them are my IRL friends, so whatever. They have fun with it.
Yeah.
But you never like try to merch anything or try to get ahead of an update or something?
No,
like,
I think
like
that
the buffs right now. Like you don't think like, oh man, I should buy all this, and then when it comes out, maybe it'll skyrocket.
it sounds fun. Like, don't get me wrong. It's just one of those things. Like, I just don't care enough about it. I thought, and this is one of those things. Like, for years, I've been playing on this account for like 6.5 years, and like even years back, like 4 years ago, I was like, oh, I want to keep that alt money just in case, like something. And then I realized I will never play another. It's like I just don't care. I don't care to log into a main. I don't care about IRL, or I don't care about the GP. I just care about my Ironman. And so, like, don't get me wrong though. It actually sounds exciting to be able to like merch things that are gonna like skyrocket, or like that you're placing your bets on.
Fun to theory craft.
But
because I've been saying for years about the Elder Maul, but I just never went and did it because I never like just had the GP on my main, and now I'm sitting here being like, damn, who knows? Like,
how much is the Elder Maul right now? Is it skyrocketed?
Good question, because somehow in all of my raids,
33 mil.
Oh
right
wow!
now.
You see, I should have bought it. It was like 5 mil at one point. Was it 5 mil?
Probably,
10 mil? Something like that. It's just crazy because somehow still, like, even from like when I dropped everything till now, I still have never gotten an Elder Maul. And I'm like 3,500 chambers or something.
Jesus.
Never had one. But like, it's not like I ever need one.
Yeah. Now you do.
Yeah, right.
Maybe.
Now, well, they will. It's fine. Okay, actually, I got a great question for you now
Hmm.
because so now the challenge mode, like Chambers changes came out. I want to try them with challenge mode. What about these capes, man? Like, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna make it that CM will be the outlier that you have to do CM for the Chambers capes and the other ones you don't? Like, or should they make it that Tob and TOA you need to do experts to get the capes? Like,
No, just
how do
make it
we?
so you do the. Okay, yeah, I am completely on board with stop with the CM bullshit. 2000 cape. Just make it so you've done 2000 chambers of any type and you get it.
Oh yeah.
Do you agree with that, or are you on the
So
opposite?
like I do agree, but you just have the problem of the people that already did it. Is it
But you
just
have the
like, oh,
problem
are they
of Dead
unlucky?
Wilson. But listen, you have the opposite, the even more ancient problem of people like Dead Wilson that did 2000 normal chambers before CMs were even released. And if so, it's unfair for him that they even released CMs in the first place because he already did a bunch of chambers without that option of doing CMs. He would have done CMs. So, like, you just keep pulling back that problem. I mean, there's
Yeah.
people that get
Do you think
affected.
they should just leave it alone, or
No,
do you
I
think it's
think they I
appropriate to
think they should
change it?
change it because
I'm also the mindset.
yeah, I just think just make it so any chambers you do, there's already a reason to do CMs. That's for the dust.
Yeah.
That's for the kits. That's
Yeah.
the same with hard
If it
mode. Like
didn't have that, then sure. And honestly, at this point, it might start getting near that CM actually is like the definitive way to get like drops.
yeah, I mean that's already pretty much what it is. Like if I go back like I don't know, like CM's already has a nice thing going for it. First off, you guarantee a hammer, a tecton now, and it's just a guaranteed layout. Like you
Wait,
just
hold on. Is
what?
that only a CM thing? Like
Nah,
in
nah.
normal?
I think it's all.
No.
I think it's all
Okay. I was
tecton.
gonna say, hold up.
No, but I'm just saying, like, they've made so many nice improvements to CMs already. The site's going to get buffed soon as well. Like, I think the static nature of CMs is the enticing thing. And it's just, I don't know. I just feel like people already, like, it's not like, oh my God, CMs are so, like, so hard. And, like, it's just like nobody ever wants to do them. It's like everybody wants to do them, basically. And it's like, there's good reason. There's the dust, first off. There's the kits. I guess there is the capes, but, like, the capes are not like the real big thing. It's just people are doing it because obviously they want the collection log, and that's the only way to do it right now. But if they were to make the capes through regulars, people would still do challenge mode. Like I would still do challenge mode. Like people would still
Yeah.
do it.
At a
Like
certain, like once you have certain gear, it's like, well, I'm probably getting more points
yeah. And
doing this.
I do not feel bad for people that already did like the 2000. Like yeah, I guess you can feel like oh man, like this guy went out of his way. He really didn't want to do CMs, but he did it anyway. Like the people that did 2000 CMs fucking liked doing the CM. Like they were gonna like they're psychopath. Like anybody that's done 2000 CMs, like you clearly like doing chambers. You like doing CMs with the boys. Like it's not like, oh my God, they had to suffer so hard. Like, bruh, they made fucking bank. Like they made goddamn bank and they
They
fucking
probably have like 5 twisted bows in their
yeah, like they
name.
had a
Like,
great they had a great time. It's not like we have to like feel endlessly horrible for them. Like it's just whatever.
Yeah.
And to
Like
be fair, their ranks, like if they care about rank, I don't know if they care about ranks. I don't know if they care
oh
about
true.
getting devalued. It's like those are pretty
High
much
score.
solidified now because nobody else is going to do that shit. Well, people still will do that shit, but like there's not that crazy incentive to do it.
They
for
won't
the
go
capes
for
now.
2,000.
Yeah,
They'll get their dust, they'll get their kits
Mm-hmm.
and they'll be out of there.
I mean my normal nightmare rank, like I fucking suffered. They came out with Phosanis. I'm like, should they have not come out with Phosanis because oh my God, Seder and Lake had to do like all this like bruh, fucking fix this shit. Like Jesus.
So the quality of life is just it should
Yeah,
just
and
be
it's also
on
just
top of the wall.
OCD. It's like my OCD. It's like that's the biggest thing. Just dude, the other two raids have this system going. Just make it so Chambers has the same system. It's not that big of a deal. You still have to do 2000.
Yeah, right. It's
Like-
not like we're like it's not like, oh, this is gonna take like half the time. Like it still will take like I don't know actually at this
I mean,
point.
people
'cause a normal
people literally
raid-
do CMs in like fucking 20 minutes now if you're doing like 5-mans and shit. Like just
Yeah.
zooming through
I'm
it.
curious to try that when I get the scythe and like it gets buffed to try like CM.
Dude, I'm
like,
excited.
with a
Yeah.
team. Because I've never done that. I've never done like team content when it comes to chambers. Like I literally have mastered chambers solo, but
Yep.
I guarantee you start adding some other players with me, and I'm gonna be like, whoa, like I have to learn like my role now of especially as an Ironman that like I can't like take supplies out of the chest that someone else made. Like I'm curious how they're doing like those runs right now. Like are some people prepping or not? I don't know if you've watched any team speeds
Yeah, I watch them occasionally. I'm like you. I did my 150 CMs all solo, trying to go for my GM, and then obviously almost all of my normal chambers were solo. So, but yeah, actually doing team CM sounds nice. I think there's partly there's like this annoyance that I deal with mentally of like, ugh, I gotta find a team. I gotta, if I need to take a break or whatever, I'm inconveniencing other people. It's just like that kind of, any sort of team content kind of makes me anxious. I'm like, ugh, I don't really want to. I'd rather just deal with myself. But as soon as you're doing it, it's fun. The same thing with Nex. Like, Nex is annoying trying to find a team, but as soon as you have a good team running, it's fucking fun as hell.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's having like the right people. Because like right now, like I suffer from that with like Tob, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to constantly find like, because the problem is like in Tob, like if someone's like not doing their role right, it can kind of like in like Nilo and stuff like that. Like not all the rooms at this point, you don't need them to be team oriented. Like that's why I mage and all that stuff. Because I don't want someone else like screwing up the crabs at,
Yeah.
Nihilo,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. Which, by the way, that's actually the reason why the shadow is the reason why that like my DPS is actually like quite good at Tob now because it's actually better than the Scythe P2 Verzik, if you didn't know.
Really?
Yeah, it's better. So you have to bring the whole
Wow.
8-way switch though, but it's better.
That's cool. I
Well,
kind of like that.
it's probably mostly because you actually attack every 5 ticks.
Yes, that has to be. Oh, yeah. Okay. So the actual raw DPS in the calc would show Scythe is better slightly, but
I
you're losing.
don't know
ticks.
actually. I'm not sure.
Okay. So Shadow still might be better, maybe, but you're not sure.
Yeah, I'm still not sure. I think the buff will put it more in line, the Scythe with the plus 15, because like it actually does like if you try to use any other spell against her, like you basically always miss.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like it's literally Shadow or nothing, but it is better. So
That's
like
cool.
I ran a duo with Flash right now just to get the GM time, and like we did our like duo Verzik, and I think it was like sub 7 minute, and he was like, bro, he was like, that was a fast Verzik as if like you had a scythe, and I was just like, yeah, this shit is cracked, bro. Like when they do their like speed runs, they do bring Shadow, they bring the whole swap now for
Bruh.
like duos and stuff.
Bruh. I just
It's
thought of
really
something.
good.
I just thought of
What?
something. This is going to be hella convoluted, but just hear me out first. It might be a horrible idea. I just need to say it in voice. So imagine the Soul Reaper Axe new spec. So it guarantees what its current max hit could be. So none of that bullshit. But the orb thing, that like the special attack orb, makes it lose a tick or makes it gain a tick. So
Wait.
so
So
you
that it becomes 4 tick?
well, it maybe after like 3 attacks. So like every 3, you can click it, and it makes it a 4 tick attack, or like something. I don't know. Like I don't know what it would be, but I'm just thinking because of like
Just for one hit.
yeah, just for like one hit
Oh.
or something where like I don't know, like you know how like P2 has that kind of thing. Like imagine you could kind of stack up some things and use them to save one more tick. So it's only a 4 tick attack right there. But maybe
So like the one time that you're supposed to like step back and like you lose a tick or whatever, you use the spec on that hit and like you can continue the cycle kind of.
yeah, and even like let's just imagine, every hit. How I don't know. I'm almost thinking like, what if the Soul Reaper Axe held like 10 charges or something, and they don't actually do. The only thing they do is you stack them up every hit, but you spend 2. Okay, this is getting hella convoluted. What if it's just 1?
Yeah, hell.
Okay, let's just do this. Let's just do this. It's a Soul Reaper Axe. It has its best stats that it has at a 5 charge all the time. So there's none of that bullshit going on. So it's just a really good axe already from the get-go. But the orb, what it does is every attack you hit with 5 tick, it gains a 4 tick attack that you can use. So whenever you want, you can click the orb, or like click the special attack orb, and it reduces 1, but it gives you a 4 tick attack for that one. Does that make sense? So technically, it's a 4.5 tick attacking weapon if you use it efficiently.
Yeah.
I'm just like thinking, I'm like, okay, that sounds hella convoluted and stuff, but that would, like, in certain situations, like, Eh,
Also, how you brought up that you want this additional orb thing, I think that could be an idea for like certain weapons that like you use and like boom, like now I'm attacking faster for X amount of time. That could be an idea for the Soul Reaper in particular. I'm not too sure,
yeah,
but it's not
me
like
saying it what didn't sound like amazing, to be honest. I just had to say
well,
it.
I get where you're going with it.
Yeah.
I totally understand because like but like a specific example would be the Tob thing where like you're supposed to back up right now, but if you use this charge thing, I attack faster. It keeps me in cycle, so I'm really are
Yeah.
attacking that fast and
Now
all that.
like the more I think about it in practice, like I'm just imagining it. I'm like, this sounds hella annoying. This sounds because like, it would just be like every single attack you're just clicking the orb again, just to fucking speed it up again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then it's like, should we have a hotkey that does these?
dude. Actually, I want to talk just briefly. Just do you think
No.
okay, me too. I agree.
I was gonna say you don't
Hotkey
even have to
prayers.
say it,
Yeah,
bro. Nah, yeah, no, I would absolutely not do that.
yeah. Don't get me wrong. It's not like it's a bad idea. It's just not old school. It's like we gotta keep something going for
You got a mouse movement click, like that's got to stay.
yeah.
Oh, what about WASD? No, I'm just kidding. Like just some crazy stuff for your character and everything. Just fully get rid of point and click. Nah, I think it's fine the way it is, but this additional orb thing could have some cool effects, but
They
that
gotta be
list.
well thought out, and they can't be annoying, and they can't be
But that's
convoluted.
the problem, though. Is it's too much at one point. It's like, where's
It
the?
can be, but you can make it more simple. You can make it like, for example, if we're just talking skilling tools, it's a dragon pickaxe. Once you've swung, 5 times or something, or maybe even more than that, however many a swing is. I don't want it to just be like every fucking tick you're gaining it, but like every cycle or whatever, you gain something, and then when you hit 5, you just click it, and the next swing you do is a massive hit that has a really high success rate. Maybe it gathers more ores. Something that's just so easy. It doesn't feel necessary. Well, that doesn't
I
feel
like
necessary.
I like it for skilling activities just because it adds like instead of just click this fishing spot and look
Yeah.
away until like you get a notification of like hey yo, which by the way if they did that stuff on mobile like where like if I was fishing and like my phone would vibrate or something if I stopped fishing like dude can we do that like
Dude,
that'd be great.
can we also make it so mobile doesn't log you out after 1 minute of
I,
moving apps?
dude I think it's quicker than 1 minute for me that shit's like 15 seconds I swear
I
I'm
know it
going in
feels
and
like
out of
that.
the app
It's so annoying having to do that shit. Like
yeah
that's
think
why I can't play mobile. It's just it's like I
I
want to
think
do other.
Android people have a way of getting around that. Well, actually, no, the biggest way to getting around that is not even using their app. I think you use like Chrome desktop app
Yeah.
or
Yep.
whatever
Yep.
and just do that. But I don't know exactly how that works.
Yeah.
I should
Not
probably look into that
not willing to.
because I did hella AFK activities for like leagues and stuff while I
Hmm.
was at work. Like I would click the Vire to pickpocket and I put the phone like in my pocket. Just like it'd be just doing that while I was like working.
Dude, auto pickpocket, man. Auto
That's what I'm saying. Like it
auto.
could be a thing.
I know.
Like
I know. Well, shit. Let's see. What have we like not covered? I guess we can
I think we really did it all. I
kind
mean,
of wrap things
anything with
up.
the anything with the surveys?
I
Did
can't
you,
even really. I just know towards the end a lot of the things I was saying no to. I can't. I just don't have it in front of me right now.
yeah, it was just too much at once that like you can't even like break it down to like, oh, this is what they were talking about. It's just like,
Yeah.
damn, they were talking about this and that.
No, there was definitely quite a bit at the end where I was just voting no. It was a lot of like, well, there was like this big section of like quests. I'm like, I do not care. Like just
Oh yeah.
indifferent. I'm just like, I don't care.
So, do you like new quests or add-ons to quests?
I just
Like continue storylines or new storylines?
I think I put I mean, I like it when they wrap things up. I think I've just put indifferent to it because like it's okay either way. I think I did put that I would rather OSRS come out with their own unique new storylines rather than continuing RS3. That's only because I have no nostalgia to RS3
Yeah.
or
Yeah, me
RS2,
too.
just like in those days. Like I just
Same with items. Like stop doing like
yeah,
RS3 like kind of
I agree.
items and
I
stuff.
agree with that.
They did that for a long time. I think they won't really. They're kind of running out of things they could even do anyway. Well, actually, they amaze me, so they'll come out. They'll have some more stuff. Yeah, basically, how I answered that survey was anything additional game mode, I voted no. Anything that had to do with high level PVM, I just voted yes. So, like, it was
What
just a very basic like rundown of what I chose.
Well, let me ask you. We'll kind of wrap things up as well, but
Sure.
I want to ask about like, what do you think about CAs? Like, you don't have that completed currently,
I don't.
right? Had you
Because
completed it, or is it just item limitations that you just didn't have?
no, I could do it. Like, there's a lot of people that have gotten it without the scythe, and that's really what I don't have. It's just, it's another one of those things that I think will get easier, and like, I might as well just do it when I have the correct
Yeah,
gear and
yeah,
stuff.
totally.
Like all like the speed times and all that, like on most content I've already done. It, like Tob and stuff like that without like me owning a scythe. But then you think of like, oh, like grotesque guardian speedrun time, like I hear that one's annoying, and people use Scythe for that, and it's annoying for people even with Scythe. Like, I don't know if it's still true to this day with like Venator bow and all that stuff, but like, I just recall like certain ones being annoying even with current gear. So it's like, should I like, do I really care that much about the helmet? Like, yeah, it looks cool, but like, I don't think I need this helmet to like show that I'm like good at the game, you know?
Yeah.
Same with the Defender. Meanwhile, that shit looks like a McDonald's Defender anyway.
Dude, I
I would still
know.
use Master, I think.
Dude, I'm considering it. It's just like, this thing is, yeah, this thing literally looks like they origamied a fucking large fry cardboard container and just in a bunch of weird shapes, like McDonald's fucking fries.
Why is always like the top tier some gold like kind of deal? Like, why does it have to be gold?
I don't know, dude. And the thing is, like, gold, like, have you seen like the fucking mustard defender, like the dragon defender with gold on it? I have it right here. It's just like you're just squirting mustard on shit. Like, it's just,
I didn't even know they had it for that.
yeah, but the
I
problem
thought it was
is
Rune Defender only.
the biggest problem with, well, the dragon one has like this gross like mustard spray to it. The rune defender turns into an all like totally gilded one, right?
Oh,
That one looks
okay,
hella
yeah,
clean,
okay.
I think, personally. The main problem with the Grandmaster Defender is it's just way too bulky. Just calm it down. Like, there's just too much going on. Like, just make it way more minimal.
Like,
You could,
more of a trim than like it just
yeah, like there's
the
just
whole
like it's so fucking. Look at this thing. I'm just gonna take a picture. It's like it's just way too much. Like way too extra.
Yeah, why does that have to be red there? It could be black.
Yeah,
I don't know.
they really could.
Black and yellow just always looks good together.
Yeah,
So like, if you
just
have to have
calm
the
it
yellow-
down. Just get rid of the extra. Like literally, if they got rid of like that, the yellow on both ends, like if they cut that off and just made it so like that maroon color is the edge of it, that alone would look already a lot nicer. Because it doesn't look like it's just flailing out. That's my
Yeah,
own
so like
opinion.
the cosmetics, like they're cool and everything, but like I don't think it's something where like, yeah, the 2 minute thrall thing, that's one thing that I think about and be like, okay, I kind of would like that.
I wish they would change. Okay, hear me out on this. I'm not saying this needs to come in, but what would you think of an auto-thrall / auto death charge?
So what? It just respawns the thrall.
Yeah, it
soon
just
as
does
it's
it.
gone?
As soon as it's gone, it resummons it without you having to do anything. So it could be annoying. But
Um,
there's like certain situations, especially death charge. Death charge is one of the most annoying things to upkeep because it's so good, especially like in certain pieces of content. But it's just like this constant thing where like you can't even resummon it. You have to wait until the last minute or the full minute's expired. And click it again, and like every tick that you're not resummoning it, you're wasting it. Like at least it doesn't need to be thrall. I just feel like death charge, if there was some sort of auto cast with that, would be so nice.
that is definitely interesting. So you basically always have it up if you can.
Yes, it just keeps auto casting it. Like as soon as it's expired, it just does it again instantly.
I mean, if you're gonna just click it anyway yourself, I don't really see a problem with it.
Yeah, it's mainly death charge. Like thralls could be nice. It would be a little bit
Clean
weird,
up your
but-
screen because some people use like the hey you haven't had a thrall up.
Yeah.
Gotta, like,
No,
you know,
I do
don't
that-
like flashing stuff at me. So.
I do that with death charge. I have to put it up because it's so good. Like if I'm at Sarachnis or if I'm at Phosani's Diamond, like Phosani's Diamond is a great example where you really just want to be auto, like always casting death charge because you don't know when a parasite's coming, you don't know when the husks are coming. You want to keep regaining that Void Waker spec if you have a Void Waker, whatever you're using. Sarachnis is another great example. You kill Sarachnis in under a minute easily. It's like fucking 30-second kills. And you want to just keep re-summoning that death charge. It's just this nuisance, though. Like, you know how good it is to keep summoning it because you get more specs. But the nuisance of it is just...
What would you just right-click the spell and just hit, like, auto resummon?
Yeah.
And, like, it would just do that?
Oh, my God. I would love that. Yeah, auto. Oh, that would be so good.
Definitely a huge quality of life thing.
That'd be so
I wouldn't be
nice.
opposed to it. Because it's not like it's like, oh, this is now better. It's just quality of life.
Yeah, that would be so goddamn nice. It could be the same thing with a thrall as well. Just auto.
Yeah. And then, like, if you wanted to resummon yourself anyway, like you can or whatever, you just go in there and do it.
Ooh, I'd love that shit.
That's a great idea. I
you.
can't
Thank
think
you,
of
thank
one
you.
thing that's like, no, it's not a good idea.
And then,
No,
you know,
definitely.
just fucking send it to Shadow Veil too. Why not? The thieving spell.
Well, so that's actually a good point. Like, it could really go to a lot of spells.
Yeah, that would be nice, man. That would be nice. I'm sorry. There might be a few people thinking like, oh, that is your fucking easy escape. I'm sorry, but like just constantly having to work. It feels like RS3 or like WoW. I never even played those games, but these constant like things that are loading back up, refreshing. You have to click them again, like click them again, click them again. It's like, God damn it, just fucking be perma.
Not really that against like where like, oh, you have to click them again or whatever, but like we use all these add-ons and plugins from RuneLite that like do countdowns to tell us like, oh, it's back up and everything, and like you just wouldn't need all that stuff anymore. Like it would just clean up like the whole UI a little bit.
Oh,
And
okay.
people already with the thralls are always a problem for everybody anyway.
This is something about the leagues thing, you know, where you're saying like, you know, maybe certain leagues things. Did you ever experience the fucking like little minion guy that follows you?
Yeah.
Wait, what's it called?
Yeah. It's a guardian. So
Guardian.
I chose the undying one where like if I die, like I explode.
Because you're
or whatever,
newbie
but
and you
it's-
die a lot, so you need it. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I used the Berserker relic, so I had to sit at like super low HP the whole time. But like if I made a mistake, So it was really fun, and it made it that wasn't frustrating. But the Guardian one was really cool.
What would you think if there was a not as powerful as a Guardian, but some like we have Thralls already, and that's like that would be okay. And again, I'm not advocating for it. It's just me spitballing. I have to keep regurgitating that, but like spitballing. Think of this. There is currently the Thralls that we have, which by the way, okay, actually I need to say one thing. I need to ask your opinion on this. Do you think because they're making it so all successful attacks guarantee a 1, do you think Thralls should be the same, where it doesn't hit zeros anymore?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, it needs to.
Because it only rolls a 0 because it rolls 0 through,
I know. It's already 100% accurate.
And again, there you go. It's making it more like streamlined. Like, now it's consistent because now it's consistent with how the game works right now.
Yes.
Well, we're changing how the game works. Okay, so we should change how they work too.
I fucking hope they do that. One of the most annoying things is like it's a monster's 1 HP. Your Thrall goes to hit it like, yes, 0. Like, you fucking bitch. Anyway, so my thing is, what if there was a very hyper expensive Thrall that's a very lesser form of a Guardian, but it does have some just additional perks. Like maybe it has some sort of AoE potential, but this thing costs a lot. So it's like, what does the current Thrall cost? Like 5 blood runes. So this thing would cost like 25 blood runes and like, 5 cosmics and maybe additional prayer, maybe like 20 prayer or something. Still summoned out for the most,
You know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of almost as if like when people use alts and stuff. The only reason I'm bringing that up is like, let's just say for like Slayer, right? Like how people use like, okay, you got to dart all these dust devils and bring them to the corner and you barrage them and everything. Like, I just think we need new ways of making it that you do stuff like that you like pile them up and all that, like some aggression like way of getting aggro, like potions or maybe a guardian that helps you tag ones or something. I don't know, just I think that would be nice because it's kind of annoying, like, all right, tag, run to the corner.
Well, if the fucking if the Venator bow, I'm moving beyond the Guardian thing, that's just spitballing. I don't know if I'm a big fan of it. I'm just saying stuff, but what if the Venator bow needs to be 3 tick. I'm sorry.
Whoa.
It's a 4 tick
Would
weapon.
that make it that much better? Like how
Yes.
like isn't it like cracked right now? Like,
It's not cracked right now. People use it in very, 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 very niche scenarios, And the Venator bow's only good in these very niche scenarios where there are monsters to tag. And as soon as there's not that opportunity, the thing isn't as good anymore. So the Venator bow being 3-tick would make it way more powerful, but it still has that niche where you're not just maining it. You still need to... I think part of it is like seeing situations where it could really excel at, and it just barely excels, like Inferno. Just like very, very niche situations where like, yeah, like you could use it and it might be good. But if you made it 3-tick, it would definitely be good. And so if you become an expert at using it, you're really getting a nice advantage.
I do like the idea of like you've mastered this weapon. It's not like I could just equip it and be like, wow, this is sick. Like you'd have to actually learn. The problem is with a weapon like that though is like this whole like, oh, you got to line it up with the southwest tile, or I don't even know what tile it
that's
works
that's the mastering of it. Like
yeah, but like I think that kind of stuff is annoying. Like I don't like that you have to like look at your compass and see where you're at with their tile.
Yeah, that could be
like,
that could be changed as well. It could really just go off of the perimeter of the monsters instead of the southwest
it really
tile.
Should.
And the worst part is that like once you go beyond like the 4x4s, it's not even the southwest tile. It's like the fucking like second northeast.
That's what I was
tile.
saying. Like I don't even know what tile it is.
It goes it goes weirdo mode really quick. It's the same thing with the scythe. They need to fix how the scythe works. Like I really hate it how you'll swing a scythe at Thermi. There's a one smoke devil underneath, just fucking swings it at that. Like stop. If the main monster I'm attacking can accept all 3 hit spots, just make it hit all 3 hit spots. Stop sharing it.
Okay, so that's a good way that you like define that. Like that it has to be a 3x3 that can take all hits, because that would be a problem for like Nilo like waves and stuff. If you like attack one and it only hits one, like
I just wanted
heavily nerf that.
If the target you're hitting is a 3x3 or larger, like in very, very niche situations, are you ever wanting it to hit the other thing? You want all the damage.
Be using a shadow at Thermi, not that scythe.
I
actually don't know which one's better, but I'm pretty sure the shadow is better.
Yeah, I think it's just fun mailing it right there. But yeah, you're right. I think shadow is really good. But yeah, so I can't remember what the previous thing I was saying. I wanted to touch on that a little bit more.
Venator bow.
Oh yeah, Venator bow. Venator bow should be 3-tick. And like you were saying with gathering mobs, the Venator bow kind of has that little bit of a niche where like, you shoot it and it gathers things, but not really. It kind of just hits the same fuckers over and over. So if it was 3-tick, it'd be a little bit better to gather things.
Also, we need to make Abbey Demon like aggro range bigger. That like if you try to like barrage in the catacombs.
Oh my god, dude, the aggro ranges in general need to be fixed. Like, have you ever have you been to the Hellhound room? Have you killed any Hellhounds, bro? Those things got like a 5x5 aggro range. It's so small. It's dinky, dude. Like literally, you go to the catacombs, like that little portion of that fucking cave is tiny already. That little Hellhound section. And bro, you can only aggro like 3 at a time, and then like you literally attack a dog, move one tile, it just forgets about you, it just like moves back to its corner. Like
I didn't realize they're so like,
dude,
I didn't realize the Hellhounds were like that.
And they have.
So I never like tried to stack them or move them or anything.
They have such a long respawn time too. It's like a full ass minute. Like
I actually had to in leagues hop worlds because with the Berserker relic, your first hit is your max hit. I used to. And I used like your lower HP. So I would have a BGS and my first whack was like 100. It would like one shot them. I just killed the whole room, hop, repeat, literally.
They have a very slow respawn timer, and
wouldn't it be cool that like, so does a Venator bow hit 3 targets or 4?
3. And it has a high chance of just bouncing back to the first one you hit. So even if you had 3 monsters, sometimes it bounces back to the other one.
Like, it would be such a cool, like, aggro weapon that, like, let's just say that Abbey Demon room, like, you kill your whole stack. You look in one room, you shoot once. You look in the other room, you shoot once, and then you just stack, and boom, you're done. Like, it just, stuff like that would be cool. Or, like, what about aggressive potions? Like, would you be into that? Like, aggro potions? Yeah,
totally. I even, like, with the skill, I'm not advocating for this, but at a time when people were kind of talking about Bard, the skill, like, there was this, like, war drum that you could make, and that war drum would just instantly aggro things.
Ooh.
Again.
That's pretty cool.
Again, I'm not saying Bard needs to come into the game, but that was something. Yeah, I'm always I'm always down for I'm also even for peaceful potions.
Peaceful.
So like you crossing White Wolf Mountain or something, like you just don't want to be. I mean, nobody fucking does that, but like just any place where you would be aggroed, you just click this and you're not aggroed.
Any use?
Yeah, there's a lot of. One example. Let me think.
Just off the top of the head. What about like God Wars? You don't have the God.
Yeah, God Wars. God Wars is a perfect. You go
down there and you should be.
God Wars is a perfect example. Yeah, just click the peaceful potion. You are now everything's passive to you for the next minute or two.
Could you go into boss rooms and like they won't attack you?
There would probably have to be some exceptions, just like there's exceptions to like Venom and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, for most mobs, you could use it and you wouldn't be attacked. But I think for like raids and other like super high level things that are just built to just have certain
going
mechanics.
Like Nilo and the aggros just like don't attack you. Like know.
No, I mean, yeah, that could be an option. But I don't know. That again, that's like kind of.
Just push ideas that get rid of alts. Like the aggro potions, I think gets rid of like people using multiple accounts to like.
Well, what is your thoughts on adrenaline potions in the main game?
So is that like for like how the TOA ones work with specs?
Yeah. Or even a spec potion that you drink it and you just restore spec. It's an expensive potion or something, but.
Nah, can't do it.
Okay, but.
Can't do it.
No, that's fine.
Would you like that?
Well, I think there's probably some sort of potion we could make in the future that could do that, because if you just had like a 1-dose potion or something, that's like an adrenaline.
It just instantly gives you back a certain amount of spec.
Yeah, it would just be like
increases how fast you get it.
It would be like maybe like a 4-dose potion that you can bring to boss encounters. That you drink it, you heal 25% spec. Drinking it, so the whole potion would be 100% spec potentially.
Oh, so you gain back spec, not that your specs cost less.
Yeah. So you just gain it back. I mean, it could be the opposite. It could be that way too. I just think gaining specs is a little bit more appropriate for main game usage. Just like restoring your special attack through drinking an expensive potion.
Well, the problem I see with it restoring spec is that you basically could just constantly be speccing with no stopping.
Yeah, no, that really is. So imagine though. And I'm not saying this is good. I'm just spitballing. But like, this could be hella game breaking. Totally. Like, I'm not claiming it isn't. But like, you bring, let's just say you go to like a fight like Phosani's Nightmare. Like, I guess I'm just bringing that in my head. Oh, actually, an even better example is not a better example. And another there's so many examples actually now that I'm thinking about it. Like, obviously you would bring this everywhere. But if this spec potion, let's just say, costs like 120k or something per potion, and the potion itself only restores 100, and you can only drink one sip every 3 ticks like a normal potion is, so technically you couldn't just repeatedly spec over and over and over, because you'd have to spend the time drinking it, but you could, ultimately get a lot more spec.
You lose ticks by drinking it?
Like, no. It's just a potion where like you can't drink 2 doses of brew in like 1 tick or 2 ticks.
Are you saying because like we already have, like, if you're gonna say for Corp with hammering, like we already have a way of you just get your spec instantly back?
It's not to say that. It's just like this would add another dynamic to PVM, where if you're a rich motherfucker and you can afford this and you don't need the food and you don't need the space for other shit, you bring a bunch of these spec potions and you just annihilate the boss, really quickly and stuff.
I just see a lot of holes in that. Like if you're a main account that just has unlimited money, you literally only like just claw.
Yeah,
like,
go for it. If you want to spend fucking 120k per potion, like, okay, there's 2 extra claws for you. Like another 120k, two extra claws. Like, again, like there is this would clearly break a lot of records. This would be, but like, imagine like you go into CMs, like where's your fucking space for these spec pots? Like where's your space for these special potions that you want to bring? In a lot of cases, you couldn't bring it. Like you just couldn't.
I guess like when you do a raid or something, you can't access the bank to get more.
But there would be, and again, this is assuming the potions are high level potions that are very expensive. And you wouldn't use them everywhere. But in the cases you would want to get a new world record or something, or to really speed up your strats and stuff, and you're just a rich motherfucker that wants to spend money, bruh, like these would be fun as hell to use.
The only way I see it that it would be fair would have to have limits on it. And what I'm thinking is like, let's just say you kill Nex, right? And like at the end of the kill, you use your Void Waker spec or whatever.
Yeah.
Now you're at 0 spec, and now you go to the bank, you heal back up and everything, but you're going into the next fight with no spec because you just spec'd. I think like while you were at the bank, if you were to restore your spec there somehow by a potion, I think that's fine. But actually being at the boss and just spec.
Bruh. But you're already discounting like that's just how expensive this would be. Like
I guess, but like
going
I don't
to
think cost.
I don't know. Like okay, again, assuming these potions are like 100K or more. Like you're bringing one of these. Let's just say you're gonna ZCB the fuck out of Nex. I mean, only like one potion's only 100% spec total. So how many spec pots are you bringing in? 5, 6?
So if the question is it worth it? No, but it's a question that like you can never speed run any content ever again because whoever just brought the most spec pots.
Exactly. That's amazing. That sounds fucking awesome. Do you really want to get a world record? You really want to get a world record, Timmy?
Yeah.
Fucking bring these, bitch. You fucking send them. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, because already a lot of records are just relying on you hitting like fucking 5 rubies at the beginning. Like if you don't, it's like, okay, you're doomed.
That's a good point as well. Like apparently Vardorvis, like you have to like start off with a ruby or something to try to like work it up.
Yeah, that's so stupid.
Meanwhile, like I'm pretty sure it has high range defense. But does ruby you have to hit, no? How does that work? Is it 5% just automatic or you have to hit and then 5%?
With the ZCB?
Yeah.
ZCB is a guaranteed spec if you successfully hit. A guaranteed ruby.
No, just rubies in general. Like if you were
20.
to act
it's like a 5% shot.
Yeah, but do you have to hit and then it's 5% or just always 5%?
Ooh. No, I think it has to have been a successful roll and then it rolls the 5%, I believe. Maybe. So if it's a miss, it's just not rolling anything, I don't think. I could be wrong.
Then it would just be always 1 in 20.
Yeah, it can't be that. It's got to be.
It is after the little percentage
actually,
from the
fuck. Now I'm actually. Well, it can't be because the ZCB is a guaranteed special proc. So if the ruby is a guaranteed thing, then that would never miss. So it does miss though. That means.
Oh, true.
It's a 5% of the chance.
True. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, I'm really just trying to sell the spec pot to you right now.
Yeah, I know. Like I do sales, so like you're like I'm getting where you're coming from. You know what I mean? But
I don't know. The more I think,
I'm not buying.
Yeah,
I'm not buying.
The more I talk about it, I'm like actually kind of like. I mean, I could never use it because I could already see it being some fucking bullshit ingredients to make. Just some like.
Sounds like another thing that mains would use that I can't use, and I don't like that shit.
Dude, you know what I really want? Zenyte Bolt tips.
Okay, so that could be interesting. A new ammo type, a higher type.
Yeah,
but strictly for bolts.
I mean, as soon
arrows would kind of go crazy.
As soon as I see, yeah, we could hold off on arrows right now, but I don't know.
Get like crossbows a little bit more like, you know.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing with javelin heads. What if there was an enchanted javelin gem tip for the new ballistas?
That'll just go crazy. Like you got to do all new effects and everything.
Yeah, right.
I mean, just do the same. Do you do ruby javelin? Like,
nah. I think it should be different effect. I mean, it could be the same, but
the crazy thing is when Chambers first came out, I'm pretty sure rubies were better than T-Bow because you could hit like 222. That was the max. That shit was crazy. I don't know if you witnessed that, but
no. Dude, I just remember like some J mod was like flexing the T-Bow at Bandos before it was released and just fucking like
that was Ronin.
Yeah, 3 or 4 shotting it. Just here you go. Okay.
Yeah, I think it hit. I don't know if it was 75 or 85, but he was in Void as well. So like we didn't have Masori back then, so like Void was giving it tons of back hits, and people were just like, "What?" Like the chat like was just dude. Old Twitch chat was legendary.
It
like,
was.
Just like the old Pog champ and all that. Like that's everybody would be spamming.
Like when you see an old video of a Twitch chat, like a you know a recorded Twitch chat, like it floods back memories.
Yeah, it's definitely so like nostalgic and like, oh, I remember that stream and everything.
Yeah.
So I usually did watch like big release type streams and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Good times. I was gonna say something. Oh, the bolts and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be interesting. But like you just go right over dragon. Like, what about new ways of getting dragon ammunition? Like, how many dragon arrows do you
Yes.
have?
Dude, give me that shit. Okay, listen. Listen, you're gonna hate this. You're gonna
Am
hate this.
I?
Nah, you'll probably like it, but
Yeah, I
this
was
is
gonna
a
say. I think I like it.
this is a very like this would not fit lore wise. I'm complete agreement. I've mentioned this on the cast. I've heard backlash against it clearly, but one of the things I absolutely hate is how much rune ammo you're given at a high level Ironman point. Like I just like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of runite bolts and runite
Yeah.
arrows and runite fucking dart tips. Like nobody's using this shit. Like we want to use the dragon stuff. So I was thinking, what if there was a spell that is called rune to dragon convert? So what it does is every 10 rune ammo you have with a spell cost converts it to 1 dragon ammo.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'm never selling any of my arrows ever again. Not that I was, but like, you know how you bring multiple stacks to like the seller guy
Yeah, yeah,
of
yeah.
like items and you just spam click? Like every now
Yeah.
and then I'd grab like rune arrows and I was like, all right, well, I have an extra slot. Might as well sell it to
So
whatever I get from it.
So clearly, this absolutely sounds like the most private server thing of all time, and I'll fully admit that. It's clearly the most selfish thing ever that I've probably ever advocated for like an Ironman. But I don't know if it had like a spell like cost associated, so it costs maybe some blood runes, cost some cosmic runes, cost some nature, whatever the hell it's costing to cast this spell, and you just use it on your stack and it just keeps converting them. So every 10 converts to 1. I don't know. I actually like low key would fucking love that. I mean, you still got to consider like 100,000 rune arrows would convert to 10,000 dragon arrows. And
Yeah,
you have
so
to,
basically, like my thought on it is just like at the end of the day, like basically what you're trying to do is just come up with like how could we get dragon ammunition at a reasonable rate? Like how could we like because you get a T-bow and an Iron Man and you just feel so guilty ever using any
yeah.
dragon arrows unless you're going for a speed run thing. Meanwhile, it's like so you're basically never using the T-bow at its full potential. But if you're a main account, you could just do that whatever you want. But you chose to be an
Yeah.
Iron. But
Yeah, no, there is
so
that argument of like you chose to be an iron. And again, like this spell is not the only way to go about it. I would even be okay with like some new dragons, like bone dragons that come out where like they have this, just fucking, you kill the dragon, you get this little bone fragment, and then you chisel it into whatever ammo you want, similar to like amethyst. You just get the amethyst and you chisel it into whatever ammo you want. And that would be like the way you grind dragon ammo. I guess my main annoyance is just how many of the most recent bosses, the most recent things that have come out that are still shitting out rune ammo and stuff. I was like, stop. Oh my God. Like, we
true.
get enough of this garbage. Like, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
That's a good point. But like bolts wise though, every boss that's been coming out is like, all right, here's some dragon bolts. Like
Well, only Leviathan, really. And
well,
Nex.
Nex as well and Vorkath. Like can you name the ones that are doing dragon arrows?
Dragon arrows, no, not really. I mean, yeah, dragon arrows are in
Duke
very short
Duke
supply.
does. Duke
Yeah,
does. If you do a perfect kill, you actually get a good amount. I think it's like
250.
250.
Yeah,
Yeah. So that if there's one that like I'm gonna grind for like the ingots after like I
yeah.
have everything, I'm gonna do Duke. I don't know. Maybe you could just go the route of something simple of like each dragon bone you could just convert to like 3 dragon arrowheads or something. I mean, like just something that simple could really just be the fix.
Yeah. Now
But
there's a
then I
lot of
guess you have
ways
to
to go.
drag, but like you don't even have to like grind dragons. Like you get dragon, but like yeah, I guess you could use it for prayer training. But like at some point, like I'm pretty sure like my one buddy like started playing and he was like, oh, I need to get my prayer up. I just dropped him 1,000 dragon. Like I don't care about it. Like I'm never gonna use it for like XP and stuff. But
Hmm.
like hey, if you could use it for like arrows or something, like it would actually be a drop that I would be like, I'm killing Hydra right now. Oh, if I get the 30 Dragon Bone drop, I'd be like, oh shit, like this is some Dragon
Yep.
Arrows. Like,
Yep.
I don't know.
Totally.
So something like that. There needs to be more ways, or it doesn't, but like, it doesn't always have to be like, oh, this boss just drops it now. Why can't it be like a skilling way of like, you need to have a specific crafting level or fletching level to break down the bone, or like,
Hmm.
use skills more and stuff to like get what we want at the end of the day, really.
Totally. Yeah. No, yeah.
Zenyte
There's
Bolts, though, that's kind of cool.
There's a lot of ways to go about it. The problem with Zenyte bolt tips is like there's no way somebody's chiseling a full fucking Zenyte for 10 tips. Here you go. Here's your little fucking 1.5 mil tip.
Yeah, so I guess it doesn't really have to be Zenyte. It could be any kind of whatever you call it.
It would be Zenyte. It would just have to be like they would just have to drop, as Zenyte bolt tips, and the high alk value can't be extreme. And
I just realized we're talking about two different things. You're talking about specifically a new like bolt tip.
Yeah,
I was talking about a new bolt.
Oh no, I mean bolts aren't Zenyte. I mean they would just. So you were thinking like rune, dragon, and then like the next one would be Zenyte. No, I'm just thinking dragon's still the cap, but Zenyte tips. Yeah.
Okay.
Because its Onyx tips are the highest right now.
What the effect would do?
I think RS3 already has them. Somebody was telling me. I'm so unfamiliar with RS3.
They definitely do.
Yeah, they have some sort of effect. I think it's like I think it generates spec. Actually, I think that's what it was. Whoa. It's like when it procs, you gain spec back or something.
Could be interesting, but at the same time, it's like I still don't ever seeing that being like that sought after.
Yeah, no, I mean
because like rubies or. Yeah. Well, that's why I was going the route of like a whole new bolt tier, like going above like what we already have.
Or just come out with a crossbow that just annihilates. Just like a 4-tick crossbow that says, I don't know. What was crossbow in the heavy department when it was like
Yeah.
Okay, that was heavy. It wasn't standard.
I think because it's a bolt. I think arrow is just standard.
I know. Okay, actually, I'm gonna look at this now because
I just don't understand why no crossbow, even the Zenyte crossbow, does not give range strength. It's just purely based on the bolt. Yeah. So like it's only accuracy. Like twisted bow, like they give range strength. Like I don't know. I think the Zenyte crossbow kind of missed the mark with not putting any range strength on it to just get it a little bit like more of just a spec weapon,
Yeah.
Especially because people were using it to kill necks. Like when it first came out, it's like, oh yeah, this is just really good. But like, I don't know, just to get crossbows a little bit closer. Because the ZCB now, the way they did it is just made it basically a spec weapon. The cool little ruby extra effect is nice about the 110, but
yeah, it's just if crossbows just always feel like rubies. It's like there's not even the crossbow itself sucks. Just give me the rubies.
Need the standard hit to be like a lot better.
Yeah, for sure. Or just like make crossbows like hyper accurate. Like I mean, they already are very accurate, but they need to be like hyper accurate. That would
because like once you like put it with a buckler, that really like pushes it because you can't do that with like the T-bow and all that. But.
Okay, well, we've been fucking rambling on for long. This has been fun as hell, by the way. Yeah, like talking to you, this flies by so fast. It's like we just like jump off of each other just over and over and over. Like
it's that chemistry. Yeah, it just it's just a flow. There's there's no structure to this, by the way, guys. Like this is just right off the dome. There's no like, all right, we talk about this, then that. I'm just throwing stuff, he's throwing stuff, and this is how it ends up.
It's so good. So I'm going to ask you for 3 shout-outs in a second. But for those listening, down in the description, you guys can check out Travis42's links down there. I'll have his Twitch and Twitter. Anything else you want linked?
No, that's fine.
Okay. I'm also going to have his previous episodes. So if you guys are interested, we were talking about like the Next blog like over 2 years ago. So if you guys want to check out that episode, feel free. That was episode 46. And so, yeah, long ass time ago. So Travis, I guess to wrap things up, I'm going to ask you for 3 shout outs from the community.
I'm actually going to really quickly ask you one last question. Are you doing RuneFest?
Of course. Okay, I've said this way too many times. It's getting annoying at this point to my listeners.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
No. It has nothing to do with you. It's just me. There is a chance, very slim chance, that Jagex pays for my travel there.
Oh.
And so me constantly saying, yeah, I'm going, 100% going. Like it's just gonna like diminish that chance if they hear it. They're like, oh no, Sae Bae's already coming. Like we don't need to pay for his dumbass, just. But that slim chance, I have to almost say like, oh, I'm not gonna go, just so they're like, no, we gotta have Sae Bae come pay for him, So it's fucking weird.
Brought it up then, but
yeah,
no, that's a good idea. I do the same thing.
But yeah, they're not gonna hear this. Actually, they might. But I'm 100% going. Like no, I would go into debt to go.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Very little chance that I go, but if I do, it'd be good to see you there. And anyway, but shout outs, definitely the boys from the TwitchCon house. I met Zandy, and he was just a delight. I mean, he is just so funny. That Aussie, like, just his all of his like words and phrases that he uses that you just be like, "What'd you say?" Like at the end of the day, is just hilarious. I absolutely adored meeting him. It was just great, and we're better friends for it. So definitely Zandy and Corbin, they're there. Um, who else sticks out? Just all like the people I've been tobbing with recently and stuff that I talked about with the Soulreaper Axe that I took feedback from. Like I actually asked them like, "Hey, we're gonna be talking about it. What do you think we should do about this thing?" So them and I don't know. Can't think of anyone else.
Well, that's
Just like my
three.
main
So
friends. There you go.
yeah, good shit. Yeah, Travis, this is always a pleasure. I'm gonna have to get you on next year as well if you're down. Just
Yeah, get on every poster.
yeah, no, for real.
When is that coming out? Is that already out or not yet?
So I haven't released the merch stores yet because or the merch store because what my plan is I'm working with an artist and she's really busy right now, but I want to get year 1, year 2, and year 3 out. Right now I just have year 1 and year 2, and I'm not. I'll actually just like not say this right now, just publicly, but I want to get these 3 posters out, and I also want to get like some other merch going, just so my store isn't like this empty thing. And then I want to like have like an actual release, and I want to make sure the shit's like hella quality because I've never released merch before, and I don't want to be that dude that just like release a merch store just early before everything's like set up and it's just like some dog shit quality, and like I want to make it like a really nice release. So hopefully like mid next year, hopefully, like that would be the plan, but I'm not totally sure. But yeah, so
Sweet.
yeah, cool. Yeah, because you were on year 1.
Yeah, the OG.
Yeah, you weren't on year 2. You actually missed year 2 and year 3. You're on year 1 and year 4. Because you.
Oh, so this is 4.
Yeah, the year 4 just started like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so you're on the. Yeah, so rip year 2 and year 3. So.
That's all good. Actually, was it the newest one, year 3? One of them was like really, really like the detail was crazy.
Yeah, no, that, and so this is why I kind of hesitated saying this, because there is a slight chance I might even get year 1 redone by that artist that did year 2, because the year 2 is the one I just posted. It looks phenomenal, like looks so goddamn good.
Yeah, that looked amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, shout out still to the year 1 artist, but the thing is I can't get in contact with him. He's like been MIA for like years, so it still turned out nice, but in comparison, I like the art style of year 2 a lot better.
Gotcha.
And so optimally, then this, of course, would cost a lot of money, but to redo year 1 with the same art style and then get year 3 the same art style, so they're all looking similar.
Right.
That would be optimal, but I have to work with the artist with that, and that's
cool.
Not positive on it.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, cool. Okay, Travis, thanks again, everyone listening.
Pleasure.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. Next, so I'm trying to think. We don't have anybody planned for next week quite yet, but next month we are going to be having some cool guests on. We're going to be getting Scott VC and the Joe Watermelon cast. The 2 of them together did dynamic Ironman duo. I'm excited for that one. We're also going to be getting Tasty and Behemoth on at the same time, talking about that bald hemoth transition for the RuneScape channel. And there's some other guests in mind as well that I'm still getting planned, but a lot of cool guests for next year. Thanks for listening. As always, if you guys want to support the cast, down in the description there's a Patreon link and a YouTube membership link. You guys can support there. And that's it for me. Travis, thank you once again, and thank you everyone listening. Catch you in the next one.